Chapter 1802. See. Enai Guang looked at Gui Zhu like he was an idiot. You've been here for 2,000 years. What is so good about this place that makes you so reluctant to leave? Looking around, he did not find anything special about this place. Do you think this old master wanted to? Gui Zhu's face suddenly became ugly. This old master was trapped here for 2,000 years. Do you know what it's like to be trapped for 2,000 years? It's worse than death. Thinking back to those 2,000 years, Gui Zhu couldn't help shivering. Gui Zhu's roar caused Enai Guang's complexion to change drastically. You were trapped for 2,000 years. Yes, so that's how it is. No wonder I've never heard of you before. It turns out you were trapped for 2,000 years. So, you've only just escaped? And it's all thanks to Yang Boy, otherwise this old master would likely still be trapped. Gui Zhu nodded. This place can trap a master like you? Enai Guang looked confused. Why can't I see any danger here? This is the chaotic abyss, right? Shuiyu, who had been observing her surroundings, suddenly said thoughtfully. Little girl's knowledge is not shallow, Gui Zhu grinned. And this is the chaotic abyss. What? This is the chaotic abyss? Enai Guang's face changed. The rumored extremely dangerous place in Star's territory? What's wrong, are you afraid? Gui Zhu squinted at him. Nonsense. I heard that even if an Origin King Realm Master comes here, they may die without a burial. You think I'm not afraid? Ha, the rumors aren't wrong. The chaotic abyss is usually peaceful and has no danger, but if a chaotic vortex appears and one is sucked into it, one may be crushed to pieces. Gui Zhu sneered. This old master was hunted down by his enemies and had no choice but to flee to this place to seek refuge. However, I was suddenly sucked into that chaotic vortex. That didn't kill you? You're quite tenacious, and Enai Guang was shocked. This old master's life is indeed tenacious, being sucked into that vortex and trapped for 2,000 years until Yang Boy was also sucked in, allowing him to bring me out. Gui Zhu took a deep breath. It was because of this incident that Yang Kai became acquainted with Gui Zhu. However, ever since they escaped, the two of them never met again until this trip to the Severed World. Senior, according to what you said, Yang Kai has gone to, and Yang Boy went to the place where this old master was trapped before. Gui Zhu grinned. Shuiyu's expression suddenly changed. Don't worry, don't forget what kind of power Yang Boy is proficient in. Back then, the reason why this old man was able to escape was all thanks to him bringing this old man through the spatial crack. Since he can enter now, he must have full confidence. Moreover, once he's inside, Zilong can only watch helplessly. All we need to do is wait quietly outside. Maybe little brat Yang will run out on his own someday. Isn't it dangerous to wait here? Enai Guang worriedly said. Although the chaotic abyss was peaceful at the moment, if a chaotic vortex appeared, it would be a matter of life and death. What's there to be afraid of? Chaotic vortexes won't appear anytime soon. Gui Zhu was not afraid at all. If that's the case, then let's wait. Let me say this first. This old man has a lot of things to do in the Chamber of Commerce. We can't delay for too long. This old master will wait here for 2 months at most, Enai Guang said while quietly glancing over at Shuiyu. Although he said this to Gui Zhu, he was actually speaking to Shuiyu. Since she knew that Yang Kai had hidden inside a chaotic vortex and was no longer in danger, Shuiyu should be able to rest assured and not wait here all the time. As you wish. This old master will wait for Yang Boy to come out, Gui Zhu chuckled. As the group spoke, they arrived not far from Zilong and the others. Zilong was in a bad mood, so when he saw Enai Guang and the others arrive, he could not help snorting coldly. Enai Guang didn't bother to respond. Before, the two of them had fought in the Severed World. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need for them to exchange pleasantries. So Enai Guang separated from Zilong and the others and waited quietly. On the floating continent, Yang Kai tore through space and appeared leisurely. This place could be regarded as his first stop in Scattered Star territory. It was here that he met Gui Zhu and saw what it meant to be an Origin King. It was here that he realized just how small and insignificant he was at that time and secretly vowed to work hard to cultivate and make himself stronger. Returning here after several dozen years, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little emotional. Although his cultivation had not reached the Origin King realm yet, he was no longer a weakling. In the past, he had been easily captured by a few saints, but now he could easily destroy 10 million saints with a wave of his hand. The floating continent was the safest haven Yang Kai could use to avoid Zilong's pursuit. Before he left, Yang Kai had left behind a trace of his divine sense deep below the floating continent, so he could follow the connection between that trace of divine sense and himself and accurately pinpoint the location of the floating continent, allowing him to use space principles to arrive here. Standing in place and taking a deep breath, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable. He didn't know how the floating continent came to be. This floating continent wasn't very big, only about 200,000 or 300,000 miles in circumference. However, this continent was full of spirit chi and countless treasures. In the past, Yang Kai had collected a lot of Origin King grade herbs here. When he came to the floating continent for the second time, Yang Kai found that the world energy aura here was much richer than before. He did not know what mysteries this place had to offer to produce such a change. However, strictly speaking, the floating continent should be regarded as an extremely small star because it had its own world principles and its own source. If it was given enough time, perhaps it could really become a cultivation star. Could it be that all the stars in scattered star territory were born this way? Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but could not figure it out. Haha, someone has finally come here. Suddenly, a burst of laughter filled with excitement rang out. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head in amazement. He had not expected that there would be someone else on this floating continent. However, when he saw the face of this person, he suddenly understood. The person who spoke was someone he actually knew. Lu Guichen. A name that Yang Kai had almost forgotten suddenly appeared in his mind. This person was a cultivator of Purple Star. When Yang Kai was captured by Purple Star's cultivator and taken into a Purple Star starship, Lu Guichen was the leader. Moreover, Lu Guichen had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body. At that time, Lu Guichen was the same as Yushi of Sword Union, a second-order Saint King. In Yang Kai's opinion, he was already a high and mighty cultivator, so he was powerless against Lu Guichen's seal. At that time, the two great forces of Purple Star and Sword Union had a total of several hundred cultivators, but as Gui Zhu experimented with the space array, countless people died and only a few survived. In the end, when Yang Kai took Yushi, her master, Gui Zhu, and the others away from the floating continent, he did not take Lu Guichen with him and instead left him to his own devices. How could Yang Kai have imagined that he would see this guy again on the floating continent several dozen years later? If he had not taken the initiative to find him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about him. Friend, were you also caught up in that chaotic vortex? Lu Guichen seemed to have not spoken to anyone for several dozen years and was very enthusiastic as soon as they met, but after speaking, he frowned and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes lit up as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. It's you, it's actually you. He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who had taken Gui Zhu and the others away from this damned place while abandoning him here. Lu Guichen had been cursing Yang Kai all these years, so now that his enemy was right in front of him, he was naturally envious. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he swept his eyes over him and found that Lu Guichen's condition was quite good. What's more, his cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Breaking through from the second-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm in just a few dozen years was a truly terrifying improvement. Such miraculous progress could only be attributed to the rich world energy aura of the floating continent and the precious treasures here. Just like Gui Zhu, who had stayed here for 2,000 years and broke through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop. What else could one do here besides cultivate? It's actually you. Lu Guichen's angry look suddenly turned into one of ecstasy. Haha, the heavens really never bar one's way. I never expected you would return one day, brat. This Lu Guichen's luck is truly profound. As soon as these words fell, his expression changed and became terrifying as he approached Yang Kai step by step, his Saint Chi pulsing as he viciously shouted, "Boy, obediently cooperate with this king and take this king out of this damned place. Otherwise, this king will make sure you die without an intact corpse." This king? Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered. In front of me, do you dare call yourself this king? Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just wait until this king captures you. Lu Guichen saw Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes and was furious, raising his hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place, not showing any intention of dodging, instead staring at Lu Guichen with a strange look in his eyes. This look caused Lu Guichen's heart to clench as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was a sheep that had dared to attack a tiger. However, now that the arrow had been knocked on the bow, Lu Guichen had no choice but to release it. Lu Guichen didn't have time to think too much and rushed forward, arriving directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder and pouring his Saint Chi madly into Yang Kai's body, trying to subdue him. This little brat, it seems he's just playing tricks. Seeing that Yang Kai was easily caught, Lu Guichen was overjoyed. After succeeding in this move, Lu Guichen coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, don't move. This king still has a use for your life. If you dare resist, this king can't guarantee." Scram. Yang Kai saw Lu Guichen's incessant chatter and felt irritated, pushing his Saint Chi fiercely. In the next moment, Lu Guichen's face changed greatly as he noticed that the Saint Chi he poured into Yang Kai's body was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Instead, a force burst out from Yang Kai's body that Lu Guichen couldn't resist at all, rushing up his arm and into his heart, his 5 viscera unable to resist. Chapter 1803. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Lu Guichen's body was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground like a dead fish. After landing, he quickly got up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as he shouted, This is impossible." He had not checked Yang Kai's cultivation before because in his opinion, Yang Kai's strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, this little brat was just a Saint Realm cultivator back then, while Lu Guichen had been enjoying the rich world energy and countless precious treasures on this floating continent all these years, allowing his cultivation to rapidly improve. Back then, Lu Guichen was countless times stronger than this little brat, so how could he not be his opponent now? Lu Guichen did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But the moment Yang Kai's Saint Chi counterattacked, Lu Guichen realized that something was wrong. This little brat's Saint Chi was much more vigorous and pure than his own. Comparing the quality of his second-order origin returning realm Saint Chi to Yang Kai was like comparing a firefly to the moon. This made Lu Guichen unable to believe his eyes. Is this little brat already an origin king? Only now did Lu Guichen remember to release his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai. Third-order origin returning realm. After confirming Yang Kai's realm, Lu Guichen's complexion changed drastically and he fell to the ground, losing the ability to think as he muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He could not believe what he had just sensed. In just a few dozen years, this little brat in front of him had actually jumped from the Saint Realm to the third-order origin returning realm. What kind of terrifying speed and aptitude was this? Could it be that the passage of time in this damned place was different from the outside world? Even though he had stayed here for a few dozen years, it had actually been a few hundred years outside. Otherwise, how could this little brat have such a terrifying cultivation? All kinds of bizarre thoughts flashed through Lu Guichen's mind as he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing his grief-stricken appearance, Yang Kai could not help sneering. Ignorant. Lu Guichen was not a master in Purple Star, so the information he had access to was limited. In fact, not to mention himself, even Gu Jian Xin and Zidong's cultivation speed was definitely not slow. But if one really had to compare, they were still far inferior to him. After all, they all had powerful forces backing them up, so they didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. They also had many powerful cultivators to personally instruct them. On the other hand, he was the one who had wandered the entire way, relying on his own groping, occasionally meeting 1 or 2 benefactors. Only then did he receive some pointers. On this point, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't compare to the young masters of those large factions. But it was precisely because of this that he had to rely on himself to fumble around. That was why his comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial arts was much deeper than theirs. She cast a sidelong glance at him. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I regret not killing you back then." Lu Guichen couldn't help shivering, his dazed eyes recovering some clarity as he coldly snorted. "What do you want?" Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, so what? Lu Guichen felt that if he attacked with all his strength, Yang Kai might not be able to kill him easily, so after regaining his composure, his tone became much harsher. "It seems that your strength has improved quite a bit over the years. You must have taken a lot of precious treasures, right? TSK. But looking at the Saint Chi floating in your body, there are a lot of impurities in your body. It seems that you've been swallowing them raw. Do you know that this is a waste of the medicinal efficacies of those precious treasures? On top of that, eating too much isn't good for your body." Listening to Yang Kai's words, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Guichen's eyes, because he found that the other party wasn't wrong at all. These years, he had been alone on the floating continent, unable to do anything but cultivate. In the first few years, he had tried to find a way to escape from this place, but as time passed, he gave up. Even a character like Gui Zhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years, so how could he possibly escape? After thinking it through, Lu Guichen only wanted to improve his strength, so that one day he could rely on his own ability to break through the void and escape from this damned place. To improve his strength, he naturally needed to take some precious treasures. But he was not an alchemist. Even if he collected herbs on the floating continent, he couldn't refine them, so he could only swallow them raw like a monster beast. The result of this was that the impurities of these herbs were accumulating in his body, making them extremely difficult to resolve. Now they had begun to affect his cultivation, and every time he circulated his Saint Qi, his meridians would ache slightly. Lu Guichen didn't know what the consequences would be in the long run, but he knew that this was definitely not a good sign. Now that his situation had been seen through by Yang Kai, Lu Guichen's eyes couldn't help lighting up. You know about my condition? Do you know how to resolve it? So what if I know? Yang Kai's nostrils flared up, not putting him in his eyes at all. Teach me. Haha. Yang Kai laughed. Are you joking? I haven't settled accounts with you yet for what happened back then. Back then, he had been captured by a cultivator from Purple Star and had been sealed by Lu Guichen, making it impossible for him to use his Saint Qi and nearly dying. Yang Kai had never forgotten this incident. It's been so many years. What's the point of bringing up what happened back then? What's more, didn't you not die back then? Quickly teach me how to resolve this, and I'll give you some benefits, Lu Guichen said hurriedly. Yang Kai sneered, looking him up and down for a moment before frowning. Where's your space ring? You've been here for so many years, so you must have collected a lot of precious treasures, right? Where did your ring go? How could I have a ring? Lu Guichen shouted. Don't you remember? Everyone's rings were taken away by Gui Zhu back then? Oh, so that's how it is, I forgot. Yang Kai suddenly realized. In order to refine a space array, Gui Zhu had taken away the space rings of everyone who had fallen here, just to extract a few space spirit crystals from them. In the end, his experiment ended in complete failure. If you don't have a space ring, then you must have hidden all the good stuff away. Yang Kai looked at Lu Guichen and said, What do you want to do? Lu Guichen's face sank as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, as if he was looking at a bandit who was about to rob him. I'll tell you now, I did hide those things, but they were hidden in a very safe place. Without me, you won't be able to find them in your lifetime. Don't be so nervous, Yang Kai chuckled. Let me guess. In this place, the only ready-made residence is the cave mansion left behind by Gui Zhu. You should have lived there all these years. Precious treasures. Lu Guichen remained calm, not showing the slightest panic as he stared at Yang Kai and sneered. Precious treasures, of course, couldn't have been hidden there, Yang Kai continued. The smile on Lu Guichen's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a somewhat stunned look. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so astute. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Of course, one can't put all their eggs in one basket, Yang Kai laughed. Humph, you think you're so smart? So what if you guess this? Although this place isn't big, it's still easy to hide something. You won't tell me how to dissolve it. Don't even think about getting anything from me. I'm not afraid to tell you that all the useful herbs on this continent have been collected by me. If you want to harvest anything else, it'll take at least 100 years. Lu Guichen finished speaking and continued. You also stayed here for a while in the past. You should know that there are many Origin King-grade herbs produced here, but the medicinal efficacies of those herbs are too strong for me to dissolve with my strength. As long as you meet my requirements, I can give you everything I have. Are you threatening me? Yang Kai looked at him calmly and coldly snorted. Fine, I won't waste my breath with you. I just don't want to waste those herbs. That's why I'm telling you so much. Since you're so stubborn, then please die. There were indeed a lot of good things on the floating continent, and Yang Kai didn't want to waste them. So he tried to trick Lu Guichen, but now that he saw how difficult it was to deal with him, he gave up. In any case, his harvest from this trip to the Medicine Valley of the Severed World was already big enough, so the herbs on the floating continent were just icing on the cake. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned 2 golden blood threads. The golden blood threads twisted midair and transformed into 2 strange monster beast forms. These were the blood beasts Yong Kai had condensed in the severed world, the tail-crowned snake and star king turtle. These two monster beasts were both peak ninth-order beasts. Although after condensing them into blood beasts, their strength had declined somewhat. After all, they had a solid foundation. So it wasn't difficult for them to deal with a trivial second-order origin returning realm Lu Guichen. As soon as the blood beasts appeared, they rushed towards Lu Guichen with a monstrous bloody aura. What are these? Lu Guichen was shocked as he stared at the two fierce blood beasts in horror. He couldn't recognize what kind of creature these two monster beasts were and shouted, "Boy, do you really want to kill me? Aren't you afraid those treasures will disappear from this world along with me?" "You think they're treasures, but in my eyes, they're nothing more than dispensable things," Yong Kai chuckled, not caring at all. Lu Guichen really panicked this time. He thought that Yong Kai would care about those Origin King grade herbs, so he dared to talk terms with Yong Kai without fear. But now it seemed that the life-saving treasures he had been relying on were nothing. Facing the terrifying auras of these two blood beasts, how could he remain calm? Neither of these two blood beasts was something he could contend with. "Young man, wait, if you have something to say, let's talk." Lu Guichen quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the tail-crowned snake and star emperor turtle while shouting, "This Lu is willing to offer those treasures with both hands. Please spare my life, young man." "What were you doing earlier?" Yong Kai remained unmoved and spat out a single word, "Kill." *CSI, roar. The tail-crowned snake and star emperor turtle attacked Lu Guichen from both sides, and as the aura of death rushed towards him, Lu Guichen cried out in horror, "Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret about this continent. If you can obtain it, your future achievements will be limitless." Yong Kai's brow furrowed, and with a thought, the two blood beasts stopped moving. At this moment, the tail-crowned snake's fangs were less than a meter away from Lu Guichen, and the star emperor turtle's tail swept towards him. But upon perceiving Yong Kai's order, it quickly changed direction and flew over his head. As the wind blew, Lu Guichen broke out in a cold sweat. He had just walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 1804. Lu Guichen, who had just escaped with his life, felt his whole body go limp as sweat dripped down his back. "If you dare lie to me, I'll make sure you can't die even if you want to." Yong Kai stared at Lu Guichen coldly. "Speak. What is the secret of this continent?" Lu Guichen's face went pale as he gulped, looking at Yong Kai pleadingly. "Can you make these two monster beasts retreat first?" Two pairs of blood-red eyes stared at him, causing his heart to beat wildly. The feeling of his life hanging by a thread was really uncomfortable. Yong Kai coldly snorted and issued a command in his mind, causing the tail-crowned snake and star king turtle to immediately transform back into golden blood threads and fly back to Yong Kai. Lu Guichen couldn't help wiping his cold sweat as he glanced over at Yong Kai and found him looking at him impatiently, quickly asking, "If I tell you this secret, can you guarantee you won't kill me? Your life isn't as valuable as you think. Killing you or sparing you is only a matter of thought for me, but whether or not the secret you tell me is valuable depends on it." "Valuable?" Lu Guichen's body shook. "This king, I can guarantee with my life that you will definitely be interested in this secret." "Enough nonsense, keep talking and you'll die." Yes. Lu Guichen trembled and said quickly, "If I tell you that this continent has given birth to its own source strength, would you believe me?" "Source strength?" Yong Kai's eyes lit up as a terrifying light flashed across them, quickly asking, "How do you know?" "I've been here for several dozen years." Lu Guichen smiled bitterly. "One day a few years ago, while I was in retreat, I suddenly felt that the world energy fluctuations on this continent were somewhat abnormal. At the same time, a vague message came from underground, so I thought it was the birth of some kind of treasure. So I released my divine sense to investigate, but how could I have known that as soon as I released my divine sense, it would be pulled in by that strange force? At that time, I saw a dazzling light that gave me the feeling of a newborn baby. It was curiously trying to get in touch with me, but when I wanted to see what was going on, it rejected me. At that time, I didn't know what it was. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that it should be the origin of this continent. As for whether it is, I don't dare to be too sure." He quickly finished his story, and then looked at Yong Kai anxiously. "Origin? Haha, it seems that it really is the origin." Yong Kai laughed loudly. Back when he was on the floating continent, he had inadvertently entered the depths of the floating continents underground. There he saw a ball of glowing energy. The energy was enormous, but Yang Kai didn't know what it was. At that time, his strength was not high, and he was powerless against that ball of energy. However, he was careful and attached a strand of his psyche to the ball of energy. It was thanks to this thread of thought that Yang Kai was able to accurately pinpoint the position of the floating continent and return here. At this moment, hearing what Lu Guichen said, Yang Kai immediately determined that it was definitely the origin. If the floating continent was a small cluster of stars, then what Lu Guichen and he saw back then was the origin of stars. It was just that the stars Yang Kai saw back then were still growing and had not been fully born, while what Lu Guichen saw was the origin of stars that had just been born. If this floating continent was left to its own devices, in the future, it really might have a chance to become a real cultivation star. Young man, Lu Guichen looked around and didn't know how Yang Kai planned to deal with him, so he asked nervously, "Stay there and don't move. If you dare to act recklessly, you're dead." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he sensed the location of the divine sense thread he had left behind several dozen years ago, his figure flickering as he prepared to leave. But soon he turned back and threw a ring to Lu Guichen. "Store all your collection over the years." As soon as these words fell, he disappeared. Lu Guichen took the space ring he hadn't seen for a long time and stood in place, staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared with wide eyes. It was only after a long time that he recovered and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't even know how Kai Yang had managed to escape. From the looks of it, the gap between him and Kai Yang was simply immeasurable. It was laughable that he had thought that if he fought with his life on the line, he would at least be able to injure Kai Yang. If he had really done so, he would have died without a complete corpse. After a long time, Lu Guichen flew off in a certain direction dejectedly, preparing to put all the good things he had collected over the years into his space ring. Although precious treasures were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Now that Yang Kai's fist was bigger than his, how could he dare resist? Deep underground, Yang Kai spent a great deal of effort to break through. This place should be at least 10,000 kilometers from the surface, but here there was an empty space. At the center of this space, there was a mass of glowing energy that exuded a soft glow. It was the same mass of energy that Yang Kai had seen several dozen years ago. However, at this moment, it seemed to be smaller and more condensed than before, and when Yang Kai arrived here, this mass of energy gave off a strong repulsive force that seemed to want to push him out of this space. Yang Kai stood in place calmly. No matter how strong this repulsive force was, he didn't move. Staring closely at this glowing mass of energy, Yang Kai wore a look of joy and muttered, "It really is a star source." He was the star master of Shadowed Star and had refined the star source of Shadowed Star, so he naturally had a certain level of authority in this regard. Although this massive star source on the floating continent was very different from the star source on Shadowed Star, there was no doubt that it was a star source. The power it contained was terrifying and not something a human could resist. Haha, it actually merged with the divine sense thread I left behind. Doesn't that mean it's mine now? Yang Kai observed for a while and couldn't help getting excited. He didn't know what had happened, but the divine sense thread he had left here all those years ago had actually merged with the star source as it grew. In other words, this star source had been branded with his own brand. No wonder this source strength was so terrifying, but it couldn't affect me at all. So this is the reason. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The next moment, Yang Kai's body trembled with excitement. This massive star source already had its own brand, so refining it would definitely be very easy. If he could refine it, wouldn't he become the master of this floating continent? He was already the master of Shadowed Star. If he became the master of this floating continent, he would be the master of 2 stars. This kind of thing had never happened in the entire territory of Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Even those third-order origin kings couldn't refine the star source of 2 cultivation stars. The thought in Yang Kai's mind made him extremely excited. He had truly experienced the benefits of becoming a star master. Star masters and cultivation stars were closely related, sharing both honor and disgrace. If a cultivation star was strong, the star master would benefit, and if a cultivation star was weak, the star master would run out of resources. And vice versa. The floating continent was a small cultivation star that had been born not long ago and had infinite possibilities for growth. As long as he could refine its star source as it grew in the future, he would benefit endlessly. Thinking so, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his fluctuating mood. He released his divine sense and tried to communicate with the star source in front of him, but found that it did not respond. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt relieved. This star source had just been born, so it was like a newborn, so how could it react? Let's refine it first, Yang Kai muttered to himself before sitting down cross-legged. Forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, and in the next moment, a pure spiritual energy spread out from his body. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye seeped out and transformed into Yang Kai's appearance. This was Yang Kai's soul avatar. If one wanted to refine the star source of stars, their soul had to leave their body. Only by fusing with the star source could this be done. Therefore, refining the star source of stars was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could result in death. Those third-order origin kings would not dare to do this if they were not completely confident. This was also within Shadowed Star's territory. This was because star masters were rare. In the endless flowing time Great Emperor, there were many invincible third-order origin kings who died in the process of refining the star source of stars. If it weren't for the floating continent star's star source having just been born and not being very powerful, and if it weren't for his divine sense threads branding it with his brand in advance, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to act so carelessly. This wasn't like refining Shadowed Star's star source. At that time, Yang Yen had helped him, so there was no danger, but this time, he had to rely on himself. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a good grasp of this because he had the star refining art. The star refining art he had obtained from the Emperor Garden was a secret technique specifically designed to refine the star source of stars. His little senior sister had relied on this secret technique to become the star master of Tong Xian realm. His soul avatar flickered and rushed into the star source in front of him. There was no hindrance throughout the entire process, and Yang Kai felt as if he was wrapped in a mass of warm water, making him feel extremely comfortable. This made him overjoyed. Sure enough, it was because he had branded it with his mark, so this ball of source power did not reject his spirit. It seems that things will go smoothly, Yang Kai thought to himself. Silently refining the star refining art, Yang Kai began to refine the star source. As time passed by, the source of light began to flicker, and a mysterious aura began to rise and fall. The whole process went unbelievably smoothly, and when his soul avatar reached a certain level of compatibility with the star source, Yang Kai changed his hand seal and began to pour the star source into his body. As long as he could absorb this star source into his body, he could complete the refinement and become the star master of this floating continent. But at that moment, another force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's body, one that was far stronger than the star source of the floating continent. Under the interference of this force, the originally docile star source of the floating continent became chaotic and was no longer under Yang Kai's control. Not good, Yang Kai exclaimed as he opened his eyes and changed his hand seals again. In the next moment, his soul avatar returned to his body. Asterisk with a loud sound, Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his lungs in turmoil, and his face as pale as paper. Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed the tumbling Saint Qi and vitality in his body. Looking at the star source in front of him, Yang Kai frowned. How could this be? Chapter 1805. Refining the star source of the floating continent had gone quite smoothly in the early stages, and Yang Kai had only needed to guide the star source into his body to complete the task. But now he had failed at the last step. Yang Kai's face sank as he recalled the scene just now and frowned. Could it be that two star sources can't coexist in my body? At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt the shadowed star's source in his body erupt, like a bird protecting its nest, forcing the floating continent's source back into its body. This was what caused Yang Kai to suffer a backlash. The strength of a star source affects the principles of heaven and earth. A single cultivation star can only have one kind of world principle, let alone one's body. I have refined Shadowed Star's star source and am closely connected to Shadowed Star's principles, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to accommodate another star source. Yes, that must be the case. Yang Kai's thoughts flew, and after a short time, he figured out the root of all this. Although this was just his own speculation, he believed it was correct. It was precisely because he had already refined Shadowed Star that he was unable to refine Tong Xian Realm's star source this time. It seemed that the reason there had never been a master of 2 stars in Tong Xian Realm territory was not because those origin kings were not strong enough, but because it was simply impossible. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt a great deal of frustration. This situation was like a person who was clearly hungry but could not fill his stomach with anything, a truly frustrating situation. Was he going to let go of this heaven-sent opportunity? Without even mentioning the fact that Tong Xian Realm's star source had only just been born. It was extremely easy to refine, so he had already put his soul brand into the star source, fully meeting the prerequisites for refining it. This kind of thing could be said to be extremely rare, so Yang Kai was unwilling to give up on this star source in front of him. However, his body could no longer accommodate another origin source, so there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai sat in place, healing himself while racking his brain for a way to get the best of both worlds. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He scratched his head anxiously, leisurely. He seemed to have thought of something, and his anxious and irritable eyes gradually became clear and bright. After pondering for a while, he could not help laughing. Idiot! How stupid! How could I not have thought of this? Yang Kai patted his head with his palm. It was as if he had gone mad. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose and summoned the firebird. Master's orders? As soon as Lu Yen appeared. As usual, he asked a question. You two, take a look at this thing in front of you. Which one who can swallow it? You to him, Yang Kai was to himself. The stone puppet and Lu Yen had always been his most powerful helpers. Both of them now had the combat power to fight origin kings alone, so if they could devour this star source, they would definitely grow even stronger. Since he could not refine it himself, it was better to let his 2 helpers try. If they succeeded, it would be of great help to him. Hearing this, Lu Yen turned her head to look at the source, but in the next moment, a look of dread flashed across her beautiful eyes as she said in amazement, Master, although I don't know what this thing is, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to swallow it. There is a profound aura about it that surpasses mine. If I try to swallow it rashly, I will be destroyed by it. That's principle, Yang Kai nodded and explained. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so she was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the source of the stars, but she had her own instincts. Like a beast, she knew what was dangerous to her and what was not. The source in front of her gave Lu Yen a very dangerous feeling. The power of principle was unfathomable, so how could Lu Yen dare to swallow it wantonly? Not only Lu Yen, but even Xiao Xiao, who had always been simple-minded, was staring at the source in front of him with a pair of small eyes at this moment. But he did not move. If it were before and Yang Kai allowed him to swallow something, he would have already rushed forward and swallowed it whole. In any case, with his innate divine technique, he was not afraid of indigestion. But now, he had stopped because he felt threatened by the source of the stars. Last time, it was able to devour the origin of the Or-Star because the Or-Star was dead and the origin had collapsed. Only a trace of it remained, which was not harmful to it. That was why it was able to succeed. But now the origin of the floating continent was complete. Although it had just been born, it was not something that Tiny could touch. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai immediately knew that they were powerless and said, In that case, you can go back. With a wave of his hand, he put Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen away again. Another golden stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. Stone mongoose doppelganger. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen could not do anything about the source, but Yang Kai was not worried because he still had his doppelganger. The reason why he called Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen out first was that Yang Kai wanted them to get some benefits so that they could grow up as soon as possible. Since they could not do anything, it was time for his doppelganger. His body could not accommodate 2 sources, but it should be fine to use another body, right? Moreover, his doppelganger was attached with a wisp of his doppelganger, which was equivalent to another doppelganger. It should be able to fit perfectly with the brand of the source. He released his doppelganger and poured it into his doppelganger. The doppelganger's turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Yang Kai controlled his doppelganger, sat down in front of the source, and repeated the action just now, performing the star-refining spell. Time passed little by little, and the expression on Yang Kai's face was extremely dignified. Although he felt that his idea was not wrong, before the results came out, he did not dare to be too sure. If even his doppelganger could not refine the source of the stars, he could only reluctantly give up the benefits at hand. When the time came, he would let his friends and family try to refine it and see if they had the opportunity. However, that would have to wait until they became stronger, at least reaching the Origin King realm. Only the heavens knew how long that would take. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the movements of his doppelganger and the source, raised his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he could not help laughing. At this moment, the source of the stars in front of him was being slowly and subtly drawn into his doppelganger, without the slightest sign of rejection. Success! My idea was right. The reason why my body could not refine this source was because it was impossible for two types of origins to coexist in a single body. After changing to a new body, this problem was easily solved. The doppelganger was equivalent to another doppelganger, and the doppelganger becoming the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm was equivalent to him becoming the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm. Although this was somewhat opportunistic. But this way, he was the master of two stars. Tiske. If this matter were to spread, it would likely cause a sensation throughout star territory. Yang Kai was in a good mood and quickly held his breath, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. He paid close attention to the movements of his doppelganger. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and once the source was completely poured into his doppelganger, the process would be complete. But this is a bit slow. Yang Kai was greatly dissatisfied. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1 to 2 months for his doppelganger to completely refine this source. Back then, he had become the master of Shadowed Star in the blink of an eye. However, that was because Yang Inflammation had directly delivered Shadowed Star's source to him. The two could not be compared at all. Forget it, let's start the alchemy furnace. Waiting here with nothing to do, Yang Kai stood up, formed a seal with one hand, and space force gushed out from his body, disappearing in an instant. There was no need to pay attention to his doppelganger now, so it was only a matter of time. Yang Kai was too lazy to wait any longer, so he decided to take advantage of this time to refine a few furnaces of pills. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm, Yang Kai had felt an opportunity to break through in the Severed World. But at that time, the situation had changed rapidly, so he had forcibly suppressed it. The floating continent was extremely safe, and the world principles were complete, making it a perfect place to break through. Yang Kai wanted to use alchemy to stimulate his breakthrough. The harvest from the Severed World this time was not small. After a while, Yang Kai arrived at a certain spot on the floating continent, released his divine sense, and scanned the area slightly before moving to his left. After a dozen breaths, Yang Kai appeared again. Lu Guichun, who had been waiting here, was startled, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, he quickly ran over and held up the space ring with both hands with a flattering smile on his face. "Young man, everything is inside. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." After seeing Yang Kai's methods, Lu Guichun was now as obedient as a rabbit, so how could he show the slightest disobedience? Yang Kai responded faintly before grabbing the space ring and sweeping it with his divine sense. Suddenly, he raised his brow and looked at Lu Guichun with a smile. "You've had a good harvest these years." Haha. Lu Guichun laughed dryly. "I had nothing to do here, so besides cultivating, I could only wander around. And then you collected all the precious treasures you saw? Young man is wise. Idiot." Yang Kai angrily cursed. "Ah." Lu Guichun raised his head in amazement. "Stupid." Yang Kai's face went pale. "You are an Origin Returning Realm master. But don't you know that collecting precious treasures at will without a proper method of preservation will cause their medicinal efficacies to fade? Look at the herbs in this space ring. Some of their medicinal efficacies have already faded by half. How am I supposed to use them? You're as stupid as a pig." Kai Yang really wanted to die from anger. There were indeed a lot of herbs in this space ring, and many of them were Origin King grade. But because they were not properly preserved, too much of their medicinal efficacies had faded, greatly reducing their value. Any alchemist who saw this scene would likely fly into a rage. Lu Guichun was scolded, but he didn't dare say anything, only able to smile awkwardly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this matter couldn't be blamed on him. If he had a space ring, the medicinal efficacies would not have faded so much, but at that time, everyone's space rings had been taken away by Guizhu. Guizhu also had to bear some responsibility for this. Chapter 1806. Although some of the medicinal efficacies of these herbs had already faded, there were still a lot of them, so it was not a small harvest. You didn't hide anything, did you? Yang Kai squinted at Lu Guichin. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guichin was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Now that he was under the eaves, how could he dare let Yang Kai find fault with him? Quickly swearing an oath, if he dared to hide anything, he would be struck by lightning. Good, there's nothing else for you to do here, withdraw. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Lu Guichin, on the other hand, stood in place and stared at Yang Kai expectantly, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What else do you want? Young man, that source, is that something you can ask? Yang Kai's face sank as a cold light flashed across his eyes, sending out an invisible wave of spiritual energy. Lu Guichin was hit hard in an instant. His knowledge-sea defenses instantly torn apart, causing him a splitting headache as he staggered back, his face pale. After suffering this blow, Lu Guichin was shocked and immediately knew that his previous guess was not wrong. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai in front of him. He had already left at some point. Smiling bitterly, Lu Guichin quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art to heal his wounds. Somewhere on the floating continent, with beautiful scenery, Yang Kai appeared. The scenery isn't bad, this is it, Yang Kai muttered to himself before releasing a few blood beasts and having them spread out to guard the surroundings. Although Lu Guichin was the only outsider on the floating continent right now, and Yang Kai was sure that he would not dare to disturb him, there was always a possibility. As long as he released a few blood beasts to guard him, Yang Kai would be able to rest easy. Immediately, Yang Kai summoned the purple origin furnace he used for alchemy and began looking for herbs in his space ring. What kind of pill should I refine? Yang Kai scanned his space ring with his divine sense. The main reason he was performing alchemy this time was to stimulate his breakthrough, so it didn't matter what kind of pill he refined. All he needed to do was to use alchemy to integrate himself into this world. Purple sungrass, the 100-leaf lotus. There were even hollow fruits. Now that he had all of them, he could refine the Tao comprehension pill. I can use it to consolidate my cultivation after my breakthrough. Yang Kai quickly made his decision. The main reason was that he had all the materials needed to refine the Tao comprehension pill. Now that he had all of them, it was the most convenient. After taking out the various herbs one by one and arranging them beside him, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal before pointing at the purple origin furnace. Yang Kai poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into the purple origin furnace in an instant, causing its temperature to rise sharply. Yang Kai methodically threw one medicinal herb after another into the pill furnace, while the size of his conflagrated spiritual energy was constantly changing. Yang Kai's alchemic Tao was originally taught by the true alchemic way, and he had also received some pointers from Tong Xian Continent's Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Later on, he learned the true alchemic enlightenment scripture, and everything he learned was one of the best alchemy techniques. In addition, he would occasionally discuss the Tao of alchemy with Xiaoning Chong. As such, he had considerable attainments in the alchemic Tao. All kinds of seals were constantly sent into the purple origin furnace, and one spirit array after another appeared and disappeared inside the furnace. Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he gradually abandoned all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to alchemy. His aura also began to merge with the world around him, as if his whole person had become a part of it. Refining a spirit pill was a complex process. It wasn't just a simple process of condensing medicinal liquids and allowing them to interact with one another inside the pill furnace. What kind of heat to use, what kind of spirit array to inscribe, what kind of alchemy technique to use, every step had to be carefully considered. If one made a single mistake or grasped the right timing, it was possible to fail the refinement, and even if one succeeded, the quality of the pill would not be too high. Alchemy was a Tao that required one's mind and perseverance. Yang Kai had a conflagrated spiritual energy. In terms of alchemy, he had excellent conditions, so the time and energy he needed to refine pills was much shorter than that of ordinary alchemists. In particular, coupled with the restorative effect of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and his powerful spiritual energy, he could use his conflagrated spiritual energy unscrupulously. Time passed slowly, and a rumbling sound came from the purple origin furnace as various precious medicinal liquids interacted with one another and underwent a magical transformation. A faint fragrance floated out of the furnace, one that was refreshing, a sign that the pill was beginning to condense. Yang Kai's face became more dignified, and with a wave of his hand, a blood beast standing guard in the distance transformed into a golden blood thread and flew back to his hand. The golden blood thread, like a wisp of golden and red smoke, danced at Yang Kai's fingertips. As it danced, the golden blood thread gradually transformed back into a golden light, while the red color was removed and condensed into a red mist. From the mist, the faint roar of a monster beast could be heard, and from time to time, the mist would transform into the shape of a monster. Don't make trouble. Using you for alchemy is the best way for you to go. Behave. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the red mist, chuckling. The red mist seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and not only did it not calm down, it instead became even more restless. Yang Kai coldly snorted and directly threw the red mist into the pill furnace. The last sentence of the true alchemy enlightenment scripture stated that only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he finally understood what this meant. It was impossible for a medicinal pill to gain sentience for no reason, unless it had been stored for too long and placed in an environment with extremely dense spiritual energy. Only after countless years would something like a pill spirit be born. Since it was impossible for a pill to gain a spirit for no reason, then all he had to do was to infuse it with spirituality. The best way was to use the monster beast's monster core as a pill spirit. The monster beast's monster core contained the essence of the monster beast, so it was the best pill spirit. Although Yang Kai did not have a high-grade monster core, he had a blood beast. It could also be used as a pill spirit. This time, he was refining an origin king-grade spirit pill, so a pill spirit was essential. Yang Kai could only use the blood beast. Although this would reduce the number of blood beasts by 1, compared to the enlightenment pill, it was clear which was more important. The blood mist was thrown into the purple origin furnace, and in an instant, an earth-shattering sound rang out, as if an incredible chain reaction had occurred inside the furnace. You still want to resist? Yang Kai's face darkened as he formed a series of hand seals to suppress it. As expected of the ninth-order monster beast's soul, it took Yang Kai a few dozen breaths of time to completely stabilize it. The strange fragrance flowing in the air seemed to have become even stronger. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at the same time. Yang Kai felt the Saint Qi in his body begin to fluctuate, giving off a powerful pulse. Is it coming? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he knew that his actions had stimulated his Saint Qi, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But now the pill was about to be refined. Yang Kai did not want to give up halfway. Quickly forming a series of hand seals, Yang Kai began to use the pill condensing technique recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, forming different hand seals and sending them into the purple origin furnace. The movement inside the furnace grew louder and louder until Yang Kai had formed hundreds of hand seals. Suddenly, a rolling sound came from inside, as if something was rolling about inside the purple origin furnace. Rise! Yang Kai shouted as he slammed his palm onto the purple origin furnace. The next moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew out from the purple origin furnace. These streaks of light flew off in 3 different directions. Haha, you want to run? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai laughed as his figure flickered and appeared directly behind one of the pills. Grabbing this pill, Yang Kai didn't even look at it before stuffing it into a prepared jade bottle. Immediately after, he did the same thing and put the second and third pills into the bottles. Refining 3 pills at a time was already the consensus of all alchemists in the territory of the Starfall Star. Even famous alchemy grandmasters. No matter how skilled one's alchemy was, one set of materials could only refine a single pill. But in Yang Kai's case, this common sense was broken. The ancient alchemy technique recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture was really amazing. Perhaps in ancient times, those almighty alchemists practiced alchemy like this. But with the passage of time, the alchemy enlightenment scripture had disappeared. Such a miraculous alchemy technique had already been lost, leading to the fact that in the end, all alchemists could only use one set of materials to refine one spirit pill. Rumble. In the sky, a muffled thunderous explosion rang out. Kai Yang raised his head to look at the sky, only to see a mass of dark clouds gathering above his head. Like a quilt that had not been washed for 100 years, it weighed heavily on his head, making his chest feel stuffy. Inside this black cloud, there was a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it could destroy this floating continent. This was only the beginning. A huge amount of world energy was constantly pouring into the black cloud, expanding its size. Yang Kai's face became dignified. This time, he was breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, so the upcoming world energy baptism would definitely be different from before. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed out countless Saint crystals before immediately sending out a punch, sending out his Saint Chi towards these Saint crystals. Explode for me. With a rumble, tens of millions of Saint crystals exploded into dust mid-air, and the world energy contained in the Saint crystals splashed out in all directions, filling a large area. In the blink of an eye, the richness of the world energy within a 10-kilometer radius around Yang Kai suddenly rose to a whole new level. Breaking through required a large amount of world energy, and although the floating continent was rich in world energy, Yang Kai still did not dare to lower his guard, and did not hesitate to explode tens of millions of Saint crystals to nourish the environment around him. Although the world energy was already abundant, Yang Kai did not stop. With a wave of his hand, a number of hexagonal stones containing profound Tao were scattered around his body. There were more than 100 of these stones, and they resonated with each other from a distance. Gradually, the power of a domain was formed in this area. Territory stones. Yang Kai had distributed a number of territory stones to his closest relatives, but he still had a lot left over. Now that he was about to break through to the Origin King realm, of course, he would not be stingy. Yang Kai hoped to absorb the energy contained in these territory stones while he was breaking through, improving his perception and understanding of his territory. He then waved his hand and released his blood beast, as well as the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Yan, ordering, "All of you spread out within a 30-kilometer radius. Kill anyone who dares to approach." Yang Kai did this mainly to guard against Lu Guichen. If this little brat was unwilling and decided to disturb him while he was breaking through, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the next moment, the blood beasts and the stone mongoose scattered. Before leaving, artifact spirit Lu Yan stared at the black clouds in the sky with a look of dread on her face. She could feel how terrifying this world energy baptism was, and even with her current strength, she did not dare say she could easily block it. Chapter 1807. What happened? What's going on? Is this damned place about to be destroyed? Lu Guichen stumbled towards the place where Yang Kai was breaking through. He had only been healing himself for a while, but when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that the atmosphere of the entire floating continent had undergone a drastic change. Thunder was rolling in the sky, black clouds covered the sky, and the world energy aura was becoming more and more active. He was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. All he could do was follow the source of the commotion and try to find out what was going on. As he flew, he saw that the black cloud in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, inside the black cloud, there were constantly pitch-black lightning bolts shuttling back and forth, as if a ferocious and terrifying flood dragon was hiding inside and suddenly poking its head out. This scene made him tremble with fear. After flying 100 kilometers, Lu Guichen's vision blurred as a strange blood-red monster beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Guichen was taken aback and quickly stopped because he saw that the blood beast's eyes were filled with malicious intent, as if it was warning him not to move forward. He believed that if he moved forward, this blood beast would definitely launch a thunderous attack towards him. The blood beast came from Yang Kai. This he naturally knew, so Lu Guichen thought about it for a moment and understood that the current situation on the floating continent was definitely related to Yang Kai. Is it because he is refining the star source of the stars? Lu Guichen made some wild guesses in his heart, but he still couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it for a moment, he flew up into the air and stood on a high vantage point before looking forward. Yang Kai's figure immediately entered his eyes, even though he was still 30 kilometers away. However, Lu Guichen was now a second-order origin returning realm master, so his eyesight was quite good. The scene 30 kilometers away was clearly visible. This isn't a breakthrough, right? Lu Guichen exclaimed in shock, his whole body trembling. Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would break through to the Origin King realm? When the words Origin King Realm appeared in Lu Guichen's mind, it was like a giant bell ringing, causing him to almost fall from the sky. Origin King Realm. That was the strongest fighting force in the territory. Lu Guichen could hardly believe that he would one day be able to witness a cultivator breaking through to the Origin King Realm with his own eyes. He bit his tongue fiercely as he felt the pain. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. A few dozen years ago, an Origin King Realm Master was an unreachable existence in his eyes. A casual glance from an Origin King Realm Master was enough to shatter his soul. Even today, after several dozen years, Lu Guichen understood the terror of an Origin King Realm Master. Because as one's strength improved, one could more and more understand what the Origin King Realm was like. This kid is so young. Was he going to break through to the Origin King Realm just like that? When he first met him, he was only at the Saint Realm, and he could easily imprison him. The past was like smoke, but it was still vivid in his mind. If he could succeed in breaking through this time, he would definitely become the youngest Origin King Realm Master in the entire Star Territory, and there was no guarantee he would never surpass him. It was definitely unprecedented, and such an achievement could be said to be world-shaking. Lu Guichen bit his tongue again, put away the wild thoughts in his heart, flew to the ground, and sat down cross-legged. He knew. Such a scene was definitely an opportunity for him. Observing an Origin King breaking through at such a close distance was not something one could encounter casually. If he could comprehend something from this baptism of the heavens and earth, then his cultivation in the future would be smoother. So, Lu Guichen made a prompt decision and decided to sit back and watch. The power of the black clouds in the sky grew stronger and stronger, and when the atmosphere reached a certain peak, there was a sudden cracking sound and a jet black light flashed in the sky. This jet black light was like the birth of a dragon, falling from the sky and bombarding a certain place down below. Immediately, Yang Kai's muffled groan rang out, and the entire ground shook a little. This! Lu Guichen was shocked and exclaimed, "So terrifying?" Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would experience a world energy baptism. This was a test of the world principles for the cultivator. If they succeeded, their cultivation would advance greatly, but if they failed, their realm would regress or they would die. As an Origin returning realm master, Lu Guichen had naturally experienced more than 1 or 2 world energy baptisms. When he broke through to the Origin returning realm here, it was only 20 to 30 years ago. However, the strength of the world energy baptism at that time was not even 1/10,000th of the power of the jet black lightning in front of him. And this was only the first baptism. The following baptisms would only become stronger and more terrifying. If it were me, would I be able to survive? Lu Guichen couldn't help imagining things, putting himself in Yang Kai's shoes and imagining himself facing such a terrifying baptism when he was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The result was, he couldn't, absolutely couldn't. Even if he was lucky and managed to survive the first strike, the second and third strikes would be enough to take his life. Thinking so, Lu Guichen's aura suddenly became chaotic, and the martial Tao he had always persevered in the depths of his heart began to falter. Kacha. The second baptism fell, and although the jet-black energy from this baptism struck Yang Kai several dozen kilometers away, the destructive aura it emitted pierced straight into Lu Guichen's heart. With a loud cry, Lu Guichen coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his entire body deflated like a deflated balloon. His cultivation began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second-order Origin returning realm, first-order Origin returning realm, third-order Saint King. Finally, it stopped at the second-order Saint King realm. There was a saying that if one didn't seek death, they wouldn't die. Lu Guichen wanted to observe Yang Kai's breakthrough in order to obtain benefits, which was certainly not wrong. But what he didn't know was that every world energy baptism Yang Kai underwent was different from that of ordinary people. The world energy he had to welcome was several times more powerful than any other cultivator. This time, he was at the threshold of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Even Yang Kai himself was afraid of this baptism, let alone a trivial Lu Guichen. Lu Guichen had overestimated himself and put himself in Yang Kai's shoes. This was a disaster he had brought upon himself. One's heart of martial Tao should only grow stronger with every setback. Only then would one be able to progress further. Lu Guichen doubted himself, and his heart of martial Dao was naturally shattered by the destructive aura, causing it to collapse. The reason he was able to survive was mainly because his heart of martial Dao had collapsed too quickly. If he had persisted any longer, he would likely have died on the spot. Sitting in place stupidly, Lu Guichen could no longer think of anything else. Even when his cultivation fell back to a few dozen years ago, he didn't seem to be able to react. His eyes were filled with darkness, without a trace of light. At the same time, outside the space where the floating continent was located, in the chaotic abyss, the masters from all sides had been waiting for a long time, but there was still no trace of Yang Kai, causing Zilong and his son to become impatient and irritable. Guizhu, on the other hand, was relaxed and carefree. Although Shuiyu had received Guizhu's assurance, she was still worried and leaned over to ask softly, "Senior, it's been almost 10 days. Why hasn't there been any movement? What kind of movement do you want?" Guizhu glanced over at her with a grin. He's perfectly safe hiding there, but if he really makes a move, wouldn't he be in trouble? Do you want him to run out now? No, Shuiyu quickly waved her hand. As long as he's safe, I can rest assured, but Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. This old master can assure you, okay? That damned place can trap this old master for 2,000 years, but it can't trap Yang Kai. When he wants to come out, he'll naturally come out. This little girl is very concerned about him. And when he comes out, this old master will carefully convey your concern. Senior. Shuiyu blushed and stamped her feet repeatedly. I can't wait long, and Guang frowned. There are a lot of things to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce, so this old master can't stay here for long. At that time, if this old man leaves, will you be able to fight against Zilong by yourself? Looking down on me? Guizhu coldly snorted. Zilong is nothing but a fart. Even if you don't care about Zilong, if that little brat Yang Kai comes out, Su Wei and Kong Fa will definitely target him. You can't split yourself up, so what can you do? Guizhu frowned. This was what worried him the most. If Ni Guang left and Yang Kai came out, Zilong would have 3 origin kings on his side. Guizhu would be able to entangle Zilong and Yuan Qi while Su Wei was injured, but could Yang Kai deal with Kong Fa? Now that Kong Fa was also standing on Zilong's side, only the heavens knew what benefits Zilong had promised him. What a headache. What Guizhu hoped to see the most now was Yang Kai hiding inside until it was safe to come out. He did not believe Zilong would be able to guard this place forever. After all, Zilong was the master of Purple Star. How could he have so much free time? Ni Guang suddenly frowned and stared at a certain spot. Something's wrong. What's going on? Guizhu also muttered. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa, the 3 origin kings, also discovered the abnormality of the chaotic vortex at the same time. A certain part of space was trembling uneasily, as if void cracks were forming, and from these cracks, an extremely violent power was leaking out. What's going on? Ni Guang looked puzzled as he turned to Guizhu, hoping he could explain. What are you looking at this old master for? Guizhu coldly snorted. Although he had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years, he did not understand what was happening in front of him. Could it be the chaotic vortex is about to appear? Shuiyu asked in surprise. When these words came out, both Guizhu and Ni Guang jumped in fright. The chaotic vortex was not something they could casually rush into, and if it really did appear, they would have to flee for their lives. Guizhu had been sucked into the chaotic vortex and not died back then, but that was pure luck. He did not want to try it again. If his luck was bad and he was torn apart by the chaotic vortex, he would have no place to cry. Chapter 1808. Look! Shuiyu suddenly pointed again. There seems to be some kind of movement there. Through the faintly discernible cracks in the space, some incredible scenes were vaguely imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why does it look more and more like that damned place? Guizhu almost bit his tongue. Although the cracks were extremely small and unstable, Guizhu was still able to see what looked like a floating continent. Is this the place Yang Kai entered? Shuiyu asked in surprise. And if this old master is not mistaken, it should be. But, did you hear anything? Guizhu looked at Ni Guang and Shuiyu. Shuiyu shook her head, but Ni Guang wore a dignified expression as he nodded and said, There is a faint sound of thunder, and the aura coming from this crack. Is that little brat trying to break through at this moment? You mean, this is all caused by the world energy baptism? Guizhu's expression changed. Doesn't seem like it? And Guang asked. It does, but that damned place and this damned place are two different spaces. Even if Yang Kai is breaking through to the Origin King realm, there shouldn't be such a big disturbance, right? Guizhu's mouth twitched as he too was stunned. Others may not be able to create such a disturbance, but Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was really breaking through to the Origin King realm, it was possible that the two spaces were converging. If that's the case, that boy is in danger, and Guang quickly said. What do you mean? Shuiyu was shocked, her pretty face going pale. This energy is too terrifying. I don't know if he can resist it, and Guang frowned and replied. If one could not resist breaking through to the Origin King realm, the consequences would be very serious. This was different from the early stages of a cultivator's breakthrough. When a cultivator was weak, even if they failed to break through to a great realm, it would not be a big problem. But once one reached the Origin King realm, once one failed, there were undoubtedly only two outcomes, severe injury or death. The latter had an 80% chance of happening. Guang, Guizhu, and the others were shocked. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa were also pointing in the same direction and coming to the same conclusion. Yang Kai may be breaking through to the Origin King realm. Zilong's face suddenly turned ashen. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would succeed in breaking through, because even if Yang Kai really did reach the Origin King realm, he would only be a first-order Origin King. Yang Kai didn't put such a person in his eyes. What he was afraid of was that Yang Kai's breakthrough would not succeed. If this brat died inside, where would he go to find the immortal tree? That bastard! Zilong was so angry that he cursed loudly, but he could only sigh helplessly. In the space of the chaotic abyss, all kinds of strange phenomena continued without end. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that something bad would happen to Yang Kai. This situation continued for an entire day before the fluctuating space gradually stabilized, and the faint sounds of muffled thunder gradually dissipated. Did he succeed? Shuiyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot walk, wishing she could rush into the floating continent to see what was happening. Guang and Guizhu looked indifferent. Neither of them spoke. At this time, the result was undoubtedly clear, but they could not infer whether Yang Kai had succeeded or not, so they could only wait anxiously. On the floating continent, where Yang Kai had broken through, the surrounding 100 kilometers had been razed to the ground, and a huge crater had appeared. At the very center of this crater was a black figure. A dark figure sprawled out on the ground. If it wasn't Kai Yang, then who else could it be? A burnt smell filled the air. This time I've gone too far. Yang Kai looked up at the deep sky, the corners of his mouth twitching as he felt pain all over his body. It was as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and his flesh and blood had been reduced to dust. Even the slightest movement affected his nerves, causing him so much pain that he almost cried out. The world energy baptism for breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had never expected to be so violent. Throughout his cultivation journey, every time he broke through a great realm, he had passed through it safely, but this time, he had almost lost his life. Even his 5 elements indestructible sword body was almost shattered by the world energy, and in the end, he had been forced to use his dragon transformation secret technique in order to survive. At this moment, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique had not yet disappeared, and his right arm was now covered in dragon scales. His right hand had also transformed into a dragon claw, but even this dragon claw had been badly damaged and badly mangled. Although it was a bit miserable, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he sensed his current realm. The Origin King realm. After so many years, Yang Kai had finally set foot in the territory of the Origin King realm. Feeling the surging power in his body and feeling the completely different comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai felt that this time's suffering was worth it. Going from the Origin returning realm to the Origin King realm was like stepping into a completely new world. After only a short rest, Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, endured the pain all over his body, grabbed a handful of pills from his space ring, and without even checking what they were, stuffed them into his mouth and began chewing. Unity of mind and soul, Dantian. This was undoubtedly the best time to consolidate his cultivation, and Yang Kai was not willing to miss this opportunity. The dragon scales receded from his right arm, and a faint golden light began to appear. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to repair themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as his physique pulsed, powerful fluctuations of power began to appear. The golden light grew stronger and stronger until eventually, the place where Yang Kai was standing was completely enveloped in golden light, making it impossible to see his figure. The activity of the golden blood in his body was countless times more intense than before. A day later, the golden light dissipated, revealing Yang Kai's strong body. His exposed skin was covered in blood, but Yang Kai only needed to lightly shake it to reduce this blood to a fine powder, revealing new skin underneath. Oh, an enlightenment pill. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly rummaged through his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade bottle and poured out the 3 pills inside. They were none other than the 3 enlightenment pills he had refined before. One of them even had pill veins, while the other 2 had no pill veins, but their quality was still extremely high. You're the one. Yang Kai picked up the enlightenment pill with pill veins and stuffed it into his mouth, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while using it to comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. The aura on his body became purer and more condensed, and a martial Tao concept that seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth spread out. After half a month, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. His eyes were flat, as if he was just an ordinary person, and even the violent fluctuations of Saint Chi he had released after his breakthrough had been completely suppressed. Not bad. Although my realm hasn't been completely consolidated, it's not much different. Yang Kai muttered to himself as he sent out an invisible force with his divine sense, spreading it outwards with him as the center. In an instant, the space within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly became viscous and dignified, and void cracks began to appear in this space, as if some invisible beast was opening its maw. His territory. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, Yang Kai's Shur had finally transformed into a territory. What's more, this territory had been integrated with his space force, making it much stronger than the territory of an ordinary Origin King realm master. In this territory, he was the master. As such, it was very easy for an Origin King realm master to kill an Origin returning realm master. The Shur of an Origin returning realm master could only affect others, but in this territory, an Origin King realm master could do whatever they wanted. With a thought, the territory disappeared and Yang Kai looked around before flying high up into the sky, silently calling out to his blood beasts and the stone mongoose, Lu Yen. A moment later, all the blood beasts flew back and transformed into golden blood threads before returning to his body, as did the stone mongoose. Only Lu Yen, after observing Yang Kai for a moment, said, "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Origin King realm." "Haha, I was lucky." Yang Kai chuckled lightly, thought for a moment, and said, "You can rest assured, I will help you improve your strength as well." Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and she respectfully said, "Many thanks, Master." As an artifact spirit, although she had already refined the original body crafting furnace to her heart's desire, it was absolutely not a simple matter to increase her strength. Unless there was something like the heaven-scorching lightning fire for her to devour, it would be very difficult for her to improve. However, with Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Yen was completely relieved. Because Yang Kai had the sun's true essence. As long as she could devour some of the sun's true fire, her strength would not remain stagnant. "Good, you go back to the sealed world bead first. I've already placed the sun's true essence there. Swallow as much as you can, don't be greedy." "Yes." Lu Yen was overjoyed, and her figure flickered before disappearing. The next moment, she appeared in the sealed world bead and quickly found where the sun's true essence was. Immediately transforming into her firebird form, she flew towards the sun's true essence. After dealing with this, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, frowning slightly before his figure flickered, and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. Lu Guichen was still sitting there, but his face was pale and dispirited. After noticing Yang Kai's arrival, he glanced up at him and smiled bitterly. "Overestimating yourself." Yang Kai shook his head. He naturally knew why Lu Guichen had become like this. Although he had been constantly breaking through, that did not mean he was ignorant of the outside world. On the contrary, Lu Guichen's collapse from the world energy baptism was something he had seen clearly from beginning to end. A cultivator, whether it was a physical injury or a spiritual energy injury, no matter how serious, had a way to recover, but if a cultivator's martial heart and will collapsed, even the great emperors would be powerless to do anything about it. Because this was his own fault, only by strengthening his own beliefs could he possibly recover. Yang Kai was not familiar with Lu Guichen, and there was even a gap between them. Not killing Lu Guichen was already being fair, so how could he have the leisure to comfort him at this moment? So, after just glancing at him, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him. The next moment, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and extended it towards the interior of the floating continent. He wanted to see how his embodiment was progressing in refining the star's source. Chapter 1809. Yang Kai was looking forward to his embodiment refining the star source, because if he really succeeded, he would become the first master of 2 stars in the history of star territory. A trivial title was one thing, but the key was the various benefits of becoming a star master. After breaking through to the Origin King realm just now, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his connection with Shadowed Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, had become much closer. What's more, with the improvement of his cultivation, Shadowed Star must have also received significant nourishment. There was no doubt about this, but as for the specific situation, Yang Kai would have to return to Shadowed Star to investigate. Yang Kai released his divine sense and silently perceived the state of his embodiment. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically, and he quickly flew up into the sky to look down at the floating continent. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Yang Kai stared down at the floating continent below in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Things had progressed beyond his expectations and imagination. He never expected that such a thing would happen while his embodiment was refining the star source of the stars. It was not that his embodiment's refinement was not going smoothly. On the contrary, Yang Kai could sense that his embodiment was progressing extremely smoothly. At some point, his embodiment had completely refined the star source into its body and become the star master of the floating continent. The embodiment's aura had also soared. However, this was not the key, though. The key was that his embodiment had actually merged with the entire floating continent. In his perception, the entire floating continent below had become his embodiment. Looking into the distance, at one end of the floating continent, Yang Kai could see a vague blurry head. Vaguely, a huge blurry head could be seen. Although it wasn't fully formed, it was already in its embryonic form. On both sides of the floating continent, there seemed to be signs of arms being born. At the other end, there were traces of 2 legs. The current floating continent was like a giant that lay dormant in the void. Gudong. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms at this moment, he could not help gulping as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What's going on? Yang Kai only felt that his mind was in chaos. Nothing he knew or saw could explain this strange scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation of his avatar. His avatar was still underground, and it didn't appear to have changed much, but it had indeed fused together with the entire floating continent. Furthermore, under the interference of the Dharmakeya's will, this continent was actually changing its shape according to its own form. The divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan. It wants to devour and refine the entire floating continent? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the information in his mind. What kind of shocking feat was this? Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still had a circumference of 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers. If the Dharmakeya could really use the stone mongoose's innate divine technique to refine it, it would become a towering stone giant. Such a huge stone giant gave off a strong sense of oppression, and even an Origin King realm master would likely have no choice but to flee in the face of such a force. Just think about it, if a fist bigger than a mountain smashed down, who could possibly survive? No way. Yang Kai still felt like he was in a dream, both surprised and overjoyed. He was surprised because the Dharmakeya's actions had exceeded his expectations, but he was overjoyed because if it succeeded, he would have another great helper, one that would be even more powerful than Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen. The Dharmakeyas will represented his own, and although it was only a soul clone controlling it, since it had made such a move, it meant that everything was still under his control. Circulating his secret art, Yang Kai calmed himself down. He also wanted to see if the Dharmakeya's actions could succeed, or if it was just a pipe dream. Hong long long. A loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the floating continent as the earth shook violently. As the ground shook, a rhythmic thumping sound rang out from inside the floating continent, like a beating heart. With each beat, large chunks of land would be shaken into dust and dissipate into the void. Countless crisscrossing gullies appeared on the ground all of a sudden. It was as if doomsday was coming, and the entire floating continent seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he silently observed for a moment. Soon, he relaxed as he knew that this was the process of refining the floating continent, and the shattered land was nothing more than useless impurities. Anything that was even slightly useful had been preserved and swallowed and refined by the Dharmakaya. Refining an entire continent, even if it was only 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in size, was originally impossible, but the Dharmakaya was the stone mongoose, which had the divine technique to swallow and refine impurities. Now that it was the star master of the floating continent, it was the master of this place. With all kinds of convenient and preferential conditions, it was able to carry out such a magnificent feat. I'm looking forward to it. Yang Kai found that his Dharmakaya had given him a huge surprise and could not help feeling a little excited. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk the extremely rhythmic sound continued to ring out as the continent began to split faster and faster. The entire continent began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge head and limbs that Yang Kai had seen before also slowly became clear. At this rate, it would only take 1 or 2 days for the Dharmakaya to be completely refined. Yang Kai stood above the void and quietly observed for several days. After confirming that everything was under the Dharmakaya's control, he was completely relieved. With nothing else to do, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and directly entered the sealed world bead. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon felt Lu Yan's aura. At this moment, she was in retreat somewhere, and the place she was in was exuding an extremely terrifying, scorching aura. It seemed that she had swallowed a wisp of sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. Even with her current strength, refining a wisp of sun's true fire was not easy, but once she succeeded, her strength would increase. Yang Kai did not call out to her and instead took out the immortal tree from his space ring. This 3-meter-tall sapling had a few green leaves, but on one of these leaves was a drop of milky white dew-like liquid. Immortal source liquid. It was a sacred healing medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones and bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and carefully collected this drop of immortal source liquid. Immortal source liquid was originally born on the immortal tree, so as long as it was born, it could be collected, so Yang Kai's actions had no effect on the immortal tree. According to the legends, the entire body of the immortal tree was a treasure. Regardless of whether it was the green leaves or the roots, they all contained an extremely surging vitality energy. If one could refine the entire immortal tree, one could even achieve an immortal and indestructible body. To live as long as the heavens and return as the earth. To exist eternally and eternally. To be undying and indestructible. The lifespan of a third-order origin king was only a few thousand years, and if they took good care of themselves, they could live up to 10,000 years. However, the immortal tree could make a cultivator immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai's breathing could not help becoming rapid. Staring at the immortal tree for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly scratched his head. He had no idea how to refine the immortal tree. This was a legendary supreme treasure, even more precious than his own 7-colored soul-warming lotus. How was he supposed to refine it? The treasure was right in front of him, but Yang Kai could only look at it, making him feel depressed. Tilting his head and thinking about it, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to collect the immortal tree. After all, he had done this when he collected the soul-warming lotus. Since it was also a supreme treasure, there was always a possibility of trying. But no matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense, the immortal tree did not respond. He then tried urging his Saint Chi to refine it. A few days later, Yang Kai was dejected. During this time, he had tried everything he could think of, almost swallowing the immortal tree whole, but he was still unable to refine it. Swallowing it whole was also not appropriate. Only the heavens knew what kind of incredible changes would occur after eating this kind of thing. Forget it, I'll go back and ask Yang Inflammation. Her divine technique is quite profound, so she should know something about it. Yang Kai could only give up for now. After exploring the sealed world bead for a while, Yang Kai chose a spot and replanted the immortal tree. This supreme treasure was full of vitality, so there was no need to worry that it would not survive after being planted. Even if it was placed on a dead star, it would still be safe and sound. The immortal tree settled down in the small sealed world, and an unimaginable vitality spread out from it. In just a short time, Yang Kai felt that the small sealed world was even more vibrant than before. The trees seemed to have received great nourishment and were growing rapidly. Even this part of the world seemed to have been mended, becoming more complete and perfect. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's brow rose, and he quickly took out the precious treasures he had harvested in the severed world and carefully replanted them around the immortal tree. What made Yang Kai overjoyed was that these precious treasures actually quickly adapted to the soil, and each of them exuded a joyful aura. It seems I can make a medicine garden around the immortal tree. Yang Kai mused. The reason why the Medicine Valley in the severed world was so rich was entirely because of the immortal tree. With the nourishment of the vitality exuded by the immortal tree, these precious treasures could grow rapidly. Now that the immortal tree had settled in the small sealed world, as long as it was operated properly, another Medicine Valley could be formed here. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out the herbs Lu Guichen had given him, found a few Origin King grade herbs that seemed to be on the verge of death, and planted them. A few days later, these few stalks of medicinal herbs actually came back to life. One had to know that these herbs were all collected by Lu Guichen a long time ago and had lost most of their medicinal efficacies, so it was basically impossible for them to grow again. But the immortal tree had such a heaven-defying function. Haha! Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he had not been able to refine the immortal tree and achieve an immortal and indestructible body, this accidental discovery was still a big gain for him. Immediately, Yang Kai began busying himself in the small sealed world. Chapter 1810. More than a month later, Yang Kai looked at the large piece of land in front of him with a joyful expression. Centered around the immortal tree, he had already planted many spirit grasses and medicines. Regardless of what condition these spirit grasses and medicines were in before, under the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, they had all survived. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, a medicine garden had been formed. It seems that if I collect anything in the future, I can plant them here and take them when I need them. And this way, I can preserve the integrity of the medicinal efficacies to the greatest extent. Yang Kai was very happy. Next, Yang Kai scattered countless saint crystals and crushed them into powder with his fist, allowing the energy contained in these saint crystals to fill this space. Although the immortal tree's vitality was abundant enough to nourish this mysterious small world, the spirit grasses and medicines planted here required world energy to grow. In the future, saint crystals would not be a small expense. After doing all this, Yang Kai took some time to investigate the situation of the floating continent. During this time, Yang Kai had been inspecting it from time to time and found that the refinement process of his embodiment was extremely smooth. Now, the entire floating continent had shrunk by more than half, and the stone giant that stood in the void had revealed its towering body, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. However, the further it progressed, the more difficult it became to refine it. Yang Kai did not know how the embodiment would eventually refine the floating continent. Yang Kai did not worry too much about this, though, and instead sat cross-legged in the middle of the medicine garden, sniffing the medicinal fragrances coming from all directions before taking out a round, rolling object from his space ring. The shocking void beast's monster core. The reason why he agreed to go to the severed world with Luo Lan was because he wanted to obtain the shocking void beast's monster core. Shocking void beasts were ancient exotic beasts. They were naturally proficient in the Tao of space and were of unimaginable help to a cultivator like Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space. In the severed world, Yang Kai had refined the void vortex, greatly increasing his mastery of space force. If he could obtain the mysteries contained in the shocking void beast's monster core, he would definitely be able to advance further. Taking out the purple origin furnace, Yang Kai summoned his conflagrated knowledge C. He wanted to refine the shocking void beast's monster core into a spirit pill. This way, he could maximize the amount of energy he absorbed from the monster core. Fortunately, there was an ancient pill recipe recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, which was refined using the shocking void beast's inner core as the main ingredient. Moreover, he didn't lack other supplementary materials. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. Outside the floating continent, Guizu's brow furrowed tightly, his expression not very good as he muttered to himself. Ever since he had sensed Yang Kai's advancement, he had never felt anything like it. More than 3 months had passed. But until now, Yang Kai did not appear either. Could it be that he really failed to advance and died under the baptism of the heaven and earth energy? That would be the envy of the heavens. At this moment, Guizhou stood alone in the void. His heart was restless. After all, he had just promised Yang Kai to join High Heaven Sect and was preparing to use the abilities of High Heaven Sect's Origin King Grade Alchemy Grandmaster to improve his strength. If Yang Kai died, where would he go to find High Heaven Sect? He didn't even know where High Heaven Sect was. Enai Guang and Shuiyu had already left 2 months ago. Enai Guang had many things to do, so it was impossible for him to wait here forever. After waiting for so many days without any results, he could only return to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Shuiyu wanted to stay, but how could Enai Guang feel assured leaving her here alone? Even with Guizhou's help, it was impossible. In the end, despite Shuiyu's strong objections, Guizhou took her away. Dead or alive, come out and tell me. Guizhou jumped up and down anxiously, wishing he could rush into the floating continent again to see what was going on. On the other side, Zilong and the others were very patient and had been waiting. But at this moment, their expressions were also very ugly. They felt that Yang Kai must have fallen, otherwise, how could he have been hiding all this time? Whether Yang Kai died or not, they didn't care, but the immortal tree was on him. That bastard. Zidong cursed bitterly. Brother Z, Brother Su, this Kong will take his leave first. Kong Fa thought for a while before saying to Su Wei and Zilong. He really didn't have the patience to continue wasting time here. Su Wei glanced at Kong Fa with dim eyes and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed. After having his source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle, Su Wei had almost died. Even after a few months, he had not been able to recover, and at this moment, he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Su Wei ignored him, so how could Zilong pay attention to him? He just snorted lightly. Kong Fa didn't want to embarrass himself, so he just smiled awkwardly and summoned his star shuttle to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the originally tranquil star field, an unusual fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. Kong Fa's body suddenly froze in place as he stared towards the source of this fluctuation in amazement, his brow furrowed. The next moment, the fluctuations of power grew stronger and stronger, and in less than 3 breaths, a vortex appeared. See, chaotic vortex? Kong Fa was shocked, and the faces of everyone else also changed greatly. Even Guizhou and Zilong hurriedly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to escape at any time. A figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. Zidong shouted as he stared carefully at the figure, immediately shouting excitedly, he's out, that bastard is out. Who else could the figure who emerged from the vortex be but Yang Kai? In an instant, everyone's eyes became fiery hot, enough to pierce through space. Little brat, you really didn't die. Guizhou laughed, the black qi around his body fluctuating, revealing the excitement in his heart. Since you've come out, come with this old master. As soon as Zilong saw Yang Kai's face, he immediately took action. His body glowed with a purple brilliance as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and grabbed him with one hand, saying, a precious treasure like the immortal tree isn't something a little tramp like you can possess. Daring to touch my sect master. Have you asked this old master's permission? Guizhou coldly snorted, his figure transforming into a black qi that instantly blocked in front of Yang Kai. The 10,000 soul banners, 10,000 ghosts roared. A pure and evil aura emerged and rushed straight into Zilong's mind. Petty tricks. Zilong remained motionless as the purple light around his body became more and more dazzling. Guizhou's black qi was forced to retreat again and again. Jejia, looking down on this old master? You think too highly of yourself, Guizhou snorted lightly, his 10,000 soul banner transforming into a black curtain that wrapped around Zilong. What? Zilong was shocked. He had never fought with Guizhou before, and although he knew the other party was a second-order origin king, not much weaker than himself, Zilong only realized this after they fought. This old man was even more difficult to deal with than Enai Guang. Young boy, hurry up and run. Guizhou's voice came from the black curtain. This old master will block for you for a while. Run as far as you can. Everyone is quite patient. After Yang Kai walked out of the vortex, he looked around. Soon, he understood the situation in front of him. However, he stood there with a calm expression on his face. He had no intention of running away immediately. Wanna run? Zidong's face flashed fiercely as he waved his hand. Su Wei, capture him for me. Although Sue looked like he had been tortured beyond recognition, he was still an Origin King. But in any case, he was still an Origin King, and a thin camel was still bigger than a horse, so Zedong naturally had to make him work harder. Sue did not dare to disobey and rushed towards Yang Kai with a cold face, roaring ferociously, "It's all because of you, bastard. If it weren't for you, how could this old master have fallen into such a state?" The reason he was subdued by Zedong was mostly because Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack on him in the Severed World, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily subdued by Zilong? Which Origin King Realm Master was not extremely arrogant? How could one be willing to be a slave and be ordered around by another? Especially when the one ordering him around was an Origin returning realm brat. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but later, while chasing Yang Kai, Sue had a large amount of his source strength extracted by the Shattering Void Shuttle, causing him to age rapidly. All of this was because of Yang Kai. Sue did not dare to vent his anger on Zilong and Zedong, so he could only transfer his resentment to Yang Kai. As such, after hearing Zedong's order, Sue immediately rushed up and did not hesitate to use all his strength in his current state. The void trembled as the full-powered blow of an Origin King Realm Master was no trivial matter, capable of piercing through space itself. Sue wanted to take Yang Kai's life. In any case, Zilong and Zedong only cared about the immortal tree. It didn't matter whether Yang Kai died or not. As long as they killed him, they could obtain the immortal tree from his space ring. With a dazzling flash of light, Sue's entire body seemed to transform into a small sun as he crashed down above Yang Kai's head. Zedong could not help narrowing his eyes as a trace of dread appeared on his face. During this time, his attitude towards Sue could be said to be extremely bad, but Sue did not dare to complain because his brand was under his control, causing Zedong to think that the so-called Origin King realm was nothing more than this. But after seeing Sue's full-powered blow, Zedong realized that there was a problem with his mentality. Such a blow could kill a dozen of him in an instant. That bastard is dead for sure, Zedong thought to himself, secretly pleased. After getting rid of his biggest competitor in the future, only Shuiyu and Gu Jianxian could compare to him. In the future, if he could suppress Shuiyu and Gu Jianxian, he would become the king of the younger generation in Star Territory. As he thought about this, Zedong's lips curled into a cold smile. Secret technique, exile. A faint voice suddenly spat out from Yang Kai's mouth. Facing Sue's earth-shattering blow, his expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even try to dodge, instead raising his hand and sending it towards Sue. This hand exuded a mysterious fluctuation of power that grew larger and larger in Sue's eyes, as if it had transformed into a world that obscured the light in his eyes, leaving him with only darkness and chaos. "What?" Sue exclaimed in horror. The dazzling light was instantly annihilated, and Sue stood not far in front of Yang Kai in a daze, staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had no idea what had just happened. His all-out attack had clearly been launched, but Yang Kai remained unscathed, not even a hair on his head messed up. It was as if his blow had struck a completely different space. Chapter 1811. Thinking of this, Sue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. His intuition told him that Yang Kai was definitely not simple. It could be seen from his performance in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World. If he was a simple cultivator, how could he have resisted Zilong's blow? At this moment, he had easily resolved his full-powered attack. This little brat. Sue swept Yang Kai with his divine sense and surprise, and his complexion changed drastically as he cried out in shock. You really broke through to the Origin King realm." "What?" Zedong's face suddenly went pale as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to pierce through his body and kill him with his gaze. "Origin King realm. This bastard has actually reached the Origin King realm. He broke through to the Origin King realm one step earlier than me. Earlier than Shuiyu, earlier than Gu Jianxian. In the Star Territory, the three young talents had been left behind by him. It was laughable that Zedong had always fantasized about one day suppressing Shuiyu and Gu Jianxian and becoming the leader of the younger generation. This bastard in front of him had silently achieved the goal he had worked so hard to achieve for so many years. Unforgivable. In this world, no one but me can do this. Zidong suppressed the anger in his chest and roared with a ferocious expression. Su Wei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Hearing Zidong's shout, Su Wei finally reacted and said with a solemn expression, Boy, you are the most talented and terrifying young man I have ever seen. If possible, this old master would like to make friends with you. But since young master has given the order, you must die today. You talk too much nonsense. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and spat disdainfully. Su Wei coldly snorted. You just broke through to the Origin King realm. You should consolidate your cultivation properly. Running out so impatiently is simply courting death. This old master will show you what a real Origin King is. As soon as these words fell, Su Wei suddenly opened his territory. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was covered in it. Su Wei smiled triumphantly and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Saying lightly, he declared, In this territory, this old master can dominate everything, including your life. Are you the only one with a territory? Yang Kai snorted and stretched out his hand. I have one too. An invisible force spread out from his fingertips, and the surrounding space emitted a fine cracking sound, as if something had broken. Along with this voice, Su Wei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his old face suddenly became much older. His complexion paled as he exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? Your domain. How could it be so solid? How could it suppress the domain that this old man had been immersed in for so many years? You've only just broken through. This isn't real. Su Wei was in his eyes, and his heart yang was in the origin. If time represents strength, then there would be no difference between a genius and a mediocre person in this world. Old man, accept your fate. Yang Kai waved his hand and spread out his territory domain, directly blasting Su Wei's territory into pieces and wrapping him in his own territory domain. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of crescent-shaped space blades towards Su Wei. These space blades were improved upon by Yang Kai after his comprehension of the Tao of space had improved. Although they looked exactly the same, both the power and concept contained within them were completely different. More than a dozen moon blades blocked Su Wei's escape route and rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Su Wei was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence in order to push his Saint Chi to escape. Yang Kai just smiled coldly at him before his figure flickered and the power of his territory domain suddenly increased. Su Wei felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he was barely able to move his body. Just as he was about to avoid the moon blades, Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Secret technique, Shocking Void Roar. This was the divine technique Yang Kai had comprehended after refining the Shocking Void Beast's monster core. Although this divine technique couldn't exert its full power in Yang Kai's hands, it was still quite effective in interfering with Su Wei. Sure enough, an explosive sound rang in Su Wei's ears. This sound contained the power of space force, making it impossible for Su Wei to determine its exact location. While he was hesitating, the moon blades had already arrived in front of him. No! Su Wei shouted. His cry came to an abrupt end as a dozen moon blades pierced through Su Wei's body. Su Wei's whole body was torn apart, and from his wounds, one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs still squirming. Watching all this quietly, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered to himself, Not bad. Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his comprehension. So when he fought with Su Wei, he had gone all out, using all the secret techniques he had comprehended over the past few months. Whether it was Exile, Moon Blades, or Shocking Void Roar, they were all secret techniques he had only recently comprehended. Under these 3 moves, a veteran Origin King like Su Wei had been killed. Space Force secret techniques were extremely difficult to defend against. Not far away, Zidong was dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Wei would be killed by Yang Kai in just a few breaths of time. Wasn't he just an Origin King? How could he die so easily? Even if Yang Kai had also broken through to the Origin King realm, Su Wei shouldn't have been so weak. Had something gone wrong? Right, Su Wei must have had too much source strength extracted by the Shattering Void shuttle some time ago. So he no longer had the strength of an Origin King, allowing Yang Kai to easily defeat him. Considering all this, Zidong's heart relaxed and his complexion improved greatly. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai wasn't too strong, Zidong would be happy. Wanna run? Now that you've entered my territory, do you think you can escape without my permission? Yang Kai suddenly cast his gaze towards a certain spot in the void and coldly snorted, sending out a burst of pure spiritual energy. In an empty spot, a figure flickered slightly and suddenly appeared, a look of dread on his face as he stared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. Kong Fa. When Su Wei attacked Yang Kai, he had stealthily concealed himself and approached, preparing to find an opportunity to snatch away Yang Kai's space ring. Although Kong Fa was also an origin king, he was still somewhat lacking in front of Gui Zhu and Zilong. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the immortal tree, he would have to use a special method, and Su Wei dealing with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a good opportunity. How could Kong Fa have known that Su Wei, who he had known for many years and had colluded with several times, would be killed so easily? When he saw Su Wei die, Kong Fa was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to have any ideas, and quickly retreated. However, within his territory, Yang Kai had already noticed his existence, so how could he allow Kong Fa to do as he pleased? After being forced to reveal himself by Yang Kai's divine sense attack, Kong Fa's face became even more shocked, because he could feel that the tyrannical divine sense attack just now was not something a cultivator who had just broken through to the origin king realm could possess. It was comparable to a second-order or even third-order origin king. The corners of Kong Fa's eyes twitched. Being in Yang Kai's territory made him feel extremely uneasy. After a long silence, he said bitterly, "Little friend, this old master has no malice towards you. How about letting this old master leave? This old master promises he will not intervene in this matter again." "No malice towards me?" Yang Kai sneered. "Then why did you sneak up on me? What else can I do?" "Brat, you're asking the obvious." Kong Fa cursed in his heart, but he did not know how to answer, so he could only smile and say, "This old master was thinking too much just now. But after seeing little friend's heaven-defying methods, this old master understands that this is not a place he can stay for long. I hope, little friend, since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai interrupted him directly before he could finish speaking, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since you dared to have ideas about me, you should pay the price." Kong Fa frowned as a faint anger appeared on his face. This old master just wants to be safe. Can little friend not even satisfy this little request? Don't try to take advantage of your seniority. Yang Kai's face flashed fiercely. "Today you will die. Arrogant junior." Kong Fa was furious. He had been compromising for so long, but now Yang Kai did not give him any face at all. Yang Kai was looking down on him too much. Although the method Yang Kai used to kill Su Wei just now had shocked Kong Fa, he could also see that Su Wei was not in his peak state at all, which was why he had been so easily killed by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Kong Fa was unscathed and was a genuine first-order origin king. This little brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had just broken through, yet he wanted to take his life. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you can decide for yourself when you reach the underworld," Yang Kai sneered, and with a thought, increased the power of his territory field again. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk in the void, countless fine void cracks suddenly appeared and swam about like fish. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura also erupted. "The peak of the first-order realm? That's impossible." Kong Fa screamed, almost biting his own tongue. Yang Kai had not released his aura before, so Kong Fa had not been able to clearly discern Yang Kai's strength. But now, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was this little brat just breaking through to the origin king realm? He was clearly at the peak of the first-order realm. After breaking through to the origin king realm, it was impossible to cultivate to the peak of a minor realm without at least a few dozen years, and this was the speed of geniuses. Below that level, it was common for them to spend hundreds of years. For example, when Kong Fa and Su Wei broke through to the origin king realm, they entered secluded retreat for 100 years before stabilizing their realms. After that, it took them another 300 years to reach the peak of the first-order realm. This little brat had only disappeared for a few months, yet he had already reached the same level as Kong Fa. Kong Fa suddenly felt like he had lived so many years in vain. Chapter 1812. Zidong's eyes were completely sluggish. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was in high spirits, using one killing move after another, and Kong Fa, who was dodging in distress, unable to accept the reality of the situation. In a head-on battle, Yang Kai was actually suppressing Kong Fa. In less than 30 breaths of time, Kong Fa had been beaten to the point where he could only parry without being able to fight back. Zidong could see that Kong Fa's movements were sluggish and his Saint Qi was not circulating smoothly. Obviously, this was because he was being suppressed by Yang Kai's territory. So although both of them were peak first-order origin kings, in Yang Kai's territory, Kong Fa was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Considering all this, Zidong's heart clenched as he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Su Wei was already dead, and if Kong Fa died as well, Yang Kai's next target would be him. Two origin kings were not Yang Kai's opponent, so how could he, an origin-returning realm master, resist? As for his father, he was being entangled by that ghostly guy at the moment and seemed to have trouble dealing with him. What should I do? What should I do? Zidong's face was blank as he had no idea how to deal with this tricky situation in front of him. At that moment, from the vortex where Yang Kai had appeared, another figure walked out. As soon as this person appeared, he cried out, "Young man, wait for me, I can't find my way." Huh? I came out. Ha 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 ha, I, Lu Guichen, am finally free. I don't have to stay in that damned place anymore. This person seemed to have not yet figured out the situation in front of him, and as soon as he appeared from the vortex, he laughed wildly, as if there was no one around. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Zidong stared at Lu Guichen, who had suddenly appeared in amazement, vaguely feeling that he was familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Whatever, I'll capture him first. Since he's with that bastard, he must be one of his people. Zidong thought to himself. His figure flickered as he arrived in front of Lu Guichen, grabbed him by the neck, and said coldly, "Don't move. I want your life." Lu Guichen was taken aback and broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to act rashly? He nodded repeatedly. "I won't move, I won't move. Friend, if you have something to say, please don't get agitated." Saying so, Lu Guichen glanced over at Zidong. At this moment, Lu Guichen's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as he called out, "Young master? Are you the young master?" "Oh. You called me young master?" Zidong was stunned. "Who are you?" "Young master." Lu Guichen knelt down midair and hugged Zidong's thigh with both hands. As if he had seen a close relative, tears and snot flowed from his eyes. "Young master, this subordinate is Lu Guichen, Purple Sand Star's Lu Guichen from several dozen years ago. This subordinate was fortunate enough to meet young Lord once, and even received some pointers from young Lord." "Young Lord, have you forgotten?" "Lu Guichen?" Zidong frowned, feeling that this name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, seeing the other party's joyful expression, he didn't doubt him. After a moment of contemplation, Zidong suddenly realized, "You're from the Lu family, a descendant of Lu Li?" Yes, this subordinate is." Lu Guichen saw that the other party finally remembered him and was overjoyed. This subordinate thought he would never see anyone from Purple Star again in this life. "Unexpectedly, I was able to see young master's face as soon as I escaped. This subordinate is truly fortunate." "So it was you." Zidong confirmed that the other party was really someone from his Purple Star, his expression relaxing slightly as he nodded. "Stand up and speak. Didn't you die several dozen years ago? How did you come out from that place?" "Woo-woo." Lu Guichen, despite his age, began to cry. It's a long story. Make it short." Zidong was anxious about how to deal with the current situation. So how could he be in the mood to listen to his long-winded ramblings? "It's like this." Lu Guichen hurriedly picked out the important parts and explained. "So that's how it is." After listening, Zidong nodded. "You've worked hard these past few decades." It wasn't hard at all. Being able to see young master again is all worth it." Lu Guichen squeezed out a smile, speaking as if he had finally made some kind of great contribution after suffering for several dozen years. Zidong was so angry that he didn't have time to pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just a second-order Saint King and wouldn't be of much help. "By the way, young master, the origin energy of that continent has been refined by a young man. If we can capture him..." "What?" Zidong's face changed. "That guy refined the source of that continent?" Although this subordinate did not see it with his own eyes, there should be no mistake. "And it's that young man." Lu Guichen swept his eyes around and saw Yang Kai, who was fighting Kong Fa, pointing his finger in his direction. As soon as these words fell, his mouth suddenly opened wide, because he saw Kong Fa struggling to resist Yang Kai's attacks. his entire body covered in blood. Several dozen golden blood threads were flying around Yang Kai, and these golden blood threads were like living creatures, rapidly shuttling through the void and causing damage to Kong Fa from time to time. "Little friend, stop. This old master admits defeat. Please spare my life." Kong Fa's face was ashen as he desperately tried to resist the attacks of the golden blood threads while shouting loudly. If admitting defeat is useful, what's the point of cultivating? Yang Kai remained unmoved and waved his hand forward. Moon blade. Asterisk chi. Asterisk, a 10-feet-long moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed vertically towards Kong Fa. Kong Fa's face changed drastically as he formed a series of seals with his hands. A dazzling brilliance emerged from his body as an ancient bell-like artifact flew out and transformed into a bell-shaped light curtain that enveloped him. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, the bell rang loudly, and the sound waves transformed into an invisible force that bombarded Kong Fa's knowledge sea. The crescent blade cut into the light screen, but it was unable to completely break through it. It was only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before it was stopped. Seeing this scene, Kong Fa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had obtained this resounding Emperor Bell in his early years and was an origin-grade defensive artifact. It was extremely sturdy and could not be broken by an ordinary cultivator. With the protection of this resounding Emperor Bell, Kong Fa was able to contend with an ordinary second-order origin king. Seeing Yang Kai's attack fail, Kong Fa felt a little more confident and snorted, "Little friend, do you really want to kill me? You and I meeting is fate. Don't be so ruthless." "Shut up." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hands again and again. "You think you're safe just because you have a turtle shell? Watch how I break your tortoise shell." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, more than a dozen huge moon blades flew towards Kong Fa one after another, causing Kong Fa's face to change drastically as his eyes filled with horror. Pushing his Saint Chi, he poured all of his strength into the resounding Emperor Bell. The sound of the bell grew louder and louder as the bell-shaped light curtain suddenly became much brighter. Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk, the moon blades slammed into the resounding Emperor Bell's light curtain, causing it to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk, finally, a sound that sounded like a death knell entered Kong Fa's ears. He shuddered and stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that a crack had appeared on the protective light screen of his Imperial Bell. This crack spread out at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, the light curtain was riddled with holes. With a loud bang, the resounding Emperor Bell's defense finally broke. "Little friend, please spare me." Kong Fa's face went pale as he cried out, "Die!" Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he condensed his several dozen golden blood threads together, transforming them into a golden sword that followed closely behind the moon blade, flickering slightly before disappearing. In the next moment, Kong Fa's body stiffened in place. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to see a bloody hole. Through that hole, he could see his shattered heart. His vitality rapidly faded as everything in front of him turned dark. This old master actually, before Kong Fa could finish speaking, he completely lost all signs of life. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected the resounding Emperor Bell, throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. At the same time, he also took away Kong Fa's space ring. "You're next." Yang Kai turned around and stared coldly at the shocked Zidong before waving his hand lightly and sending out a burst of energy towards Zidong. Zidong was horrified. Although Yang Kai's blow seemed casual, he knew that it was not something he could easily resist. After all, this was the blow of an Origin King Realm Master. In a moment of desperation, Zidong didn't even hesitate to grab Lu Guichen's neck and throw him forward. "Young master, you?" Lu Guichen was still immersed in the joy of seeing Zidong again and never expected such a thing to happen. By the time he reacted, he was already halfway to his destination. A strong wind hit him, and before Lu Guichen could make a sound, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. "Boy, you're quite ruthless." Yang Kai looked at Zidong sarcastically with a mocking look on his face. He was also quite surprised that Zidong would do such a thing to resolve his attack. This Purple Star's young master was already rotten to the core. He didn't kill Lu Guichen on the floating continent, nor did he prevent him from leaving the floating continent through the space corridor with him, mainly because Lu Guichen had provided him with some useful information before. Yang Kai didn't deliberately help him, nor did he deliberately target him. Lu Guichen's life and death depended on his own fortune. It was laughable that after this guy escaped from the floating continent, he was schemed against by his own young master. Yang Kai estimated that he would die with grievance in the Yellow Springs underworld. But you still have to die. Yang Kai chuckled. What do you want to do? Zidong's face turned pale as he shouted fiercely, Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you broke through to the Origin King realm. I am Purple Star's young master. You can't kill me. Purple Star's young master? Did your master tell you that Purple Star's young master can't be killed? Idiot, I really don't know how you managed to survive until now. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Do you really want to kill me? Zidong was shocked as he confirmed that Yang Kai wasn't just trying to scare him. Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me? My Purple Star will never let this go. When the time comes, even if you flee to the ends of the world, you won't be able to live in peace. Chapter 1813. I'm so scared. Yang Kai made an extremely exaggerated expression as he covered his chest with his hand, looking like he was really afraid. In the next moment, his face became frigid as he coldly declared, But that has nothing to do with you. If your Purple Star dares to hunt me down, I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill two if two come. I don't know how many Origin Kings your Purple Star has for me to kill. Saying so, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zidong shuddered. Being stared at by Yang Kai, his entire body felt cold. He could tell that the other party was not trying to intimidate him, nor was he joking, so he anxiously called out, Father, save me. He did not have the courage to fight Yang Kai and directly asked Zilong for help. Young talents like him, Shuiyu, and Gu Jianxian should all have extremely tough martial Dao wills. They were bound to become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and the more setbacks they faced, the more courageous they became. For example, Gu Jianxian had been ambushed by Li Minghai that day and fought desperately. If Shuiyu were to encounter such a situation, she would definitely not ask for help and would instead find a way to confront the enemy. So what if one was an Origin King? Which genius did not regard fighting above their own realm as a common occurrence. If one lost the courage to fight after being targeted by a cultivator one minor realm above them, what was the point of cultivating in the future? A cultivator who could only compete with those in the same realm would never be able to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Zidong had completely lost the qualifications to become a future master of Star territory. Since meeting Yang Kai, he had been humiliated and beaten down time and time again. The depths of his heart had long been riddled with holes and a haze of despair. As such, he did not dare to fight against Yang Kai. Even if he could survive this time, whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm in the future was uncertain. Little brat, if you dare touch a hair on my son, this old master will slaughter your entire family and exterminate your 9 generations. Not far away, Zilong's angry roar rang out, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the explosion. How could he not want to save his son? Unfortunately, he was completely enveloped by Guizu's 10,000-soul banner. All around him, he could not escape. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Is that so? Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced in the direction of the voice, sneering softly. Waving his hand, a burst of energy flew out. The next moment, Zidong felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body shivered. Am I dead? Am I dead? Zidong was bewildered as his imagination ran wild. But soon he calmed down. He discovered that he was completely unharmed, but there was a strange feeling on the top of his head. Hair. His elegant long hair had been directly cut off by Kai Yang, leaving a bald patch on top of his head. His appearance was definitely comical to the extreme. Even though he wasn't as handsome as Shuiyu, he was still a rare and handsome man. His long purple hair was his favorite part of his hair. It was the color of his hair. It was the color of his hair that he had inherited from his ancestors. It was his favorite part of his hair. It made him look even more handsome. But now his long purple hair had been cut off and taken away from him. While Zidong felt distressed, he was also extremely frightened. Yang Kai's casual blow had left him no time to react. If he could cut off his hair, he could also cut off his head. Considering all this, Zidong suddenly began sweating profusely, and his face turned as white as paper. I've touched a lot of his hair now. What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai sneered. Inside the 10,000-soul banner, Zilong remained silent, presumably enraged. Guizhou, on the other hand, laughed loudly. This old master has long been dissatisfied with these two's purple hair. Good job, good job. Little brat. Zilong's voice sounded again. If you let my son go, this old master will withdraw and never find trouble with you again. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. All of us have mingled together in this star territory. So in the future, you may need my Purple Star's help. As the sect master of Purple Star, this old master can promise you any condition that is not excessive. As long as my Purple Star can accomplish it, it will definitely satisfy you. That's good, Yang Kai chuckled. Being able to ask Purple Star to do something for me is an honor. It's good you know, good you know. Zidong nodded repeatedly. As long as you don't kill me, anything can be discussed. If I become the sect master of Purple Star in the future, I can even swear brotherhood with you. As he spoke, a look of resentment flashed across his eyes. Although it was fleeting, how could it escape Yang Kai's observation? So you agree? Zilong asked in a deep voice. I agree, what's there to consider? Senior Zilong's eyes reached the heavens, and although my sect's supreme elder can suppress you, I'm afraid he can't kill you. Instead of fighting until both sides suffer, it's better to part ways. You're a reasonable man, Zilong nodded with satisfaction. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. In fact, just as Yang Kai said, although Guizhou could temporarily trap Zilong in the 10,000 soul banner, it was impossible for him to kill him. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so even if Guizhou could kill Zilong, he would likely lose half of his life or even die. Guizhou frowned. Although he was very kind to Yang Kai, that did not mean he was a kind person. On the contrary, Guizhou was a vicious and merciless person. He knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Even if Yang Kai and Zilong really reached some kind of truce agreement, Yang Kai would definitely not obtain any benefits in the future. If Yang Kai really went to Purple Star to ask them to do something in the future, he would likely be immediately captured by the many masters of Purple Star. After all, Zilong and his son had lost a lot of face this time, and this matter was related to the immortal tree, so how could Zilong give up? However, in the current situation, he did not have any good solutions and could only let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Of course I'm reasonable, haha. Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hand and rubbed his forehead, putting on an embarrassed look. Speaking of which, I really do have something I need Senior Zilong to help me with. I hope Senior can agree. Zilong's face could not help sinking as he thought to himself. Is this little brat really trying to use a chicken feather as an arrow? What they said just now was nothing more than empty words. Everyone had some scruples about saving face and would part on good terms. As long as one had a brain, they would not take it seriously, but this little brat was actually hitting the snake with a stick and directly making demands. Although his face was displeased, Zilong still said patiently, "Speak, as long as this Zilong can do it, I will do it for you. After taking Donglai out of here, I will immediately issue a kill order. This old master will make sure you have no road to heaven and no door to earth." Zilong secretly swore to himself. This matter is very simple. Senior Zilong can naturally do it. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression completely harmless. Junior is bold enough to ask Senior to die. *C. Inside the 10,000 soul banner. Guizhou's sharp intake of breath rang out, the howling and wailing coming from inside seeming to stop for a moment, highlighting the extreme turmoil in Guizhou's heart. Zilong also fell silent immediately, but anyone could feel that his anger was rising steadily, as if it could burn the 10,000 soul banner to ashes. Not far away, Zidong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at Yang Kai. Unable to imagine that Yang Kai would make such a request, and even put on such an expression. Does this little brat know what he's saying? Was there something wrong with his brain? Before he could finish thinking, Zidong felt his vision blur as Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab him. Zidong screamed in horror, pushing his purple chi eternal river secret art to its limit as he tried to escape. However, all his efforts were in vain. Before he could react to what was going on, he felt his strength being suppressed and his whole body being lifted up by Yang Kai by the neck. Huh. Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Senior Zilong is a man who doesn't keep his word. Since that's the case, let's settle this once and for all. Junior, if you dare hurt my son, this old master will tear you to pieces. Zilong roared anxiously. Stretching out his other hand, Kai Yang carelessly picked his ear and curled his lips. You've already said similar words to me before, but I don't see you doing anything to me. Old man, do you only know how to be fierce with your mouth? Can't you show some real action? However, I'm very curious, if I really kill him, what will you do? Zilong didn't dare to speak, for fear of touching Yang Kai's nerves and causing his son to be killed. He finally understood that this little brat was a complete madman, and there was no reasoning with a madman. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking came from Zidong's neck as he slapped Yang Kai's arm with both hands, seemingly trying to push him away, but unable to use his Saint Chi. He was simply too weak. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said coldly, I have no grievances with you, father and son, and we have never interfered with each other's business. But you took advantage of your position to bully others. Today, you brought this upon yourselves. In the next life, don't think too highly of yourself. It's too easy to fall. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai tightened his grip. Zidong's head tilted to the side, and his struggling stopped instantly, his vitality severed. Purple Star's young master was dead. Perceiving the movement here, Guizhu almost bit his tongue in shock. Even he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill Zidong. He had been wondering whether Yang Kai was deliberately trying to obtain more benefits from Zilong, or if he had some other plan. But he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill him. This is bad. Guizhu's heart clenched. His own son had been killed, so Zilong was likely going to go completely berserk. Before this thought even came to an end, though, Guizhu's eyes flashed a look of horror as the originally dark 10,000 soul banner suddenly burst with thousands of purple rays of light. These rays of light contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, forcing all the evil spirits to retreat while his own 10,000 soul banner buzzed and trembled violently. Hong. A gap was blasted open in the 10,000 soul banner, and Zilong's figure shot out from it, charging straight towards Yang Kai, a ferocious look on his face as he roared, Boy, I'll make you pay with your blood. Chapter 1814. Zilong's full-powered blow allowed him to break free from the 10,000 soul banner's shroud in an instant. A purple light circulated around his body as he shot towards Yang Kai like a dazzling meteor. Yang boy run. Guizhu was shocked as he put away his 10,000 soul banner and chased after Zilong while shouting to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place, as if he did not notice the approaching danger, remaining unmoved, but his expression had become extremely dignified. Seeing that Zilong was about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly let out a low roar and pushed his strength madly. His 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art circulated around his body as a 5-colored brilliance burst forth. Circulating his monster transformation secret technique, dragon scales instantly appeared on his right arm, and his right hand transformed into a dragon claw. Dantian, he threw a punch forward fiercely. The 5-colored brilliance collided with the purple light, and the surrounding 1,000-kilometer territory shook for a moment. In the next moment, with the point of contact as the center, a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards, unable to stop himself no matter how hard he tried, coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Although Zilong stood firmly in place, his face paled as a look of extreme shock appeared on his face. Immediately, red blood began flowing from the corner of his mouth. In this exchange, he had actually suffered some minor injuries. This little brat. Zilong's heart was filled with shock as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He was a veteran second-order origin king and the sect master of Purple Star, a man who cultivated an astonishing secret art. In the entire Star territory, there were only a handful of people. There were really not many who could fight against him. In front of him, a first-order origin king was nothing. However, Yang Kai, a junior who had just broken through to the origin king realm, was actually able to fight him head-on. Even for people like Su Wei and Kong Fa, if they were hit by this blow, their bones would shatter and their internal organs would shatter. What was the origin of this boy? Who was his master? Why did he have such terrifying potential? Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin king realm and was already able to fight against him. If he broke through to the third-order origin king realm, who in Star territory would be his opponent? Thinking of this, Zilong could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Wails and howls came from behind. Zilong knew that this was Guizhu who had been tailing them. He abruptly turned around and spat out a beam of purple profound light. Tai purple profound chi. This was one of the divine technique that came with the purple cloud-long river art. A strand of Tai purple profound chi needed to be cultivated for 200 years before it could be formed. It was extremely difficult for Zilong. There were only 3 strands. But in order to resist Guizu's killer move, he had no choice but to use it. As soon as the purple light appeared, Guizu's face changed drastically because he felt an extremely terrifying aura from this attack and didn't dare to act carelessly. With a wave of the 10,000 soul banner, he unfurled the ghost banner and hid within it. However, the Tai purple profound chi continued to rush into the 10,000 soul banner like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, countless Een souls were killed on the spot, causing Guizu's heart to twitch in pain. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. While urging the 10,000 soul banner to neutralize the attack of the Tai purple profound chi, he rushed towards Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed by Zilong's attack. Soon, he arrived beside Yang Kai and his figure reappeared, asking worriedly, "Is he dead?" Yang Kai clutched his chest, coughing as he glanced over at Guizu and smiled bitterly. "What do you think? It's good that he's not dead. You really scared this old master." Guizu couldn't help feeling relieved as he stared at Yang Kai, a look of shock gradually filling his face. He found that Yang Kai's injuries weren't too serious, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body were still stable and powerful. Guizu gulped nervously, just like Zilong was shocked. This little brat is really a monster. How did he accomplish this? On top of that, the 5-colored light around his body and the dragon-like transformation of his arms were obviously the result of some kind of incredible secret technique. This was especially true for Guizu's scale-covered dragon arms, from which Guizu felt a pressure that made his heart palpitate uneasily. Dragon pressure. Guizu was taken aback by this thought that emerged in his mind. Restraining his thoughts, Guizu stopped thinking about these random thoughts and instead said, "Boy, do you want to quit while you're ahead? This old master will listen to you. Naturally, I want to cut the weeds and dig up the roots." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared forward coldly. "Good." Guizu narrowed his eyes and nodded heavily. "Since that's the case, this old master will accompany you in your madness." Since this old master left the mountain, he has never fought an origin king. "I never expected that the first one I fought would be such a bastard." Jie. Saying so, a strong fighting intent surged from Guizu's body. On the other side, Zilong, who had repelled Yang Kai with a single blow and then forced Guizu away, did not pursue and instead summoned a round bowl-like artifact and sent it towards the dead Zidong. An extremely soft light exuded from this round bowl as it pulled Zidong's body towards it. Enveloped in this light, Zilong's expression became dignified as he formed a series of profound seals with his hands and sent them into the round bowl. Something seemed to be pulled out of Zidong's body and gathered into the round bowl. Soon, an illusory figure appeared at the center of the round bowl, and this figure was none other than the dead Zidong. At first, this figure was ethereal and invisible, as if it would scatter in the wind, but with Zilong's continuous efforts, this figure became more and more solid, as if Zidong's soul avatar had left his body. The eyes of this figure also gradually became clear. Finally, as Zilong spat out a mouthful of blood, Zidong's figure shuddered and woke up. Turning his head blankly, he quickly understood what had happened. "Father, please avenge your son. Your son was killed by that bastard." Zidong's figure stood in the round bowl and cried loudly, but as a soul avatar, he did not shed a single tear. "Waste!" Zilong's face was livid, but after reprimanding his son, his expression gradually softened as he nodded. "Rest assured, Father will seek justice for you. Just stay in the soul-sustaining bowl. When we return to Purple Star, I will find a way to reconstruct your body." "Yes." Zidong was overjoyed and his figure flickered before disappearing. Zilong then carefully put away the soul-sustaining bowl, turned around, and stared coldly in the direction of Yang Kai. No matter what, this little brat must die. Even if he had to suffer serious injuries, he would kill him here. Such a person, if left alone and allowed to grow, would become a terrifying existence. Brilliant Purple Star River. Zilong suddenly shouted as the purple light around his body quickly receded. Instead, a shocking long sword condensed from purple light appeared in his hand. With this purple sword in hand, Zilong's momentum soared and an aura that caused hundreds of millions of creatures to tremble filled the air. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, no one can save your life today. Will you die if you don't talk big?" My life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yang Kai showed no fear and took a step forward. Zilong did not say a word as his sword flashed, and his entire body was wrapped in sword light. In an instant, he crossed a few kilometers and appeared directly in front of Yang Kai. Exile! Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped the space in front of him, instantly disintegrating and forming a black hole. Zilong's momentum was so fast that he almost rushed into the black hole, scaring him so much that he quickly turned around and dodged. Moonblade. Yang Kai's voice sounded again as a series of crescent-shaped shockwaves flew towards Zidong, as if they were free. Zidong was suddenly forced into a panic and could only jump up and down, not daring to touch these attacks condensed from pure space force. Who knew what the consequences would be if he touched them? Yang Kai laughed loudly. Old dog, you can't even get close to me, yet you want to take my life? Try again in your next life. Guizhu watched from the sidelines, cold sweat dripping down his back as he secretly sighed to himself, each generation producing a new talent to replace the old. He boasted that he was an Origin King Realm Master, and that there were few in the Star Territory who could make him feel fear. But when had he ever seen Yang Kai use such strange means? Putting himself in Zilong's shoes, Guizhu knew that if he were Zilong, the situation would not be any better, as he would be forced back by Yang Kai and unable to get close. Purple Chi from the east. Zilong suddenly roared as his already terrifying aura soared once more. In the next moment, he did not dodge and instead slashed out with his sword towards the countless moon blades. This sword strike could be described as shocking as it contained Zilong's endless anger and martial Tao, causing even Guizhu's eyelids to jump. Without even thinking about it, Guizhu threw out his 10,000 soul banner and transformed it into a black curtain that blocked in front of him and Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the moon blades were cut apart, and even the 10,000 soul banner was unable to resist the light of this sword strike. Zilong's attack arrived directly above Yang Kai's head, as if it would tear him apart in the next moment. Yang Kai grabbed Guizhu, and with a single step, space force circulated around his body, and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zilong Zheng, unsheathing the dragon bone sword. Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, and the green dragon bone sword suddenly transformed into a giant dragon that swooped towards Zilong. Guizhu also took action leisurely, forming a series of seals with his hands as a huge ghost head suddenly appeared. This ghost head had a green face and sharp fangs, exuding a Densine Chi. It was as light as a feather, but its speed was incredibly fast as it chased after the dragon bone sword and bit towards Zilong's back. Zilong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw Yang Kai and Guizhu disappear, he realized what was going to happen next. Zilong took back his sword and swung it backhandedly. This sword strike landed right on the giant dark green dragon and the ghost head. A dragon roar rang out as Zilong's full-powered attack sent the giant dark green dragon flying. The ghost head did not seem to have fared any better, its entire face twisting as it was split in two. Although he had resolved the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu, Zilong's momentum, which had reached its peak, suddenly fell and his face paled slightly. Obviously, resolving such an attack was not an easy task for him. Chapter 1815. While he was down, they would take his life. Yang Kai and Guizhu were both astute, so how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Immediately, both of them used their heaven-defying means to attack Zilong, whose momentum had plummeted. Countless moon blades flew out, and a large number of ghost heads flew out, directly swallowing up the place where Zilong stood. There was a violent collision of energy coming from inside. Yang Kai and Guizhu stared forward without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. After a while, the shocking movement gradually dissipated and Zilong's figure reappeared. At this moment, this purple star sex master looked quite dispirited, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. His appearance was also quite distressed, but there was no danger to his life because at some unknown point, a purple-red battle armor had appeared on his body. This battle armor gave off an extremely strong artifact aura, making it obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. A battle armor that could withstand the combined attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu was at least Origin grade mid-rank. This level of defensive artifact was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. For example, Kong Fei's reverberating Emperor's Bell was only an origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact. Compared to Zilong's battle armor, the difference in value was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although his life was not in danger, many cracks had appeared on his purple-red battle armor, causing a look of distress to flash across Zilong's eyes. This purple-red battle armor was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Purple Star. Every generation of Purple Star sect masters would keep it close to their bodies. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor for tens of thousands of years, it had witnessed the evolution of history and the countless ups and downs of Purple Star. However, at that moment it was damaged. Furthermore, the damage was extremely serious. This battle armor was an artifact left behind from ancient times, and with the means of today's artifact refiners and the materials available, it was impossible to repair it, so how could Zilong not feel distressed? However, after being attacked like this, Zilong's mind became much clearer. Just now, he was furious that his son had been killed, so his blood had rushed to his head, and he had only wanted to kill Yang Kai for revenge. But he had misjudged the situation. As a result, he had also suffered a great loss. Now he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai by himself. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and could easily escape if he couldn't win, Gui Zhu and Yang Kai working together was more than enough to suppress him. If things went wrong, Yang Kai would lose his life here. Therefore, Zilong already had thoughts of retreating. Revenge was a dish best served cold. In any case, he had already taken his son's soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. After returning to Purple Star, all he needed to do was gather the necessary materials. This would allow him to reconstruct his body, and at that time, he could mobilize the entire power of Purple Star to encircle and annihilate Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Zilong took a deep breath and said coldly, "Kid, I hope the next time we meet, you can still be so arrogant. You want to leave?" Gui Zhu's face changed. "In your dreams." As he spoke, the 10,000-soul banner let out a ghostly howl. It transformed into a black curtain that enveloped Zilong. "If this king wants to leave, none of you can stop him." Zilong's expression remained unchanged as he formed a series of hand seals. His entire figure transformed into a purple streak of light that instantly broke through the 10,000-soul banner's shroud and shot off into the depths of Purple Star territory. Yang Kai looked in the direction Zilong was escaping and raised his brow, a gloating smile appearing on his face. "Yang Kai, that guy is running away. Why aren't you chasing after him?" Gui Zhu saw Yang Kai remain motionless and immediately became anxious. "If we let him go, there will be no end to our troubles. If he had fled in another direction, I may have had to expend some effort to chase after him. But for him to run in this direction, he's courting death." Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. "What do you mean?" Gui Zhu was confused, having no idea what Yang Kai was talking about. But in the next moment, his eyes bulged because he saw a scene that made him shudder. Somewhere in Purple Star's territory, a huge palm suddenly appeared without warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The location it appeared from was exactly where Yang Kai had emerged from the floating continent. What kind of palm was this? It was the size of a small house, and although it looked ordinary, there was an inexplicable aura flowing from it. This aura was something even a master like Gui Zhu could not comprehend. It was something that had surpassed the level of an Origin King Realm cultivator's territory. He waved his palm and headed straight for the purple dragon. It seemed to be extremely slow, but the force behind it caused the void to become unstable. Zilong was shocked. He was currently injured and just wanted to get away from this place. So how could he have anticipated such a giant palm would suddenly appear to block his path? Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations coming from this giant palm, Zilong did not dare to show the slightest neglect and madly pushed his own strength, as well as the power of his territory, in an attempt to resist this attack. A scene that shocked him appeared. His domain had just been activated, but it was shattered into pieces. It was as ethereal as the moon in the water, and the giant palm did not slow down at all as it slammed towards him. It was as if it was swatting a fly. Zilong was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. The slightly tattered purple-red battle armor on his body once again exuded a dazzling purple-red light as a thick layer of Saint Chi appeared around his body. Hong. The giant palm slammed into Zilong's body, and in the next moment, Zilong was swept away like a rag sack. His figure flew through the void, blood spraying everywhere as dazzling sparks flew from his body. See, Guizhou sucked in a cold breath. Although he had guessed the power of this giant palm to the best of his ability, in the end, he still found that he had underestimated it. That palm looked ordinary, but it was incredibly powerful. What the hell was this? If this palm was so big, then what about the real body? Before he could finish thinking about this, though, Guizhou's wish was granted as the owner of that palm suddenly walked out from the void. Guizhou was stunned for a moment before staring blankly at the owner of that palm before turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Is this guy your brother? Or your son?" Yang Kai quickly discovered that the owner of this palm was a stone giant about 300 meters tall, but the face of this stone giant was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's, especially its facial features, which all shared the same charm. "Supreme Elder, please don't be so humorous," Yang Kai frowned. "What the hell is this?" Guizhou was about to go crazy. He didn't know what this stone giant in front of him was, but he was certain that Yang Kai definitely didn't have one a few months ago, otherwise he wouldn't have run away at that time. With such a huge, indomitable stone giant, who could possibly face it head-on? "Embodiment," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. "Embodiment?" Guizhou frowned as a look of shock appeared on his face. "The legendary external incarnation? The one you used in the Medicine Valley? You actually know such a shocking secret technique?" No wonder this stone giant looked similar to Yang Kai. It turned out that it was Yang Kai's embodiment. However, was an embodiment supposed to look like this? Guizhou had also heard of this secret technique before. Generally speaking, a cultivator's embodiment was identical to their main body, inheriting part of their strength, personality, and thoughts, and acting according to their will. But this Yang Kai embodiment in front of him, wasn't it a bit too strange? "Yang Kai." Guizhou's eyes suddenly flashed a fiery light as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "Wait until I kill this guy." Yang Kai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. "Good." Guizhou nodded vigorously. Yang Kai grinned as he stared coldly at Zilong, who was coughing up blood not far away, his murderous intent surging like a tide. After taking a blow from the embodiment, Zilong's purple-red battle armor had completely shattered. Although this battle armor was an origin-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had already been damaged after taking the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhou. So how could it survive another blow from the embodiment? The embodiment was formed after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent. So in other words, the current embodiment was the floating continent itself. That blow was a blow from the entire floating continent, one that contained the world principles of the floating continent. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, how could they compete with a floating continent that was 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in radius? Even Xiao Xiao, who was also a member of the stone mongoose race, could not compete with this kind of strength and world principles. Zilong not dying on the spot was already a reflection of his profound strength. But now he was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai did not lower his guard. Zilong was a veteran second-order origin king, and no one could guarantee that he did not have some kind of trump card up his sleeve. So with a wave of his hand, Yang Kai summoned the stone puppet and Firebird. "Kill him." Yang Kai pointed forward. The stone mongoose and Firebird received the order and immediately rushed forward. Along the way, Xiao Xiao had already transformed into his stone giant form, but compared to the embodiment, his 10-meter-tall stone giant was like a father and son. Lu Yen, on the other hand, had transformed into his Firebird form. Purple and red light lingered around his body as he used the power of thunder and fire to seal off a large area of space. The embodiment moved its huge body and walked towards Zilong step by step. However, this guy was too big, making it difficult for him to move, which was why Yang Kai did not release him at the beginning. The embodiment was strong but not agile. That was why Yang Kai had it hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to attack. He did not expect that Zilong would pass by the embodiment while escaping. Zilong's bad luck made Yang Kai worry about him. At that time, if Zilong had escaped in a different direction, Yang Kai would have had to desperately chase after him. Although he could have done so, it would not have been as easy as now. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen rushed above Zilong's head. Xiao Xiao grasped the heaven-shaking pillar in his hand and smashed it down with a roar. At the same time, Lu Yen opened his mouth and spat out a lightning-like flame towards Zilong. A look of despair appeared in Zilong's eyes. Just as Yang Kai had observed, after being attacked one after another, Zilong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any random origin king would be enough to take his life. What's more, this was the joint attack of Xiao Xiao and Firebird, as well as Yang Kai, Guizhou, and the embodiment. Chapter 1816. At this moment, Zilong knew that he could not escape no matter what. A look of unwillingness flashed across his eyes as he glared in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. Immediately forming a series of seals with his hands, his face flushed red and his whole body began to swell up like a balloon, blue veins bulging on his face, giving him a terrifying appearance. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst from Zilong's body. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Guizhou's complexion changed drastically as the soles of his feet began to cramp. Although he was 10 kilometers away from Zilong at this moment, the self-destruction of a second-order origin king was not something that could be reduced by such a small distance. Once Zilong really self-destructed, the surrounding several hundred kilometers would likely be swallowed up. Guizhou did not dare guarantee that he could remain unscathed in such a situation. He immediately knew that Zilong had really been forced into a dead end. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin king choose such a desperate approach? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn as he stretched out his hand and summoned out a light blue bead. Immediately after, he poured his Saint Qi and spiritual energy into it. In just a breath of time, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to wither while the light blue bead only glowed faintly. Go! Yang Kai flicked his finger towards the bead, and an arc of lightning as thin as an ox's hair shot out from the bead towards Zilong. Cold sweat dripped down Guizhou's forehead as his eyes bulged as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous arc of lightning, his heart shaking violently. Because he felt a destructive aura from it, one that he could not even muster up the will to resist. This kind of power seemed to have surpassed the Origin King realm and seemed to dominate this world. Haha, have you run out of tricks? Even if this king dies, don't think you'll have an easy time. Zilong smiled bitterly as he stared sarcastically at the thin arc of lightning from Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was powerless. However, he only saw Yang Kai staring back at him with the same sarcastic and mocking gaze. Zilong frowned. At this moment, the thin and weak electric arc suddenly rushed in front of him and flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, Zilong felt his entire body go numb. It was as if he had been struck by divine lightning from the ninth heaven. His entire mind was frozen. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Kai saw countless arcs of lightning slithering across his body like snakes, and under the destructive power of these arcs of lightning, his second-order origin king physique, which he was so proud of, began to crumble, his strength rapidly melting away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. His bloated body shriveled at an extremely fast speed. This is impossible. Zilong roared unwillingly. In the next moment, the tiny heaven-shaking pillar had already smashed down. Firebird Lu Yan's thunder fire also engulfed him. After 3 breaths, the dust settled, and the place where Zilong had been standing was now empty. Not even his bones remained. Only his own space ring was left behind as it shot off into the distance. Lu Yan turned around, transformed into his human form, and chased after the space ring. Poo. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned extremely pale. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he reached out, took out a spirit pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Circulating his secret art, he began to heal himself. Guizhou stood to the side in a daze. He had watched the battle just now from beginning to end, and although he and Yang Kai had joined forces to injure Zilong at the beginning, he had not contributed at the last moment. In other words, he had been able to kill Zilong. Yang Kai definitely deserved 80% of the credit. Perhaps, even without his help, Yang Kai could have done this. When this thought appeared in his mind, Guizhou was taken aback. A person who had just broken through to the Origin King realm could actually kill a character like Zilong? This little brat, is he even human? Guizhou stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. What shocked Guizhou even more was the light blue bead Yang Kai had summoned at the last moment. That was definitely an incredible artifact. However, Guizhou was unable to identify the grade of this bead. While he was in a daze, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan returned together and surrounded Guizhou, glaring at him with unkind eyes. What are you doing? Guizhou's mouth twitched. This old master is High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, and is on the same side as your master. Don't look at this old master like that. It's as if this old master wants to harm him. He knew that the reason Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen were wary of him was entirely because Yang Kai was currently healing here, so he didn't intend to make a fuss about it. However, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen remained unmoved and still stood in place, seemingly prepared to kill Gui Zhu if he made the slightest move. "Don't be rude." A buzzing sound suddenly reverberated in the air, almost deafening. "The two of you, step back for now." Lu Yen heard this voice and retreated without hesitation while Xiao Xiao scratched his head, seemingly still at a loss. Seeing him like this, Lu Yen reached out and pulled him over to his side before tapping his head lightly. Xiao Xiao lowered his head aggrievedly. Gui Zhu's jaw dropped as he looked up at the mountain-like embodiment that was walking towards him step by step, each step causing the void to tremble. Gui Zhu couldn't help asking in surprise, "Just now, were you the one who spoke?" After saying so, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Gui Zhu asked in shock, "You can speak? Why can't I speak?" The embodiment chuckled, his voice as loud as thunder as a smile appeared on his face that was very similar to Yang Kai's. "Supreme Elder, do you think this body is dead? You call me Supreme Elder?" Gui Zhu frowned. "So, you are Yang Kai?" "You can say so, I can represent the main body." The embodiment gently nodded before frowning again. "This body is too big, it's inconvenient to move around." "It's a bit big." Gui Zhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he understood that this embodiment was Yang Kai, seeing such a big guy walking towards him step by step with such a colorful expression on his face still put a lot of pressure on Gui Zhu. "My main body just consumed too much energy and should be able to wake up in a while." Supreme Elder doesn't need to worry. The embodiment seemed to realize that his voice was a bit loud and deliberately lowered it. "What's there to worry about?" Gui Zhu shouted in his heart. He could naturally see the situation of Yang Kai's main body at a glance, but in today's battle, he had seen too many shocking things, so for a while, he had some difficulty digesting and thinking. "Boy, didn't your main body just break through to the Origin King realm? How did you suddenly reach the peak of the First Order? I think if your main body had another opportunity, it could even try to break through to the Second Order," Gui Zhu said indignantly. Gui Zhu asked indignantly. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years before breaking through to the Origin King realm by chance. After that, he had not made any progress for 500 years until he left the floating continent and regained his physical and mental freedom. Yang Kai had actually reached the peak of the First Order in just a few months. Gui Zhu couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the unfairness of the heavens. "My main body's situation has something to do with me." The embodiment finally moved in front of Gui Zhu, sat down cross-legged, and looked down at him, stretching out a thick finger and pointing to itself. "It's because of my birth. That's why my main body was able to break through after breaking through." Gui Zhu's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered, "How profound." "Haha, let's put it this way, my main body and I are bound together, and my strength can be fed back to my main body. This old master understands." Gui Zhu rubbed his sore neck. "However, your embodiment is a bit strange. How do you cultivate it?" This was what interested Gui Zhu. External incarnations were things that only existed in legends, and he also wanted to cultivate one. If he could cultivate one in the future, his strength would definitely soar. "If Supreme Elder wants to cultivate it, I can teach you." "How could I accept that?" Gui Zhu was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, Gui Zhu said so, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. The embodiment chuckled and said, "Do you remember when you let my main body enter the space array on the floating continent to investigate?" Gui Zhu suddenly looked embarrassed. "It's all in the past, why bring that up?" At that time, his attitude towards Yang Kai was not very friendly. "At that time, my main body did not enter the space array. Instead, I used a wisp of my soul to enter." The embodiment looked at Gui Zhu with a smile. Gui Zhu said thoughtfully, "You mean?" "Yes, that wisp of soul is the current me." The embodiment nodded lightly. "If you want to cultivate an embodiment, you must first cultivate a soul clone. When your soul clone is strong enough, you can find a suitable body and enter it to become the embodiment." "So simple?" Gui Zhu was surprised. "It's that simple," the embodiment smiled slightly. "However, although it is simple, it may not be effective." "What do you mean?" Gui Zhu asked humbly. "Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to find a suitable body. Even if one does find one, it may not be possible to successfully integrate the soul clone with the body. After all, this is somewhat similar to seizing another's body. Even if it succeeds, the embodiment will not be too strong, and for an existence like Supreme Elder, it probably won't be of much use. But yours? Guizhu was confused. Although he could not figure out the details of Yang Kai's embodiment, judging from the palm strike it had used to attack Zilong before, this embodiment's combat power was definitely not weaker than a second-order origin king, possibly even higher. Mine is an exception. There are simply too many coincidences. The embodiment did not explain much. The embodiment was originally just the second golden stone mongoose and had not swallowed many ores, so it did not have much combat power. Yang Kai had also kept it hidden, but this time, after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, its strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This kind of thing could not happen a second time. So, does Supreme Elder still want to study it? The embodiment asked. Guizhu hesitated. Cultivating an embodiment was bound to consume a lot of time and energy. After all, this secret technique was quite powerful, and the more powerful a secret technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For this, was it really worth delaying his pursuit of the martial Tao? Forget it, I won't study it for the time being. If this old master wants to learn it in the future, he will come to you, Guizhu said after thinking for a while. He decided to wait until he broke through to the third-order origin king realm before studying his embodiment. All right, the embodiment nodded. My main body is about to wake up. You can chat. Chapter 1817. Yang Kai woke up and put away Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen before glancing at the embodiment and accepting the information it was transmitting back to him, immediately understanding what the embodiment and Guizhu had been talking about just now. Nodding gently, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out his huge divine sense to wrap up the embodiment. The next moment, the embodiment disappeared. Guizhu's jaw dropped again as he pointed at Yang Kai with trembling fingers. How big is your space ring? It can even store your embodiment. He felt this was too incredible. The embodiment was a 300-meter-tall stone giant, yet it had disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't taken into Yang Kai's space ring, then what was it? Yang Kai smiled lightly. I didn't take it into my space ring. I sent it to another place. The place the embodiment went to was naturally the sealed world bead, and a space ring could not accommodate such an existence. Guizhu patted his head and said with a bitter expression, this old master is a master, and there are not many things in this world that can move this old master. But with you, little brat. TSK, this old master's heart can't help but be stimulated from time to time. Everything he had seen and heard during this period of time had exceeded his understanding. Yang Kai laughed. You'll get used to being stimulated. This battle had indeed been very exciting, especially when Zilong had tried to self-destruct at the last moment. If not for the Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would have likely fled with Guizhu, who could stop the self-detonation of a second-order origin king. Only a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead could completely destroy it. However, that blow had also directly drained Yang Kai of his strength. Although the effect was not bad, it was still too painful to use. Recalling the feeling of having no strength left in his body, the feeling of weakness, Kai Yang felt some lingering fear. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's see what we gain this time. Yang Kai changed the subject and stretched out his hand. 4 space rings appeared on his palm. These 4 space rings were all extremely high-end rings, and naturally belonged to the 4 people Yang Kai and Guizhu had killed. Guizhu's eyes also lit up when he saw this. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. He liked this kind of killing and robbing the most. Although he didn't do it many times, he gained a lot every time. What's more, of the 4 rings, 3 belonged to origin kings, and although the last belonged to an origin returning realm master, Zidong was the young master of Purple Star, so how could his ring not be rich? Yang Kai casually picked up a ring and scanned it with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank, and he cursed, which bastard's ring is this? Why is there not a single good thing in it? So poor? What? Guizhu was stunned for a moment before taking the ring from Yang Kai's hand and sweeping it with his divine sense. He also scolded, damn it, you're so poor and you still have the nerve to come out and mingle? Yang Kai didn't know who this ring belonged to, but there were only a few tens of thousands of saint crystals inside it, as well as some miscellaneous things that didn't seem to have much value at first glance. It's Su Wei's aura. It looks like it belongs to that old dog. Guizhu curled his lips disdainfully. He really deserves to die. How could they know? All the good things in Su Wei's ring had been divided up by Zilong and Zidong, so it would be strange if there was anything that could catch their eye. Oh, this one's pretty good. Yang Kai checked another ring and was overjoyed. Obviously, it was rich in resources, so he tossed it to Gui Zhu and said, "Supreme Elder, take a look. If there's anything you need, take it yourself and give the rest to me." Sect Master is too generous, ha 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 ha. Then this old master will accept. Gui Zhu had always been alone. It was difficult to find any good cultivation materials, but now that there were so many good things in front of him, he couldn't help grabbing the ring and rummaging through its contents, grinning as he muttered, "TSK, it turns out to be eternally gold star sand. This is good stuff. If used in artifact refining, it can definitely be used to refine Origin King-grade artifacts. It is said that this thing can only be found in Galaxy Ridge. It seems this is Kong Fa's ring. See so many herbs. That old dog's harvest in the severed world was not small. Don't touch these herbs. When we return to High Heaven Sect, I'll have someone refine them into pills for you," Yang Kai said casually. "This old master knows," Gui Zhu grinned. A moment later, Yang Kai tossed over another ring, and Gui Zhu once again plundered it before returning the rest to Yang Kai. "There's only one left, and it looks like it's Zilong's ring. I'm really looking forward to it. The Purple Star Sect's master should have many good things on him, right?" Gui Zhu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing a green light. Yang Kai took a look and said with a strange expression, "There are indeed many good things, but there's also this." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a round bowl-like artifact. This round bowl looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off an aura that made one's soul feel comfortable. "Isn't this the thing Zilong summoned just now?" Gui Zhu's eyes widened as he looked at it. "Good. It's actually refined from soul-nourishing wood. No wonder it can collect the souls of the dead. Purple Star really can't be underestimated." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and said lightly, "After all, it's one of the top forces in Star territory. If it didn't have some skill, it would have been destroyed long ago." Saying so, his eyes flashed, and he poured a stream of pure spiritual energy into the soul-sustaining bowl as he shouted, "Come out." The next moment, a miserable howl sounded from the soul-sustaining bowl, and an illusory figure appeared inside it. It was Zidong. Enduring the pain in his soul, he looked around blankly, but when he saw Yang Kai and Gui Zhu grinning at him, his expression changed drastically. "Why is it you? If it's not us, who else could it be?" Gui Zhu snorted, causing Zidong's soul avatar to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. "Where's my father? Where's my father?" Zidong shouted in a panic. He had been hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl and thought that the next time he came out, his father would be rebuilding his body. But how could he have imagined he would see these two disgusting faces as soon as he came out? Zidong was so shocked that only one of his 3 souls was left, his heart turning cold. "Since we're safe and sound, what do you think happened to Zilong?" Yang Kai sneered. Zidong's complexion changed as he cried out in horror. "Impossible. That's impossible. My father is the sect master of Purple Star, a second-order Origin King. There are only a few people in this world who can kill him, so it's absolutely impossible for the two of you to accomplish such a thing." As he spoke, his confidence seemed to be built up as he pointed at Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about lying to me." "Huh?" Yang Kai sneered. "Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit to it. Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. Supreme Elder, your ghost banner should need nourishment from mean souls, right? I'll leave this boy to you." "Jia, no problem." Gui Zhu grinned strangely as he took out his 10,000 soul banner. He's a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. After refining him, this old master's 10,000 soul banner will be of great help. As he spoke, countless distorted faces appeared on the 10,000 soul banner, all of them roaring ferociously, as if they had smelled a delicious meal, all of them baring their fangs and claws at Zidong. Zidong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body as he hid behind the soul-sustaining bowl and shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am Purple Star's young master. If you have something to say, we can discuss it. Whatever benefits you want, I can give you." "Boy, you're really stupid. What benefits can you give this old master now?" "Obediently enter this old master's 10,000 soul banner." Gui Zhu coldly snorted, unmoved. "Star Emperor token." At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Taking out a token from Zilong's space ring, he examined it carefully before laughing. "It really is a Star Emperor token. Guizhou looked at him in amazement. Why are you so excited? Didn't this old master remember giving you a Star Emperor token back then? This one seems to have been unsealed long ago and is of no use to you. The joy on Yang Kai's face did not diminish as he glanced over at Guizhou and said, Supreme Elder may not know, but it is said that this Star Emperor token hides a great secret. If all 9 can be collected, this secret can be unraveled. A great secret? Guizhou looked uninterested. Can it allow this old master to reach the peak of the martial Tao? Perhaps. A weak voice came. Yang Kai and Guizhou stared at Zidong together. It was he who had just spoken. What do you know? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. This guy was Purple Star's young master, so perhaps he really did know some secrets about the Star Emperor token. Zidong calmed his mind and looked towards Guizhou pleadingly. Senior, can you put this artifact away first? I'm scared. Useless thing. Guizhou coldly snorted before reaching out and putting away the 10,000 soul banner. Zidong fell back into the soul-sustaining bowl, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, gasped for breath, and asked cautiously, If I tell you, will you let me go? Supreme Elder, swallow him. Yang Kai shouted. Of course. Guizhou summoned the 10,000 soul banner again. No. I'll speak, please don't do anything. Zidong was on the verge of tears. Bastard. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Hurry up and speak. Guizhou also threatened from the side, urging the 10,000 soul banner's aura from time to time to put pressure on Zidong. Zidong was on the verge of tears as he sobbed. Woo. In fact, I don't know much, but I once heard my father and the other elders talking about the Star Emperor token. Woo. They said that if you collect all 9 pieces, you can see the secrets of the great emperors. The secrets of the great emperors. Yang Kai and Guizhou both trembled. Is that true? Yang Kai stared at Zidong intently. That's what I heard, and it is said that the great emperors themselves said this back then. You probably don't know this, but my Purple Star's ancestors had some interactions with the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. Woo, that's all I know. Please don't hurt me, I don't want to die. Chapter 1818. With Guizhou's 10,000 soul banner waiting for him, Zidong didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. Collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would allow one to peer into the secrets of the great emperors. Although this sounded mysterious, it held great appeal to every cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Yang Inflammation had indeed told him that collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would trigger some kind of secret. But as for what that secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. This secret had made Yang Kai's heart itch. Yang Inflammation must have her reasons for not saying anything, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. However, now that he had 6 Star Emperor tokens in his hand, he wasn't far from collecting all 9. This might be the biggest secret in Star territory, so Yang Kai couldn't help being tempted. Even Guizhou fell silent after hearing this, his expression dignified. That's all I know. Can the two of you let me go first? Zidong asked nervously as he observed their expressions. Let you go? Yang Kai coldly snorted. You're now a soul. Your physical body has long since been destroyed. The only reason you haven't dissipated is because of this bowl artifact. If I let you go, where will you go? Zidong was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had just been thinking about escaping from these 2 hateful people, but he hadn't considered that in his current state, it was impossible for him to act alone. The soul-sustaining bowl was refined from soul-nourishing wood and had the effect of nourishing one's soul, so it couldn't withstand too much damage. If he really had to use the soul-sustaining bowl to travel through Star territory, in less than half a day, he would be swallowed up by the Star territory's violent storms. Considering all this, Zidong's entire soul body withered, and his eyes dimmed as he muttered, It's over, it's really over. Yang Kai signaled to Guizhou, who chuckled and said, Since that's the case, this old master will find you a good place to go. Saying so, he began urging his 10,000 soul banner. A suction force suddenly came from the banner. It wanted to absorb Zidonglai's soul. Don't! Zidong was shocked and quickly shouted, Don't swallow me. Although staying in the soul-sustaining bowl wasn't a good thing, it was definitely better than being devoured by the myriad soul banner. The souls on the banner had lost their minds and only knew how to kill. How could Zidong be willing to become such a thing? Don't swallow me. Please don't devour me. Zedong struggled with all his might. However, he still could not resist the suction force from the myriad soul banner. Little brat, don't resist. What's there to resist? Guizhu snorted. No, I don't want to go in there. Zedong shouted. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Friend, if you are willing to let me go, I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. Wait. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and motioned to Guizhu. Guizhu stretched out his hand, and the 10,000 soul banner immediately quieted down. Yang Kai stared at Zedong and quickly asked, What did you just say? Zedong glanced over at Guizhu with lingering fear before saying, I said I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. My Purple Star also has a Star Emperor token. Isn't this one? Yang Kai raised the Star Emperor token in his hand. Does your Purple Star have two? No, Zedong hurriedly shook his head. Zedong quickly shook his head. This Star Emperor token does not belong to my Purple Star. It originally belonged to Su Wei, but I found it in the Severed World and gave it to my father. Su Wei also had this thing? Yang Kai was shocked. I heard him say he obtained it during his early years. Zedong explained weakly. So, your Purple Star really has a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai's face filled with joy. I can guarantee with my life that my words are true. Zedong quickly swore, fearing that Yang Kai would become impatient and kill him. You're already dead, what life do you have? Guizhu looked at him mockingly. Zedong wailed, I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. And I believe you. Yang Kai nodded. Sect Master, you don't really want to collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens, do you? No one has been able to do this for tens of thousands of years. How many do you have now? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. If I said I had 6, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu seriously, and as he spoke, he stretched out his hand and placed the 6 Star Emperor tokens neatly in front of Guizhu. *C. Guizhu sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart shook violently. 6 of them are in my hands. Purple Star has 1, and as far as I know, Hongluo Chamber of Commerce has 1. If we can obtain these 2, there will only be 1 left. Yang Kai licked his slightly hot lips. The last one is in Sword Union, Zedong whispered. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Zedong shrank his neck. I'm not lying to you. Although only a few people in the upper echelons of the 3 great forces know about this, I heard it from my father. This information is absolutely reliable. Yang Kai and Guizhu looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Of the 9 Star Emperor tokens scattered across Star's territory, 6 were in their hands, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 were now known. It really was possible to collect all of them. Boy, you're quite useful. Yang Kai glanced at Zedong, the look of approval in his eyes encouraging Zedong as he quickly said, Don't swallow me into that thing. I can take you to Purple Star and retrieve that Star Emperor token. Take you to Purple Star so you can call for revenge? Yang Kai sneered. How could that be? I can only stay in this soul-sustaining bowl right now. How can I call for help? Zedong cried out in grievance. I just want to live. Yang Kai nodded gently. Tell me, where is your Purple Star's Star Emperor token? How can we retrieve it? Zedong calmed himself down and said, It doesn't matter if I tell you, because it's impossible for the 2 of you to obtain it. You need my guidance. My Purple Star's Star Emperor token is stored in a secret room, and the key to that secret room is in my father's space ring. Only I know how to open it. Speaking of this, Zedong suddenly seemed to realize something and panicked. Don't force me. Even if I tell you how to open it, you still need me to lead the way to that secret room. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I promise I won't hurt you. Yang Kai smiled warmly. If this matter is successful, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Don't lie to me, Zedong said dejectedly. Zedong hung his head dejectedly. You killed my father. How could you possibly let me go? I only beg you not to let my soul scatter. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. Little brat, you've become smarter. Since you've made things clear, I can give you a guarantee. I may not let you go, but as long as you cooperate obediently, I will never kill you. Do I have the right to refuse? Zedong smiled bitterly. I like to cooperate with smart people. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction before rummaging through Zedong's space ring and finding a golden key, taking it out and asking, Is this the key to open the secret room? When you really reach Purple Star's home star, call me out and I'll tell you how to get in. I'm tired, so I need to rest for a while. Saying so, Zedong's figure gradually faded, apparently hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai put away the key and the soul-sustaining bowl and began to think. Sect Master, this matter really has a lot of potential. Guizhu suddenly became interested. Guizhu suddenly became interested in this matter. The reason why he didn't care before was mainly because collecting all the Star Emperor tokens was too difficult. But now that he saw hope, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. With this little brat's help, obtaining Purple Star's Star Emperor tokens won't be difficult. As for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, with your relationship with that little girl, it won't be difficult for her to take it out. That little girl is the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union's token. I've met Gu Jianxian once, maybe we can start with him. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, Star Emperor tokens are precious, but everything has a price. As long as I can offer a price, Sword Union may be willing to sell them. Then shall we go to Purple Star now? Guizhu asked impatiently. He also wanted to know what would happen after collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens. There's no rush. This matter can't be rushed. I need to return to my homeland first, then return to the sect. After everything is settled, it won't be too late to deal with this matter. All right, I'll listen to you. In any case, this old master has been homeless, so I'll follow you from now on, Guizhu grinned. In Zilong's space ring, in addition to the Star Emperor token and the golden key, there were many precious treasures he had found in the severed world, as well as his own huge reserves. The space ring of Purple Star's sect master was simply a treasure trove, especially the shattering void shuttle. Although it had some flaws in its refinement, it was a good choice for traveling. Yang Kai spent a few days refining it slightly before entering it with Guizhu. After determining the direction, he rushed towards Tongxian Realm. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian Realm was very simple. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array in his homeland and connect it to Shadowed Star. This way, it would be very easy for him to return to his homeland in the future. He only needed to go through a few ultra-long distance cross-cultivation star territory transmissions to reach his homeland. Only he could do such a thing. The chaotic abyss was not far from Tongxian Realm. In the past, Yang Kai had only needed to fly for a year and a half to reach the chaotic abyss with his Saint Realm cultivation. Now that he was using the Shattering Void shuttle, it only took him 2 months to arrive on Tongxian Realm. This is your homeland. After Guizhu arrived on Tongxian Realm, his brow furrowed. Isn't the world energy here too thin? How did you manage to cultivate in such a place? He could never have imagined that the homeland of such a monstrous genius like Yang Kai was actually such a small continent. He had originally thought that Kai Yang's homeland would be a place full of world energy, filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Chapter 1819. Originally, the world energy in this place was even thinner. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he carefully sensed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Guizhu asked, seeing his strange expression. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai showed a hint of suspicion on his face. The world energy of this continent shouldn't be so thin now. After so long, it should have become much richer. The reason why Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin in the past was because of the great demon god's seal, which isolated this cultivation star from its territory, preventing it from receiving the infusion of world energy from outside. The second reason was because this cultivation star's star source was declining. However, after Little Senior Sister refined the star source and became the star master of Tongxian Realm, she should have caused some changes here. The stronger Little Senior Sister became, the more Tongxian Realm would receive. After such a long time, it was impossible for Tongxian Realm's world energy to be so thin. This place isn't some spirit mountain or great river. It might be that the world energy here is lacking. Guizhu glanced at the surrounding terrain and said casually. Yang Kai gently nodded, agreeing with his point of view. Let's go back to my former sect. Yang Kai called out, identified the direction, and rushed towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land with Guizhu. He decided to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. There was a natural spirit array where the 9 peaks converged. It was one of the few places in Tongxian Realm with world energy. With his current means, he only needed to arrange a barrier nearby to conceal the existence of the space array. He believed that with the level of the cultivator in Tongxian Realm, even if he gave them 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to break it. 3 to 5 days passed in a flash. Yang Kai and Guizhu, who who were flying, both frowned slightly, looking down from time to time. Elder, did you find anything wrong? Yongkai asked in a deep voice. The world energy of your homeland is leaking very seriously, like a punctured balloon, leaking air everywhere. You felt it too. Yongkai's face darkened. When he noticed that Tong Xian Realm's world energy was thin before, Yongkai felt that something was wrong. However, the place where he landed at that time was not a place where the world energy was abundant, so Yongkai did not care. However, after flying for 3 to 5 days, there was no place with abundant spirit chi at all. No matter if it was a towering mountain, even the flowing rivers seemed lifeless. This discovery caused his heart to sink. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first possibility was that something had happened to Tong Xian Realm itself, and the second possibility was that Star Master Xia Ning Chong had met with an accident. No matter which possibility it was extremely disadvantageous for the little senior sister. Yongkai suddenly regretted coming here and couldn't wait to return to Shadowed Star. Let's go and see if our little senior sister is all right. However, on second thought, his little senior sister was extremely safe in High Heaven Sect, so there shouldn't be any problems. So, did something happen to this continent? But what could make the entire continent seem so lifeless? The world energy that was not rich in the first place was getting thinner and thinner. Huh, what the hell are those guys doing down there? Guizhu suddenly discovered something and pointed down. Kaiyang immediately came to a halt. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a huge valley below, and in that valley, there was a bright 6-pointed star-shaped spirit array in operation. Around this embodiment, there were countless cultivators. Each of them was making hand seals, struggling to maintain the operation of the spirit array. From time to time, a cultivator could not hold on and fell down, but someone else would immediately take his place. Around the spirit array, there were some cultivator in black clothes who looked on coldly and indifferently, occasionally shouting and even beating people up. Each of these black-clothed people had a surging aura, but they did not participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. Instead, they seemed to be supervising it. Origin returning realm? Yongkai raised his brow and said in amazement, "How is that possible? How could there be origin returning realm masters here?" Since ancient times, the most powerful cultivator born in Tong Xian Realm was the Great Demon God, but even the Great Demon God had only touched upon the mysteries of the Saint King Realm. After him, the peak cultivator in Tong Xian Realm was the Saint Realm. The little senior sister refined the source of the stars and coincidentally broke through to the origin returning realm. But now Yongkai actually noticed the auras of 2 origin returning realm cultivator in this valley. Although they were only first-order cultivators, there was no doubt that they were origin returning realm masters. There were no origin returning realm masters in your homeland before? Guizhu asked. In the past, the strongest was only a third-order saint. If that's the case, then they are outsiders. Guizhu pointed down and said, "And look at the spirit array down there. It seems to be swallowing the surrounding world energy. They seem to be using this spirit array to refine something." Outsiders. Yongkai's eyes flashed with a murderous light, courting death. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why Tong Xian Realm had been safe and sound in the past, and had not been invaded by the masters of Star Territory, was entirely because of the barrier arranged by the Great Demon God. The Great Demon God was a genius, and had arranged a barrier based on the foundation of Tong Xian Realm, allowing the entire cultivation star to escape from Star Territory. However, his barrier was eventually broken by Yongkai, allowing Tong Xian Realm to reintegrate into Star Territory. Several dozen years later, some masters from Star Territory finally discovered the existence of Tong Xian Realm and invaded it. Yongkai had left Tong Xian Realm in the past to find Su Yan and to pursue a higher martial Dao, lest his homeland was invaded and he was powerless to resist. The invasion of the Bone race in the past was the best example. If it were not for the Great Demon God's all-seeing eyes, this continent would have been enslaved long ago. And now, this kind of thing was happening again. The spirit array arranged by the people below was extracting the world energy of Tong Xian Realm, which was equivalent to killing Xia Ningchang's cultivation path. Yongkai suddenly burned with anger, and his body fell down like a meteor, wrapped in endless cold qi. At least 1,000 people had gathered in the valley below. More than 90% of the cultivators' faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. But under the threat of death, They had no choice but to participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. They were suffering unspeakably, but they did not dare to resist because those who resisted were all killed by the men in black. The origins of these people were unknown, but each one of them had amazing strength, not something the cultivator of Tongxian realm could resist. There were less than 10 people in black, all of them standing with their hands behind their backs. Only a young man was sitting on an armchair. Next to him were 2 beautiful girls serving him attentively. It was unknown where these 2 girls came from, but when they served him, their faces were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were afraid of being punished if they made a mistake. The young man was holding a simple teapot in his hand, his eyes half squinted, looking leisurely, but from time to time, rays of light would burst out from his eyes. Among the 1,000 enslaved people, they were constantly circulating. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his finger, pointing in a direction. "Bring that woman here." As soon as he said this, the 2 girls standing beside him trembled, revealing a look of panic. Looking at each other, their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The young man observed their expressions and glanced sideways at the 2 maids, coldly snorting, "It seems that you know something." The 2 girls were shocked and knelt on the ground. Their delicate bodies trembled, not daring to say a word. "Humph! That woman deliberately wore loose clothes and smeared dust on her face. Is she trying to hide her figure and appearance? But does she think that she can escape from this young master's eyes? This young master has seen countless women, so he can tell whether they are the best at a glance. Looking at you, that woman must have an extraordinary status in your shrouded heaven mansion. Otherwise, what are you worried about?" The young man spoke with assurance, causing cold sweat to drip down the 2 girls' foreheads. One of the girls mustered up her courage and said, "Young master, that woman is ugly and unbearable to look at." "Young master, don't worry about her. Can't you let this servant serve you well?" While speaking, she squeezed out a charming smile. Because of fear, her smile was slightly stiff, but it made her look even more pitiful. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. He stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin. The girl didn't dare to move. *paw*, the young man slapped her, sending her flying far away with a miserable cry. "Does this young master need you to tell me what to do?" The young man snorted coldly with a displeased look on his face. Then, he looked at the other girl kneeling in front of him with a smile and said indifferently, "You will be dead before you can do anything." The second girl's delicate body trembled, and the power she had secretly gathered suddenly collapsed. She didn't dare to make any rash moves. She understood that the difference in strength between them and this young man was too big. Otherwise, the entire shrouded heaven mansion wouldn't have been exterminated and enslaved without any resistance. A look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman who was maintaining the operation of the array was brought to the young man by a black-clothed man. The woman wore loose clothes and her face was a mess. It was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or had a good figure. However, her eyes were extremely bright and lively, as if they could speak. They were eye-catching. "Let me go, you bastards!" The woman struggled endlessly. But how could she break free from the Saint King realm shackles of the black-clothed man with her transcendent realm cultivation? The young man looked at the woman with a smile, carefully staring at her face and moving his gaze over her body. His invasive gaze made the woman feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and glare at him. "Good, very good." The young man laughed. "Finally, I found someone who could catch this young master's eye. Do you want to know why this young master has his eyes on you?" The woman didn't say anything, but the anger in her beautiful eyes was almost tangible. The young man didn't care and said indifferently, "Because your companions were stupid and betrayed you. Their cultivation is obviously higher than yours, but they were very respectful to you. If I'm not wrong, your position in the shrouded heaven mansion shouldn't be low, right? Or perhaps the daughter of your mansion master." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. It immediately made the group of experts from the shrouded heaven mansion feel ashamed and angry. They never thought that it was because of their attitude towards the young lady that caused her to be targeted by this bastard. If they had known this, how could they not be more careful? Chapter 1820. Now, it was useless to regret. Many disciples loyal to shrouded heaven mansion stood up from the array and glared at the young man. "Who allowed you to stand up? Get back to your work." The young man snorted coldly as a surging pressure spread out from his body. In the next moment, all the cultivator who stood up fell back down with a groan. None of these cultivator were at the Saint realm. How could they resist the pressure of a young Saint King realm cultivator? The young man snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the woman in front of him. It's your honor that this young master has taken a fancy to you. Tonight, you will serve this young master. Don't give me that look. Do you believe that I won't tear your clothes off right now? The woman's tender body trembled as her eyes were filled with horror. If she was really humiliated by this young man in front of thousands of people from her sect, then she didn't need to live anymore. Thinking of this, the woman was filled with grief and indignation. She couldn't help but think of killing herself immediately. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill all the thousands of people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The world energy in this damned place is thin, but the number of cultivator is not small. Do you think that without your Shrouded Heaven Mansion, this young master won't have anyone to maintain the array? The young man looked at the woman coldly. Bastard! The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. She really didn't dare to act rashly when the other party threatened her. Haha! The young man laughed hysterically. Keep cursing. This young master likes to see you women angry. The angrier you are, the happier this young master will be. You demon, someone will come to deal with you one day. Humph. You dregs? I'm afraid you will never have the ability. The woman said coldly, We don't have the ability, but someone can. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of someone. A trace of pride appeared on her timid and angry face. Is that so? The young man looked at the woman with interest. Tell me, who can deal with this young master in this damned place? This young master is looking forward to it. He had already explored Tong Xian realm a long time ago. The world energy here was thin, and the level of cultivator was generally low. Otherwise, they would not have been so presumptuous in this world. One must know that what they were doing now was extracting the spirit chi of the entire cultivation star. It was a perverse act. Once they were discovered, the entire territory of the star realm could possibly surround and intercept them. Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land. The woman gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes became much brighter at this moment. One day, he will come back and make you pay for everything. Nine Heavens' holy land. The young man frowned and asked a man in black beside him, Is there such a sect here? The black-robed man pondered for a moment before replying, There seems to be, but the entire sect was emptied out many years ago. I don't know where they went, but the people here said that they went to the star territory. The young man nodded lightly, heading to star territory. It seems that Nine Heavens' holy land's holy master has some means to leave this place. But so what? Did he think that it was so easy to survive in the star territory? Maybe they have already disappeared in some unknown place in the star territory. The holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land is amazing. He unified the three races of human, monster, and demon. How can someone like you guess? The woman looked at the young man contemptuously. You seem to worship that holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land a lot. The young man tilted his head and looked at the woman, smiling lightly. Then I'd like to see if that holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land will come to save you when you are humiliated. Saying so, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A burst of energy shot towards the woman, instantly tearing apart her loose robe. The woman screamed in horror and retreated. The young man's eyes flashed with an evil light. Staring ahead, although there were other clothes under the robe, the woman's beautiful figure could not be hidden. Her proud twin peaks were like towering mountains, almost tearing her clothes apart. The young man licked his lips and said, Not bad, you really are the best. It seems that this young master's eyes were not wrong. What do you want to do? The woman showed a look of panic and stared at the other party vigilantly. The young man sneered, Since you worship that holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land so much, this young master will naturally give you a chance, and also give him a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. A black-clothed man next to him laughed, a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it is the size of a well. This little girl probably doesn't know how strong young master is, and only thinks that the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land is the strongest in the world. How could she know that such a person isn't even qualified to carry young master's shoes? That's right. Immediately, someone echoed. The young man smiled, a look of enjoyment on his face. At this moment, the young man frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, he stood up from his chair and stared up. In the sky above, a meteor-like ray of light fell with the speed of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In an instant, it smashed into the hexagram array. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the Earth trembled violently, and the six-pointed star array was instantly annihilated. All the cultivator maintaining the array was pushed back by a strong force. For a moment, everyone was thrown off their feet, and the scene was chaotic. "Young master, be careful." Among the black-clothed men, the faces of the two origin-returning realm masters changed. They came to the front of the young man and looked ahead vigilantly. They spread out their divine senses, seemingly trying to find out the strength of this person. But what shocked them was that their divine senses didn't get any feedback at all. It was as if there was no one there at all. This discovery made the hearts of the two origin-returning realm masters sink. They had a bad feeling. "Who is it?" The young man roared angrily. They had spent a lot of effort to arrange this six-pointed star array. Just as they were about to succeed in refining it, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed at the critical moment. The young man was instantly furious. "Haha!" From the center of the array, a strange laugh came, causing the young man to shiver. He said with a sullen face, "Sneaky friend, since you are here, why don't you tell me your name? Don't you already know? Why are you still asking?" "What do I know?" The young man frowned. "Just now you said that you would give me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. I have already grasped this opportunity. A hero to save the beauty?" The young man was taken aback. His jaw dropped as a strange expression appeared on his face. "Are you trying to say that you are the master of Nine Heaven's holy land?" "Huh." This time, even the captured woman was dumbfounded. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the center of the array. The dust gradually settled, revealing a figure standing there quietly. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked around. The woman's heart shook as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. It's really him." The woman had never met Yang Kai before. However, when the masters of the three clans joined forces to resist the resurgence of the Bone race, Nine Heaven's holy land became famous throughout the world. As the master of Nine Heaven's holy land, Yang Kai naturally became famous as well. Yang Kai was young and promising. According to rumors, he was handsome and dashing. Many unmarried girls regarded Yang Kai as the man of their dreams. They would always have a portrait of Yang Kai in their boudoirs. It could be said that Yang Kai's portrait was everywhere in Tongxian realm. The woman was the daughter of Shrouded Heaven Mansion's mansion master. In Shrouded Heaven Mansion, there were many female disciples who worshipped Yang Kai. Naturally, she had also seen Yang Kai's portrait. Now that the real person appeared in front of her and was almost identical to the portrait, she recognized him at once. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "This spirit array is a bit overbearing." Yang Kai's divine sense swept across the six-pointed star array. He furrowed his brow and a cold look appeared on his face. "Elder, what do you think?" He seemed to be talking to the void, but in the next moment, a figure shrouded in black qi appeared beside him. This figure appeared without any warning and gave the young man a fright. He immediately looked at Guizhu in surprise. The two origin-returning realm masters who had been guarding the young man trembled as their faces turned pale. "It's not just overbearing. It's even more sinister than the secret art this old master cultivates. Humph, these people want to extract the world energy of your homeland to refine this thing." Guizhu stretched out his hand and took a hexagonal crystal from the center of the array. The world energy contained in it is very abundant. If you cultivate with it, it will definitely benefit you a lot. TSK, it can be directly absorbed without any need for conversion. "It's a good thing," Guizhu said as he threw the hexagonal crystal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and frowned as he sensed it. He nodded and said, "It can indeed be directly absorbed." He silently sensed the energy stored in this crystal. He felt that as long as there were 10 of these crystals, it would be enough for a Saint King realm cultivator to advance by a minor realm. This result made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous. Which cultivator didn't have to overcome obstacles to cultivate? Every step was difficult, but this hexagonal crystal undoubtedly showed the cultivator a shortcut. As long as there were enough of these crystals, a cultivator's strength could rapidly increase. Of course, the premise was that their comprehension of the martial Tao could keep up. "Presumptuous, how dare you destroy my spirit-devouring array and steal my spirit-devouring crystals?" The young man in the distance flew into a rage and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an origin-returning realm cultivator quickly covered his mouth. The young man was even more annoyed and was about to reprimand him when the origin-returning realm cultivator whispered with cold sweat on his forehead, "Young master, these two people are unfathomable. You can't offend them." Unfathomable? The young man was startled and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He couldn't see through Yang Kai and Guizu's depths before, so he didn't put them in his eyes. After all, he had two origin-returning realm cultivators with him. But now, the two origin-returning realm cultivators beside him turned pale. How could he not know that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with? He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1821. After calming down, the young man raised his voice and asked, "Two friends, may I ask for your names?" After knowing that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with, he immediately lowered his posture and was no longer as aggressive as before. As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed in front of him. The man who had fallen from the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. His gloomy face was so close that it was almost touching his face. The young man couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he met his gaze. He retreated in fear. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Among the men in black here, only two were First-Order Origin-returning realm cultivators. The others were all Saint King realm cultivators. He didn't put such existences in his eyes at all. What he wanted to figure out the most now was the origin of the other party and how they came to Tong Xian realm. The two origin-returning realm cultivators guarding the young man didn't see how Yang Kai appeared in front of them, but they immediately knew that this person was much more terrifying than they had guessed. Their hearts beat like a drum. One of them plucked up the courage and smiled cautiously. "Young lord, we are from the spirit-devouring sect. This is our young sect master, young Lord Mu Chengfeng." As he spoke, he pointed to the young man and introduced him to Yang Kai. Mu Chengfeng puffed out his chest, seemingly realizing that his performance just now was a little unbearable and wanted to pretend to be calm to save some face. Spirit-devouring sect? Yang Kai frowned and glanced back at Guizu. This old master has never heard of this sect. "I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning," Guizu said lightly. Mu Chengfeng and the two origin-returning realm cultivator were a little angry when they heard Guizu's evaluation of their sect. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous since their fists weren't bigger than the other parties. "Did you guys set up this damn spirit array?" Yang Kai pointed to the six-pointed star spirit array behind him. "Yes." The origin-returning realm cultivator who spoke earlier quickly replied, quietly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. "It was set up by our sect with a lot of effort." "Very good." Yang Kai sneered, "Since you guys set it up. Then, little brother." As if sensing what Yang Kai was going to say next, the origin-returning realm master interrupted him in horror. "Little brother, you should know that there is more than one such spirit array on this continent. All the disciples of my spirit-devouring sect are now on this continent, led by the sect master. We are planning something big, so I hope little brother can make things easy for us." "More than one." Yang Kai's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed. No wonder the spiritual chi here is worse than before. "So it's because of you guys." "Very good, very good." The origin-returning realm master smiled awkwardly. "Little brother." The cultivation level of the cultivator on this continent was too low. Even if he left some spiritual energy for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. But if my spirit-devouring sect were to obtain this world energy, it would be a different story. My sect master is an origin king. If he could devour the world energy of this continent, his strength would definitely increase greatly. When the time came to refine the star's origin energy of this continent, it would also bring a chance of survival to this place. This was the so-called putting death on the line and fighting to live. Little brother's strength was profound. I think you should understand this. He deliberately mentioned that the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect was an origin king realm master. He wanted Yang Kai to back off. Who knew that after Yang Kai heard this, he became even more furious. "You still want to refine the star's origin energy?" "Of course." Mu Chengfeng straightened his back. "Father, Master has already taken the elites of the sect to the core. I'm afraid he will refine the star's origin energy soon." When he remembered that his father was an origin king realm master, Mu Chengfeng became full of confidence. He believed that these two guys would definitely not dare to kill him, even though Mu Chengfeng still didn't know their origins, let alone their strength. But no one with a brain would be willing to be an enemy of an Origin King Realm Master. So, he regained his previous leisurely and confident demeanor. After he finished speaking, he found that Yang Kai was staring at him with an even more terrifying gaze. Mu Chengfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, "What else can I do? I'm going to take your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, a few soft sounds could be heard. All the disciples of the spirit-devouring sect in black clothes were seriously injured at the same time. They fell down one after another. They didn't even have time to scream before they all died. "Ah!" Mu Chengfeng screamed in horror. His eyes trembled violently as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. "You? How dare you be an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect?" "An enemy?" Yang Kai sneered. "Don't overestimate yourself. You don't have the qualifications to be so presumptuous in my territory. I'll make sure you don't return." The spirit-devouring sect was not only unscrupulously extracting the world energy of Tongxian realm, but also enslaving the star's cultivator. How could Yang Kai not be annoyed by this? Although the star's origin energy had been collected by the little senior sister, and there was no need to worry about it being taken away by the spirit-devouring sect again, their reckless actions should have caused some damage to the little senior sister. You. My father is an Origin King Realm Master. How dare you kill me?" Mu Chengfeng was scared silly. He thought that by mentioning his father's name, the other party would be cautious. How could he have known that this young man didn't care at all? Origin King Realm? This father has killed more than one. I'll take your father's head later. Yang Kai sneered and closed in on Mu Chengfeng step by step. Mu Chengfeng was so scared that he fell to the ground on his butt. A foul smell came out from his crotch. His face was twisted and he was about to cry. This made Yang Kai frown. He didn't expect this kid to be so cowardly. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and sealed Mu Chengfeng's power with his Saint Qi. He looked back at the thousands of cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion and said, "Who wants to kill him? Come on up." The thousands of cultivator were originally maintaining the operation of the spirit-devouring array. Since Yang Kai and Guizhu appeared, they had been watching from the sidelines. When they saw Yang Kai kill the spirit-devouring sect's disciples that they couldn't resist, they were immediately shocked by Yang Kai. Some of the cultivator who had seen Yang Kai's portrait immediately understood the origin and identity of Yang Kai. At this moment, after hearing Yang Kai's words, there was no longer any hesitation. The thousands of cultivators, young and old, men and women, all rushed towards Mu Chengfeng with murderous looks on their faces. You bunch of ants." Mu Chengfeng was afraid of Yang Kai, but he didn't care about these cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion. He roared with a ferocious face, "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, I'll make you beg for death." The thousands of cultivators paused for a moment, but in the next moment, they rushed over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chengfeng's position was completely surrounded. Sounds of punching and kicking could be heard. The shrouded heaven mansion's disciples gathered in the center seemed to have a tacit understanding not to use their Saint Qi. They only used their physical strength to attack Mu Chengfeng. This way, Mu Chengfeng could live longer and taste more painful torment. "Bastard, how dare you kill the sect master? Avenge the sect master. Avenge the seventh elder. Avenge senior sister Lu. Woo, can you see me in heaven, senior sister Lu? I've avenged you. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let me break this bastard's balls." The scene of thousands of people ganging up on a single person was spectacular. In an instant, the place where Mu Chengfeng was standing was filled with flying dust. Continuous banging sounds could be heard, mixed with Mu Chengfeng's painful howls. But after a while, Mu Chengfeng's voice weakened. After a while, there was no more sound. "You are Yang Shengzhu? Are you really Yang Shengzhu?" Just as Yang Kai was watching coldly from the sidelines, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He found that this woman was the one who had been humiliated by Mu Chengfeng before. Her face was covered in dust, and she looked like a cat. Her loose robe that had been cut open was still on her body. Her proud figure made her look like a blade of grass in the wind and rain, making people want to take pity on her. "You know me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Are you really Yang Shengzhu?" The woman's face suddenly flushed red. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Her two eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed with a bright light. Her eyes were quickly filled with tears, as if she had seen her savior. She knelt down in front of Yang Kai and said, Yang Shengzhu, please uphold justice for the people of the entire continent. Stand up and talk. Startled, Kaiyang quickly reached out and lifted her up. The woman suddenly felt herself being lifted up by a gentle force, no longer able to continue kneeling. Don't cry. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. This woman was looking at him with teary eyes, constantly sobbing, bean-sized tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. After wiping away one string of tears, another string would appear. Her beautiful face was gradually revealed. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Although Mu Qingfeng was a bit unbearable, he was very experienced in reading women. Let's talk nicely. Yang Kai sighed and comforted her. Don't cry for now. Yes. The woman rubbed the corners of her eyes again and tried to suppress the excitement in her heart. Her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly a few times before she finally calmed down. Yang Shengzhu is a person who can reach the heavens. Only you can resolve the continent's calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that thousands of cultivator from the shrouded heaven manor had gathered around and were looking at him with pleading eyes. On the other side, Mu Qingfeng had long been beaten to the point that he did not look human anymore. He had become a pile of rotten meat. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "Don't make it sound so serious." Yes, I know a little about the situation here, but I just came back and don't know much. Tell me more in detail. What is the current situation of the continent? When did these people come here? Replying to Yang Shengzhu, these people came to the Tongxian realm a year ago. The woman opened her red lips slightly and her beautiful eyes fell into a reminiscing look. As she narrated, the look in her eyes gradually became frightened and angry. Obviously, it was because she recalled the days of fear and the scene of her fellow disciples being killed. Chapter 1822. After an hour, Yang Kai and Gue Zhu set off again, gradually disappearing into the distance. The woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion looked at the backs of the two, cheering in her heart. With Yang Shengzhu's return, the continent was saved. Although she had never interacted with Yang Kai, and today was the first time they met, she firmly believed in this matter. Yang Kai, according to that little girl, this spirit-devouring sect has some tricks up its sleeve, Gue Zhu said thoughtfully. This method of extracting the world energy of the entire continent and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystals is quite ingenious. Even this old master can't figure it out. Indeed, but this can only be done under the premise of harming the foundation of the stars. Yang Kai played with a few pieces of spirit-devouring crystals in his hand. They were almost the same size and color. These spirit-devouring crystals were all found in Mu Qingfeng's space ring. One of them was a semi-finished product obtained from the spirit-devouring array, while the rest were already formed. Obviously, they were the harvest of Mu Qingfeng and the others in the past year. Every bit of world energy in these spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to Tongxian realm. According to the woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to Tongxian realm a year ago. When they saw a starship arrive that day, the cultivator of Tongxian realm was puzzled and didn't know what happened. However, after the spirit-devouring sect suppressed Tongxian realm with absolute strength, they began to enslave the cultivator of Tongxian realm to work for them to maintain the operation of the spirit-devouring array. However, those who resisted were killed without mercy. Within a year, dozens of families and forces on Tongxian realm were wiped out. Shrouded Heaven Mansion also suffered heavy losses, with only 1,000 people surviving in the end. Has Elder never heard of the spirit-devouring sect before? Yang Kai turned to look at Gue Zhu. Gue Zhu shook his head and said no. You also know that this old master has been trapped for 2,000 years and has just escaped not long ago. In fact, I don't know much about this territory. But, don't you happen to have a candidate in your hands? You mean? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before understanding who Gue Zhu was referring to. Taking out the soul-sustaining bowl from his space ring, he condensed his divine sense into it. He shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, Zidong's soul body slowly emerged, looking at Yang Kai in fear and trepidation. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Yang, what instructions do you have for me? Could it be that they've already arrived at Purple Star?" Now that we've arrived at Purple Star, I have something to ask you. Brother Yang, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Zidong Lai wiped his forehead. He seemed to be much more relieved. Have you ever heard of the spirit-devouring sect? Spirit-devouring sect? Zidong Lai's face changed, revealing a look of dread. You really know about it? Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately realized that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. I do know about it. Why? Did Brother Yang meet someone from the spirit-devouring sect? Zidong Lai looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yes. I just met a group of cultivator who claimed to be from the spirit-devouring sect. They set up a spirit-devouring array and refined something called the spirit-devouring crystal. Yang Kai said, and took out a spirit-devouring crystal. That's it. It's really the spirit-devouring crystal. Zidong Lai's eyes instantly became scorching hot as he stared at the spirit-devouring crystal with a greedy look on his face. But soon, he remembered that his body was now destroyed, so he had no use for the spirit-devouring crystal. He immediately became a little dejected. Tell me, what's the background of this spirit-devouring sect? Why do you seem to be afraid of them? Yang Kai put away the spirit-devouring crystal and continued to ask. Spirit-devouring sect. Well, I have never met them before. I only saw some records in the ancient books of my Purple Star. It is said that 100 years ago, the spirit-devouring sect was suddenly born on a cultivation star called the Heavenly Wolf Star. Then it rose like a comet. Its rise was so fast that it attracted the attention of the entire cultivation star territory. In less than 10 years, a large number of masters have been born in the spirit-devouring sect. There are even several Origin King Realm masters. This is very unusual for an obscure sect. So, at that time, the three great forces in the cultivation star territory did research on the spirit-devouring sect. Later, they found that this sect had mastered a set of secret techniques from somewhere. It was the method to set up the spirit-devouring array and refine the spirit-devouring crystal, as Brother Yang said. The cultivator of their sect had greatly improved in a short time by devouring and refining the energy of the spirit-devouring crystal. If that was all, it would be nothing. The key is that their rise was accompanied by the decline of the Heavenly Wolf Star. In less than 50 years after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the richness of the Heavenly Wolf Star's world energy had dropped by several grades. Only then did the three great forces in the cultivation star territory realize the seriousness of the problem. Any cultivation star is a precious treasure in the cultivation star territory. How could the spirit-devouring sect be so reckless? If they were allowed to continue like this, the Heavenly Wolf Star would collapse. So, after the three great forces looked back, they jointly dispatched masters to the Heavenly Wolf Star and attacked the spirit-devouring sect's headquarters. In that battle, the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted, but the three great forces also suffered a lot of losses. This has never happened before. In the cultivation star territory, there is a sect that can compete with the three great forces. Since that battle, the spirit-devouring sect has disappeared from the stage of history. I thought the spirit-devouring sect had long been annihilated, but I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. The three great forces joined forces. Yang Kai was also stunned, but soon he sneered. The three of you joined forces not just to stop the spirit-devouring sect from continuing to destroy the Heavenly Wolf Star, right? Did you take a fancy to something else? Zidong Lai smiled embarrassedly and flattered. Brother Yang's insight is like a torch. The spirit-devouring sect has an amazing secret method to cultivate a cultivator to grow rapidly. Which force wouldn't be jealous? An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. But, as far as I know, although the three great forces annihilated the spirit-devouring sect, they didn't succeed in laying out the spirit-devouring array. Oh, why is that? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know. I only saw some records in the sect's ancient books. I don't know the specific situation at that time. A worried look emerged between Zidong Lai's brows, but after a few decades, the spirit-devouring sect has come back again. This is not a good thing. By the way, Brother Yang, where is this place? Since that incident, the spirit-devouring sect has become a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. It's absolutely impossible for them to act under the nose of the three great forces again. This is my homeland. Yang Kai replied casually. No outsiders have come here for a long time. The spirit-devouring sect probably saw this point, so they laid out the spirit-devouring array here. I see. Brother Yang, Since we have discovered the spirit-devouring sect, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they have a chance to breathe, they will become a big problem. I see that the world energy here is thin. I don't think there are any experts here. Why don't you take me back to Purple Star, and let me mobilize the Purple Star's experts here? Hey, Brother Yang, let me finish, Brother Yang. After Yang Kai stuffed the soul-sustaining bowl back into his space ring, he said to Gue Zhu, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Sect Master, if you have any orders, just say it. Gue Zhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have a lot of people. According to the woman just now, they are scattered all over the continent, laying out the spirit-devouring array. I want you to help me eradicate them all. That's not a problem. Gue Zhu laughed strangely. It's very easy to find them. Just follow the direction of the flow of world energy. Naturally, you can follow the vine to find the melon. Moreover, this old master is very interested in the spirit-devouring array. If I had known that this spirit array was so heaven-defying, I wouldn't have let Mu Chengfeng die. I should have interrogated him properly. You can study the spirit-devouring array, but you can't use it. This old master naturally knows this. This old master doesn't want to become the public enemy of the Star Territory. Sect Master, don't worry, this old master will be back soon. By the way, where should I find you after dealing with this? Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai replied, You can ask anyone and you'll know the direction. Okay, this old master will go. Gue Zhu laughed. The 10,000 soul banner wrapped around his body, turned into a black light, and flew away. After Gue Zhu left, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction with deep eyes. The wind and thunder wings unfolded behind him. With the sound of wind and thunder, he also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on this trip back to Tongxian realm. Now that Gue Zhu was going to eradicate the remnants of the spirit-devouring sect personally, there was nothing to worry about, but he had to go to the Earth's core personally. Mu Chengfeng said that his father planned to refine the star's source of Tongxian realm. In that case, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master must be in the Earth's core at this moment. The source strength of a cultivation star was always hidden in the depths of its core, but it was extremely difficult to reach it. The world principles contained in the source strength of a cultivation star were not something anyone could resist. Only a third-order origin king realm master could resist it for a while. However, the little senior sister had refined Tongxian realm's source, and the little senior sister was not on this continent, so it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the Earth's core now. If Yang Kai's guess was right, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master should already be in the Earth's core. He flew for a while and found a suitable place before landing. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Xiao and got into the sealed world bead, letting Xiao Xiao hold the Emperor artifact. In the next moment, Xiao Xiao used his innate divine technique and disappeared into the ground, moving towards the Earth's core at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate outside. He was surprised to find that he had arrived at the Earth's core. Magma was surging below, and it was extremely hot. Even the world energy here contained unimaginable heat toxins. And in a very distant location, there were some faint movements. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he rushed out of the sealed world bead. After listening for a moment, his face suddenly changed, and he hurried towards the source of the movement. Less than 100 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was, a middle-aged man with a robust appearance stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 5 third-order origin returning realm cultivators stood on both sides. The middle-aged man stared ahead with a dignified gaze. In front of him, there was a dazzling ball of energy that was emitting light. And on that ball of energy, there was a clear face. This face was covered with a thin veil, making it impossible to see its true appearance. There was a blue crystal on its forehead, and its eyes were clear, like a fairy from an empty valley. Who else could this woman be but Xia Ning Chong? Chapter 1823. It could be seen that Xia Ning Chong did not have a physical body, but rather a wisp of her soul, so she could only manifest an illusory image. At this moment, Xia Ning Chang's clear eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, as well as a faint trace of anger. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and the several origin returning realm cultivator all looked calm, as if they were certain to defeat the other party. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, and after a long time, the middle-aged man spoke. This king has been waiting for many days. I wonder if young Lady Xia has considered this properly? Can you give this king a satisfactory answer? Xia Ningchang frowned and said softly, Can you be more lenient? This matter is of great importance, and I need to discuss it carefully with junior brother. But now, I can't find any trace of junior brother. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Young Lady Xia, are you joking? This king saw that you were able to refine the source of the stars at such a young age. So this king cherished talent and was unwilling to use force. But now, you are repeatedly evading my request. Do you think this king is a fool? If you really have a problem, you should ask your honored master for advice. Why would you discuss it with your junior brother? Ridiculous. But, Xia Ningchang thought to herself, honored master's current cultivation is even lower than mine, so how can he compare to junior brother? No buts. The middle-aged man interrupted Xia Ningchang impatiently. Since you are not willing to cooperate, then this king will drain this continent of its world energy and turn it into a dead star. As for the source of the stars, if you don't want it, then this king doesn't care. When the time comes, this king would like to see how long you can preserve this source without the support of the world energy. Perhaps young lady has the ability to bring it back from the dead? This continent has billions of living beings. Without the nourishment of the world energy, they will all die. I'm afraid they will all become bones in a few days. Wait. Xia Ningchang was shocked, her eyes full of hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man looked at her with a cold smile, his face full of confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with this woman surnamed Xia, he could tell that she wasn't deeply involved in the world and didn't have much experience. Moreover, she was kind-hearted and didn't want to see the continent gradually fall into ruin. It was for this reason that he could threaten her to return the origin source. Otherwise, the origin energy would have been refined by her. Unless he could find her real body and kill her. They had to snatch the star's origin that they possessed. But how would the middle-aged man know where her real body was? The other party had merely sensed that something had happened on this continent, so he had sent a wisp of his soul intent here. Only someone with a great divine technique would be able to follow this divine will. He tracked down the location of Xia Ningchang's real body. Xia Ningchang looked like he was in a difficult position. How could the middle-aged man not know that his threat had worked? Using the billions of lives to pressure the other party. How could a little girl bear it? Striking while the iron was hot, he said, Miss Xia, I'm not willing to do such inhumane things. If you can return the origin, I'll give you a chance. If you can return the origin source, I can become the star master of this continent after I refine it. If I become the star master, how could I not consider this continent? But haven't you been extracting the world's spiritual energy? Xia Ningchang didn't know about the tyranny and evil of the spirit-devouring array, so she couldn't detect the other party's sinister intentions for a while. It's just destruction and reconstruction. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. I can't tell you the specific reason, Miss Xia. You only need to know that if I refine the origin source, I will lead this continent to prosperity. Really? Xia Ningchang muttered to herself. Although she was naturally kind and had a pure heart, it didn't mean that she was a fool. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man wasn't a good person, but the other party's threat had grasped her weak spot. If she didn't return the origin source for him to refine, the world's spiritual energy would be sucked dry sooner or later, and it would really become a dead star. When she became the Star Master, she felt the vitality and pulse of the billions of lives on Tongxian realm. She felt the rise and fall of this continent. So how could she bear to see this continent become a cold and desolate place? Xia Ningchang was really at a loss. There was only one voice in the depths of her heart that was shouting, Junior brother, where are you? If you were in my position, how would you deal with it? Little senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. A voice suddenly echoed in the depths of the earth core. Xia Ningchang raised her head. She instinctively thought that she was hallucinating because she missed the voice too much, but when she saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the darkness not far away and saw the smile on that familiar face, she realized that her junior brother had really appeared in front of her at this time. Xia Ningchang's mouth twitched and she almost cried. She felt so wrong that she wanted to die. A few days ago, she had been negotiating with the middle-aged man. Her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure, but she was still able to pretend to be obedient. But when this figure appeared, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt like her whole body was about to collapse. The heavy burden that had been on her shoulders for a long time almost crushed her to pieces. Only when this heavy burden was lifted did she realize what she had been shouldering. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and called out. Senior sister, don't cry. Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Xia Ningchang's wisp of soul. Staring at her, he grinned and said, it's okay, I'm here. It was as if he was comforting a child. He almost patted Xia Ningchang's head a few times. Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. You noticed that something was wrong here, so you sent your soul sense here, right? Yang Kai glanced at her and understood the situation in front of him. Only a star master could do such a thing. If he wanted, he could also send a wisp of his soul sense back to Shadowed Star, but it would consume a lot of his soul sense. My main body is too far away from my soul sense. It's not good to stay here for too long as it can easily cause damage. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect in a few days, so they don't have to worry. And, junior brother, be careful. These people. It's okay, just a few trash who can't even be shown in public, Yang Kai sneered. Hearing what he said, Xia Ningchang smiled sweetly, no longer worried. She then formed a seal with her hands, and the face of her soul sense gradually dissipated. Just before Xia Ningchang left, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, by the way, junior brother, Yang Inflammation, What happened to Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was shocked, but there was no trace of Xia Ningchang in front of him. Her wisp of soul sense had already passed through the star field and returned to Shadowed Star. What the hell happened? Yang Kai suddenly became depressed. Xia Ningchang did not know the true identity of Yang Inflammation, but he did. Yang Inflammation had been in a deep sleep since she returned from the Emperor Garden, seemingly trying to completely merge her main body with her embodiment. It had been more than 10 years since then, but Yang Kai did not know what was going on. Now, Xia Ningchang suddenly sent him news about Yang Inflammation, but she did not explain it fully, which made Yang Kai very anxious. I'll deal with you when we get back. Yang Kai secretly swore to himself. Little brat, you're quite arrogant, daring to judge this king like that. Since Yang Kai had become a monk, the middle-aged man and the other origin-returning realm cultivator had been staring at him vigilantly. Just now, when they heard Yang Kai call them a bunch of trash, they were furious. Coupled with the fact that the source strength they were about to obtain was ruined by Yang Kai with just a few words, how could the middle-aged man endure? He immediately shouted angrily. Yang Kai slowly turned around, looked at them coldly, and sneered. What? Are you not trash? Several big men ganging up to bully a little girl, and calling you trash is an insult to the word trash. The middle-aged man coldly snorted as thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Who was it just now who said they would turn this place into a dead star? Stand up. This sect master promises not to beat you to death. Yang Kai declared arrogantly as he glared at the other party. Little brat, don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a little strength. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and the sky? You have already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age. You can be considered a promising talent. Why don't you join this king? This king can teach you a supreme secret technique that will help you reach the peak as soon as possible, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. What? Origin King realm? Him. Impossible. The origin-returning realm cultivators behind the middle-aged man were shocked and cried out one by one. They had been investigating Yang Kai's cultivation, but they couldn't find any clues at all. They thought that he was wearing an artifact that could isolate their divine sense, but they didn't know that he was actually stronger than them. But how can there be such a young origin king in this world? Yang Kai chuckled and said contemptuously, Are all of you spirit-devouring sect so idiotic? No wonder you were annihilated. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. You know we are from the spirit-devouring sect, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? The origin-returning realm cultivators also trembled, as if some of their secrets had been exposed. A look of extreme fear appeared in their eyes. So what if I'm arrogant? Bite me. Yang Kai sneered. If you don't have the guts, how about I lend you a few? The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He had long noticed that Yang Kai was a first-order origin king, not the slightest bit worse than him. He was not confident he could kill Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to endure the other party's arrogance. However, the secret of the spirit-devouring sect couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be hunted down by the cultivator in the entire star territory. For a moment, the middle-aged man had a headache. He didn't know what to do. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Kai sneered and added fuel to the fire. By the way, before I came here, I killed a few of your spirit-devouring sect's people. One of them said he was the young sect master of the spirit-devouring sect and called himself Mu Chengfeng. That guy was your son, right? Sect Master Mu Wu? Mu Wu's body trembled. His eyes immediately turned blood red. You killed Chengfeng? Sorry, I misspoke. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. I didn't kill him. I just beat him up. He was beaten to death by the people of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He died so miserably that he was turned into a meat patty. Sect Master Mu Wu, you weren't there. If you had seen it, you would have shed tears. Tiske. Chapter 1824. Bastard, I'll kill you. Mu Wu roared as his face turned ferocious. Saint Qi surged out of his body as his Origin King Realm Domain territory wrapped around Yang Kai. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and landed directly on top of Yang Kai's head. He naturally knew the cultivation of the people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. It was impossible for his son to be killed by them. The only possibility was that his son was suppressed by this little brat in front of him, which was why he was killed. The enmity of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if Mu Wu was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, how could he endure it at this moment? He clapped his hands and pushed them forward. A surge of power turned into a visible cross-slash that pressed down on Yang Kai like a landslide, as if it wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Is that all you've got? Yang Kai curled his lips as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He could see the clues from Mu Wu's move. Although he was also a First-Order Origin King, his real combat power was worse than any Origin King that Yang Kai had ever seen. This difference was mainly in the degree of condensation of Saint Qi and the power of his territory field. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. The spirit-devouring sex cultivator mainly relied on refining and devouring spirit-devouring crystals. It was a shortcut. But how could there be a shortcut in martial Dao cultivation? The price of rapidly improving one's cultivation was an unstable foundation. A spirit-devouring sect cultivator might be able to cultivate to the Second-Order Origin King realm, or even the Third Order with the help of spirit-devouring crystals. But their real combat power was definitely much lower than a cultivator of the same level. Mu Wu was the same. His Saint Qi was slightly impure, and his territory field wasn't perfect. Although the cross-energy slash was imposing, it was full of flaws in Yang Kai's eyes. He just bent his back and threw a punch with all his might. The fist roared and hit the center of the cross-energy slash. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk a fine crisp sound rang out. Mu Wu was shocked, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with horror and despair. He could only feel that his territory had been shattered by his opponent's punch and could no longer remain intact. The cross-shaped energy slash had also become extremely fragile. It was actually directly scattered. So powerful. Mu Wu immediately realized that he was no match for Yang Kai. Before he could finish this thought, the remaining force of the fist broke through all the blockages and landed directly on his chest. PFFF. Mu Wu was sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master actually. That's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The origin-returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect immediately screamed. Their faces turned pale as they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. An Origin King Realm Master had always been synonymous with the peak combat power in Star Territory, but the Sect Master was just an Origin King. They were actually sent flying in the first exchange of blows with this young man. This reality was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, Mu Wu's heart was also trembling. After that one strike, the blood that had surged up in his head had also subsided rapidly. He knew that he was no match for Yang Kai. He had already begun to think about how to escape. But his vision suddenly blurred as a face that terrified him suddenly appeared, almost touching the tip of his nose. Demon Eye. Yang Kai softly spat out these two words. In the next moment, the pupil of his left eye suddenly shrank, turning into a long and narrow vertical pupil. From that eye, a dazzling golden light bloomed. It was filled with endless majesty. Mu Wu was instantly blinded. In his consciousness, he only felt that there was a terrifying eye in the sky looking down at him coldly. Under the gaze of that eye, he didn't dare to move at all. Even his soul was in turmoil. At the moment when he was absent-minded, Yang Kai attacked again. He suddenly punched out, smashing Mu Wu's dantian. A surge of Saint Qi poured into Mu Wu's body, shuttling through his meridians and flesh like thousands of sharp swords, instantly destroying his meridians. The Origin King Realm aura on Mu Wu's body suddenly withered. In just 3 breaths, the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect had his cultivation crippled by Yang Kai. *Pa*. He fell from the sky like a dead fish and fell to the ground motionless. In the depths of the earth's core, only the sound of the few origin-returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect swallowing their saliva could be heard. The battle just now happened so fast that their sect master was crippled before they could react. Now that they understood their situation, their faces turned ugly. They looked at Yang Kai, who was standing next to Mu Wu, as if they were looking at an evil ghost. Their faces were filled with horror and horror. This young man could cripple their sect master in 3 breaths. If he wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of moving his fingers. The demon eye of annihilation in Yang Kai's left eye still hadn't dispersed. He bent down and lifted Mu Wu up, looking straight into his eyes. His divine sense surged as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you arrange the spirit-devouring array? Tell me and I will spare your life." Although Yang Kai had seen the 6-pointed star array, he couldn't figure out anything about it. He didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays, so if he wanted to know how to arrange it, he had to start with Mu Wu. Mu Wu was the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect, so there was no reason he didn't know how to arrange the spirit-devouring array. How could Mu Wu, whose cultivation was crippled, resist the power of the demon eye of annihilation? After being forced by Yang Kai's divine sense, Mu Wu's eyes glazed over in an instant, and he replied, "The spirit-devouring array was passed to my Mu family by that master. The master said that I can't tell anyone." "Master?" Yang Kai frowned, slightly stunned. He just wanted to understand the operation principle of the spirit-devouring array from Mu Wu and bring it back to Shadowed Star for Yang Yen to see if he could improve it. Who knew that it would involve some inexplicable master? It seems to be very secretive, Yang Kai thought secretly. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, a trace of bright light flashed through the eyes of Mu Wu, who had a blank expression on his face, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "My lord, save me." Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to retreat, the light burst out from Mu Wu's eyes and shot into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked and pushed Mu Wu away with a wave of his hand. The next moment, he closed his eyes and his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, everything was calm, but Yang Kai's eyes immediately noticed a somewhat different kind of energy. This energy was suspended in his knowledge sea, twisting and changing. From this energy, Yang Kai felt a completely unfamiliar aura. This aura definitely didn't belong to Mu Wu. This energy wasn't strong, but Yang Kai felt an unimaginable danger. Soul-warming lotus. It's actually the soul-warming lotus. From this energy, a hoarse scream suddenly rang out. From this voice, Yang Kai could tell that the speaker was a man, but he couldn't tell his age. As soon as the voice fell, the energy transformed into the image of a man wearing a long robe. His face was blurred and Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. At this moment, this man was staring straight at the 7-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a faint fanatical light bursting from his eyes. Ha 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 ha, it's actually the soul-warming lotus that has evolved to 7 colors. Just one more step, and it will become the supreme soul-warming lotus. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that such a precious treasure would exist in this star territory? It seems that this king's decision to come here at the cost of Yuan Qi was not a bad idea. The man didn't seem to put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, only staring at the soul-warming lotus with great excitement. Immediately, his body shook again as he stared blankly at the space above his knowledge sea. An even more fanatical look bursting from his eyes as he excitedly said, "Star. It's actually the star of this star territory. Ha 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 ha. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Heavens help me, ha ha ha. Who are you, your excellency? You aren't Mu Wu, are you?" Yang Kai stared at this man coldly. Although this man gave him a very dangerous feeling, this was his knowledge sea, his world, so he wasn't afraid. Only then did the man glance at Yang Kai, his eyes cold and indifferent. Under this gaze, Yang Kai felt like an ant being stared at by a giant dragon, as if in this man's eyes, he was incomparably small. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. His martial Dao was extremely tough, and all the enemies he faced along the way were all stronger than him. Now that he was an Origin King cultivator, even facing a third-order Origin King, it was impossible for him to feel inferior. But this man— Yang Kai's face sank as he dispelled the discomfort in his heart and said coldly, "It seems that your excellency is the master mentioned by Mu Wu." The man opposite him raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Boy, you are young, but not only is your cultivation good, your temperament is also good. This king didn't expect that there would be a character like you in this star territory. Boy, you will definitely become a great talent in the future." Yes, this king is the master mentioned by Mu Wu. So, you don't want Mu Wu to reveal the secret of the spirit-devouring array, so you attached yourself to him with your divine sense. Once he is about to reveal the secret, you will appear to stop him? Boy, you are worth teaching. Yang Kai nodded lightly. From the brief conversation just now and the man's muttering, he had some vague guesses about his origins. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and grinned. "Then, Master, have you heard of the name Insect Emperor?" As soon as he said this, the man's figure trembled violently as a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He hissed, "A trivial ant actually knows of the existence of the Insect Emperor, Master? It seems that you are not simple." "Hee, I understand now. So, you also came from that place. You actually know of the existence of the star boundary?" The man looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Who are you?" This time, he finally looked at Yang Kai seriously. "So, that place is called the Star Boundary." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, but at the same time, there was a trace of yearning. "You don't know." The man frowned, somewhat unable to figure out Yang Kai. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai knew of the Insect Emperor's name, but had never heard of the Star Boundary. After being interrupted by Yang Kai, he suddenly became a little annoyed and waved his hand. "Boy, I don't care where you heard of the Insect Emperor Master's name, but since you have seen this king cannot let you live. This king will now give you two options. One is death, the other is to submit to this king and offer this soul-warming lotus to me with both hands. And this king may consider sparing your life." Chapter 1825. "Thank you very much, Master." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "But I don't want to choose any path. You're courting death." The figure's face darkened, and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded fiercely, he didn't mean to fight Yang Kai, but stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "In that case, Master, why don't you send me on my way?" With a reckless look, he kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became more and more gloomy. "What? You don't dare, or you can't." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like a sharp sword, piercing the depths of the figure's heart to see the truth. The figure was as motionless as a mountain. Yang Kai was as calm as the abyss and sneered, "If you come here with your true body, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be something that a cultivator at my level can resist. But you want to capture me with a mere soul. Are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea. I am the master." As soon as the words fell, the calm sea below suddenly rolled, gathering into a fierce water column, like an evil dragon waking up, and the knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai lightly, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life. This king will come to you again. Don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole body gradually faded. "Want to leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly shone brightly. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strange? Spread out." His body trembled. The all-conquering golden light of annihilation was directly shattered. They all retreated, no longer able to get close to him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Dozens of fierce dragons formed from the energy of Yang Kai's spiritual sea pounced over from all directions, viciously biting at the figure. A grave expression appeared on the figure's face. He drew a semicircle in front of him with his left hand, and a barrier of light suddenly appeared around his soul. Rumble, the evil dragon crashed into the light screen. His knowledge sea shook violently, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became extremely weak. This was a head-on clash of souls. No matter who won or lost, both Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was having a hard time, but the figure was also having a hard time. This wasn't an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated by this wave of powerful attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer unspeakably. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of fierce dragons, the figure became transparent, as if it could collapse at any time. And faintly visible inside his body, a scorching fire was wandering, constantly nibbling away at his soul power. Good, you're very good. The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. A mere ant dares to hurt this king's soul. This king will remember today's enmity, and will make you pay back 100 times in the future. As soon as his words fell, he once again formed a seal, and his whole person completely faded away. But before leaving, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt, because there was no trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Where did he hide it? Yang Kai couldn't feel it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul, perhaps just one of the billions of divine senses of that person, yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king couldn't do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the Star Boundary. There were also 2 things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. First, that figure seemed to attach great importance to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star at that time, he was even more excited than when he saw the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining this star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and hadn't found much use for it. However, the other party seemed to care so much about the star, even more so than the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he didn't know about. The second thing was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure actually said that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form, so how could he have known that there was a higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king's, was all thanks to the constant nourishment of his soul by this supreme treasure. The 7-colored soul-warming lotus had already brought great benefits to Yang Kai, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so huge that it took him a long time to recover. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart and dispersed his soul avatar, returning his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mu Wu sitting to the side with a pale face, motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The other origin returning realm cultivator didn't make the slightest move either. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they didn't have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. It wasn't until now that they saw Yang Kai looking at them that these origin-returning realm cultivators were shocked. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Mu Wu. We had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now we have repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead. We will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames. One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to tell of their difficulties. They all accused Mu Wu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. Mu Wu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out. Golden light flickered in the dim space for a while, instantly reaping their lives. Then Yang Kai picked up the space rings of these people one by one. After checking them, he plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals that had been refined from their space rings. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Hong. With a muffled sound, all the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tongxian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return the energy to its source. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the density of world energy in his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy aura, a man sat cross-legged. Sitting there, it was as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to discover his existence. Butterflies fluttered around him while a little bird gracefully combed its feathers with its beak. For this little bird, it seemed to be standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had surpassed the entire territory of this star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and kowtow. Suddenly, this man's body trembled, and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible beam of energy shot over from afar and entered his body. This man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the treasure map of this star's territory? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, it's useless for you to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed, and there haven't been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star's territory. It seems that there really isn't a protector. In that case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled coldly, and his entire body sank down in a strange manner. In just a moment, he came to the depths of the Earth's core and stood in front of the cultivation star's origin of this cultivation star. His hands danced as he constantly instilled seals into the origin of the stars. Along with his movements, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire cultivation star began to fluctuate and converge towards the origin of the stars. Then, it was swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators noticed that something was wrong at this moment. They clearly felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be decreasing at a terrifying speed. However, no one knew what was going on. To read it with a mobile phone, please visit Thank You, Master. Yang Kai slightly cupped his fists, narrowed his eyes, and said indifferently, "But I won't choose any path. You're courting death." The figure's face darkened and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded Yang Kai fiercely, he didn't have the intention to attack him. Instead, he stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "If that's the case, why don't you send me on my way, master?" He looked like he didn't know what was good for him and kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became even more gloomy. "What? You don't dare, or you can't." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a sharp sword that was going to pierce the depths of the figure's heart and see the truth. The figure was as still as a mountain. Yang Kai's aura was as deep as the abyss, and he sneered, "If you come in person, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be someone that a cultivator at my level can resist. However, you want to capture me with a mere soul? Are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea, and I am the master." As soon as he finished speaking, the calm seawater below suddenly surged and gathered into ferocious water pillars, like an evil dragon waking up. His knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai indifferently, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king has underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, then this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life. This king will come to find you again. Don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole person gradually faded away. "Want to leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly burst out. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? How can it be so strange? Scatter." His body shook. The golden light of annihilation that had always been successful was directly scattered. They all retreated and could no longer get close to him. Roar at this moment. Dozens of dragons condensed from Yang Kai's knowledge sea's energy rushed out from all directions and bit down viciously at the figure. The figure's face showed a very dignified look, his left hand drawing a semicircle in front of him, and a light curtain-like protection suddenly appeared around his soul body. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the dragons hit the light curtain. The knowledge sea shook, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became very weak. This was a head-on confrontation between souls, and regardless of the outcome, Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was not having a good time, but the figure was also very uncomfortable. This was not an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated under this wave of attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of dragons, the figure became transparent, as if he could collapse at any time. Moreover, a scorching flame was faintly visible in his body, constantly eating away at his soul force. "Good, you're very good." The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "A trivial ant dares to injure this king's soul body. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal again, and his whole body completely faded away. But before he left, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt because there was no longer any trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Or was he hiding? Yang Kai could not sense it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul avatar, perhaps one of the billions of divine senses of that person. Yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king would not be able to do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the Star Boundary. There were also 2 things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. The first was that the figure seemed to pay special attention to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star, he was even more excited than when he saw the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining this star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and had not found much use for it. But the other party cared so much about the star, even more so than the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he did not know about. The second thing was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure had said that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form. So how could he have known that there was an even higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king, was all due to the constant nourishment of his soul by this precious treasure. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus had already benefited Yang Kai immensely, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so great that it took him a long time to recover. After half a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart, dispersed his soul avatar, and returned his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mu Wu's face was pale and he had fallen to the side motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The few origin-returning realm cultivators did not make the slightest move. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they did not have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. Until now, when they saw Yang Kai looking at them, these origin-returning realm cultivators were frightened, and they all squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Mu Wu and had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now we have completely repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead and will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire." One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to express their difficulties. They all accused Mu Wu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. Mu Wu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out and a golden light flickered in the dim space, reaping their lives in an instant. Then, Yang Kai picked up these people's space rings one by one and checked them. He plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals from their space rings that had already been refined. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Hong. With a muffled sound. All the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return this energy to its source. He believed that it would not be long before the world energy density of his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy, a man sat cross-legged. He sat there as if he was one with the world. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to notice his existence. Butterflies danced around him, and there was a little bird above his head, elegantly combing its feathers with its beak. To the little bird, it was as if it was standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had already surpassed the entire territory of the star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and kowtow. Suddenly, the man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible energy shot from the distance and entered his body. The man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The seven-colored soul-warming lotus and the star territory's treasure map? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, you won't be able to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed, and there have not been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star territory. It seems that there really is no protector. Since that's the case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After saying that, he suddenly smiled coldly, and his entire body strangely sank down. In just a short moment, he arrived at the depths of the Earth's core and stood before the star source of this cultivation star. Both of his hands danced about, and he kept on casting incantations into the star source. Along with his actions, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation star actually started to stir, and they all gathered towards the star source, which was then swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators instantly realized that something was wrong. They could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy was becoming less and less. Moreover, the rate at which it was decreasing was terrifying, but no one knew what was going on. Chapter 1826. Tongxian Realm, a place filled with outstanding talents, a place of great beauty. This place was surrounded by 9 main peaks. Originally, it was the world-famous Nine Heavens Holy Land. It was the most powerful place in the entire Tongxian Realm. However, many years ago, the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. There were rumors that they were taken to the vast territory of the star by the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. There were also rumors that they provoked an extremely powerful existence and were exterminated. There were all kinds of stories, but no one knew the truth behind it. However, in any case, Nine Heavens Holy Land was now ownerless. Many sects and families had their eyes on this treasure land. After the disciples of Nine Heavens Holy Land disappeared, countless conflicts broke out over this treasure land, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, this treasure land fell into the hands of 2 cultivators named Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai. Both of them were carefree figures. They didn't have much fame and never cared about worldly affairs. They only talked about romance, wine, and beautiful women. They had always been traveling the entire Tongxian realm and seeing the scenery of various places. That day, when they happened to pass by Nine Heavens Holy Land, they saw that it was full of world energy and beautiful scenery, so they didn't hesitate to occupy it. They were both third-order Saint Realm masters, so how could those sects and families dare to resist? Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to withdraw. They stayed there for a few years, and the 2 of them gradually got used to this place. They decided to stay and never leave. At this moment, on one of the main peaks of the 9 peaks, the 2 were sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and discussing the Tao in a carefree manner. Inside the pavilion, there were over a dozen young girls with graceful figures serving at the side. Their beautiful eyes emitted a peculiar light as they looked at the 2 of them. These young girls were all the girls that the 2 of them had saved when they were traveling the continent. Some of them had lost their families, some were homeless, some were bullied by villains and were powerless to resist. The 2 were free and easy. They didn't compete with others, nor did they compete with the world. They were handsome and elegant. Although they were peak third-order saints, they were amiable, so they naturally won the admiration and respect of these girls. At this moment, there was a chessboard on the stone table in front of the 2 of them. Black and white pieces crisscrossed each other. Their way of chess was very similar to their temperament. There was not the slightest murderous aura on the chessboard. Many people were surrounded but not killed. It was amazing to see. Brother E, I heard news that the Money of Gold sect was also annihilated by a group of unknown people. There were 3,000 people in the sect. Those who died, those who fled, and the remaining people seem to have all been enslaved. Those outsiders are really hateful. Lin Yu Hao gracefully put down a piece, but there was a faint trace of worry between his eyebrows. Yi Zhengkai looked up at Lin Yu Hao and said lightly, "Brother Lin, do you want to come out of seclusion?" Lin Yu Hao chuckled. Opening the folding fan in his hand, he casually fanned himself and said, "That day when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore that in this life, we would only seek freedom and not kill. If there was any violation, the heavens would strike him with lightning, and the winds and clouds outside would change. It would be extremely tragic, and his family would be ruined. What does it have to do with me? Does Brother Lin really think so?" Yi Zhengkai looked at Lin Yu Hao with a faint smile and said sharply, "I'm afraid that's not the case, right? Brother Lin has been upset these days, and even your way of chess has changed." The latter lowered his head and pulled at the chessboard in front of him, laughing embarrassedly. "Haha, it's true. That piece just now seems to be wrong. Brother Lin didn't make a mistake, but Brother Lin has killing intent in his heart." Saying so, Yizheng Kai put down a piece with a solemn expression. In an instant, the atmosphere on the chessboard suddenly changed. From the original calm, it turned into a murderous aura. The cold, murderous aura seemed to want to penetrate the chessboard and go straight to the ninth heaven. Lin Yuhao's expression changed slightly, and he said lightly, "Isn't brother-y the same?" Yizheng Kai laughed. "You and I are really brothers. Even our thoughts are the same." Lin Yuhao sighed slightly. "Over the years, you and I have only cared about ourselves and have never cared about the life and death of others in this continent. Even these girls," he glanced at the girls around him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. "I couldn't bear to see them like this, so I brought them back. I have been carefree for most of my life, and sometimes I wonder, is this kind of life really good? Back then, when the bone race revived, you and I didn't care, but under the leadership of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master, the masters of the three clans defeated the foreign enemies and defended this land. If it weren't for the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and the masters of the three clans, how could you and I continue to be carefree? I'm afraid that we would have been swallowed up by the bone race long ago. So how could we still be drinking tea and discussing the Tao today?" "Yes." Yizheng Kai nodded and said, "Brother Lin's thoughts are exactly what I'm thinking. Back then, I should have advanced and retreated with the masters of the human, demon, and monster races. Even if I died, I would have a clear conscience. Every time I think of what happened back then, this Lin feels uneasy. The peace of this continent was exchanged with their lives, but the two of us enjoyed it wantonly. But the two of us don't have the qualifications." Lin Yuhao smiled guiltily. Yizheng Kai narrowed his eyes. Now the opportunity has come. "Brother Lin, do you want to follow this and follow the example of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and make up for the regret in my heart?" "Of course." Lin Yuhao stood up, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. "This continent gave birth to me and raised me. So how can I watch those outsiders act recklessly? In this world, you and I have the strongest cultivation. If you and I don't come out, who can raise this banner?" "Well said." Yizheng Kai slapped the table and stood up. "Since Brother Lin has decided, then this he will risk his life to help. Just the two of you?" A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. The high-spirited and hot-blooded Lin Yuhao and Yizheng Kai seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned their heads to look around and shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" As soon as they spoke, a young man suddenly appeared not far away. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he walked over step by step. He appeared without any warning, as if he had walked out of the void. Yizheng Kai and Lin Yuhao stared straight at him and released their divine senses to probe the young man. In the next moment, the two brothers were aghast because they found that their divine senses had passed through the young man's body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest reaction. As for the young man, they couldn't sense the slightest energy fluctuation from him. He looked no different from an ordinary person. But the two knew that this young man was no ordinary person. This was definitely a sign that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. "Are you the outsider who is wreaking havoc on the continent?" Yizheng Kai seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he gave Lin Yuhao a meaningful look. Both of them quietly circulated their Saint Qi, ready to launch a desperate attack if anything went wrong. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to them and directly walked past them. Sitting at the stone table, he waved his hand towards a young girl who was staring at him in a daze. Chuckling, he said, "Young lady, pour me a cup of tea. I just fought with someone and am very thirsty." The girl didn't move, as if she was still immersed in a great shock and hadn't recovered. In the eyes of these girls, Lin Yuhao and Yizheng Kai were almost omnipotent and the most powerful men in the world. But when Yang Kai appeared, the two men they worshipped and admired seemed to have encountered the god of plague. Beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. The girl was quick-witted. How could she not know about Yang Kai's tyrannical strength? When she heard Yizheng Kai's words just now, she gritted her teeth and said, "Bad guy, I won't let you drink the tea of the two young lords." "Bad guy?" Yang Kai was stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like a bad guy to you? You outsiders kill and enslave others. What are you if not bad guys?" The girl was ignorant and fearless. She didn't give Yang Kai any face at all. Not only her, but the dozen or so girls standing next to her were also glaring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable under the dozen murderous gazes. He touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "When did I say that I was an outsider?" Based on your young lord's speculation? Do you trust him so much? Whatever young master says, there is nothing wrong with it. The young girl stuck out her chest. Her developing breasts looked swollen and quite interesting. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yi Zheng Kai, chuckling. Yi Zheng Kai's face turned ugly. Fearing that he would anger Yang Kai, he quickly reprimanded, Ling, don't be rude. Pour this friend a cup of tea. Hearing Yi Zheng Kai's words, the girl named Ling reluctantly walked in front of Yang Kai, picked up the teapot on the table, filled a cup, and then angrily retreated. Thanks, Yang Kai said, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said, just as oh. So. The veins on Lin Yuhao's forehead throbbed as he said in a deep voice, do you know what kind of tea this is? I don't. Yang Kai shook his head. Lin Yuhao coldly snorted. This is the white snow of the sun's horizon. It's hard to find in this world. Only 1 or 2 tales are produced in 100 years. It's also brewed with supreme true water. How dare you call it? Enough. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. It's tea, isn't it, for drinking? What's the point of talking so much? It'll be gone in one gulp. You. Lin Yuhao was furious. Yi Zheng Kai said, Brother Lin, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. This person doesn't look like an elegant person. Humph. Lin Yuhao coldly snorted. What's the use of being elegant? Yang Kai sneered. Can it be eaten? Can it kill people? The outside world is a mess. You two are so elegant. So why don't you use your elegance as a weapon to kill those bastards and return this continent to its former glory? As soon as these words came out, both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zheng Kai looked embarrassed. Lin Yuhao stubbornly said, There's no need for you to say that. Brother Yi and I are preparing to leave the mountain and teach those foreign thieves a lesson. Forget it. Yang Kai laughed heartily. With your strength, if the two of you really went there, they would be able to kill you with a single slap. How dare you humiliate us? Lin Yuhao flew into a rage. He raised his hand and formed a strange seal, shouting angrily, No matter who you are, since you dare to humiliate me and Brother Yi, prepare to accept the punishment. Plucking flower finger. Chapter 1827. Both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zheng Kai were straightforward people. Being despised and humiliated by Yang Kai like this, they naturally couldn't bear it. Plucking flower finger was a supreme secret technique that Lin Yuhao had studied for many years. It was extremely powerful and could kill without spilling blood, which was most in line with his style. A flower made of spiritual energy flashed on his finger, and an invisible energy enveloped Yang Kai. Yi Zheng Kai stood aside, not intending to join forces with Lin Yuhao. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai's movements. He had a hunch that Lin Yuhao's consummate skill was useless against Yang Kai because this young man seemed to be very strong. But even if it was useless, he could see the depth of the other party's strength through his reaction. So Yi Zheng Kai watched very carefully. But in the next moment, his expression was completely stunned as he murmured, How is this possible? Yang Kai didn't even move his body. He just exhaled gently, and Lin Yuhao's plucking flower finger was directly broken. The petals scattered in midair, but they didn't even have the ability to touch Yang Kai's body. Lin Yuhao was also dumbfounded. He exchanged a glance with Yi Zheng Kai, his heart turning cold. The other party broke his strongest secret technique so easily. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a level that the two of them couldn't guess. If the difference in strength between them was too great, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Good secret technique, Yang Kai chuckled. Unfortunately, the caster's cultivation is too low, so it can't play much of a role. These words sounded like an insult, but Lin Yuhao showed a thoughtful look, not the slightest bit displeased. In a cultivator's cultivation, the one with the highest cultivation was first. Although Yang Kai looked young, since his strength was profound, he was naturally qualified to comment. After saying that, Yang Kai's face sank again. You two hide here, make tea and discuss the Tao, and don't care about the world. You seem to be free and unrestrained, but are you really free and unrestrained? Lin Yuhao and Yi Zheng Kai looked at each other in dismay, an awkward look appearing on their faces. Yang Kai sneered softly. It would be fine if you were really free and easy. But I don't think you are. Since he wanted to live in seclusion, why should he care about the affairs of the world? Finding trouble for no reason is truly laughable. You can either truly live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. He would not come out until he died. Otherwise, he would fall into the mortal world. He had tasted all kinds of life. On the path of martial arts, all he wanted was to have a clear mind. If you guys keep worrying about personal gains and losses like this, you won't be able to achieve anything in your lifetime. I just want to have a clear mind and forge ahead. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai's bodies shook as a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes at a loss, sometimes excited, as if they had fallen into some kind of comprehension. Yang Kai glanced at them and laughed. He waved to the girl called Ling and said, "Miss, pour me another cup. Don't be so stingy." Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. She held the teapot in her arms and looked like she was ready to defend it to the death. Yang Kai pinched his nose in embarrassment. At this moment, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. As the howl spread out, it stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. In an instant, above 9 heavens' holy land, wind and thunder rolled, and dark clouds as thick as a quilt pressed down. "Oh, they're breaking through?" Yang Kai looked at the sky in surprise. That was clearly the world baptism that a cultivator was about to welcome when they broke through a great realm. He didn't expect that these two guys, who had taken over the nest of a magpie, would break through their shackles because of his words. It seemed that these two were quite talented, but they were limited by the world energy situation of Tongxian realm, so they couldn't break through. As the howl fell, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai both flew into the sky with dignified expressions. They spread out, ready to welcome the world energy baptism on their bodies. "What did you do to the two young lords?" Ling Er's beautiful face turned pale as she rushed to Yang Kai and asked loudly. The other girls also surrounded Yang Kai, surrounding him tightly. Their beautiful eyes were full of worry and anger. The worried ones were Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai, while the angry ones were Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai had the slightest accident, they would beat Yang Kai to death. "I didn't do anything to them. Didn't you see it?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. "I just said a few words to them." "Then how did they become like this?" Ling was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Don't worry, they will come down in a moment. After they come down, they will become stronger." Yang Kai explained patiently. "Who would believe you, you bad guy? Sisters, let's beat him up first." In the crowd, a round-faced girl shouted angrily. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls raised their fists and rained punches on Yang Kai. "Hey, where did he go?" The next moment, Ling screamed. She was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who had been sitting on the chair, had disappeared. The girls' fists all hit the air. "This person isn't a ghost, right?" The round-faced girl's face turned green as she asked cautiously. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls' faces turned pale and their tender bodies trembled. Thinking that they had been with a ghost for so long, they all felt uneasy. On the main peak of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai sighed. "These years, the little girl is really lawless." These girls didn't have high martial Dao cultivation, but their determination to protect Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai wasn't small. It really made him feel helpless. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would really be beaten up. Yang Kai decisively escaped. In the sky, 2 figures stood high up in the air as the power of heaven and earth slammed down on them, causing them to let out earth-shattering screams. However, those screams contained unyielding willpower and excitement. After half a day, the phenomenon above 9 heavens' holy land gradually dissipated. Inside the pavilion, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai both appeared at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Although the two of them looked disheveled, they had already broken through to the Saint realm and broken through to the Saint King realm. "Two young lords, are you okay?" Ling and the dozen girls hurried over and asked. "We're fine. Hey, where's that friend?" Lin Yuhao turned his head and looked around, but didn't see Yang Kai and was surprised. "We sisters have already beaten that ghost away." Ling waved her fist and asked for credit. "Ghost?" Yi Zhengkai's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, he and Lin Yuhao broke through at the same time with just a few pointers. It was obvious that Yang Kai was already standing at a height they had to look up to. Even if he had now broken through to the Saint realm, he didn't dare to compare himself with Yang Kai. How could such an expert be described as a ghost by the maidservants? "You actually chased him away?" Lin Yuhao's face was filled with annoyance. "Young lord, did we do something wrong?" Ling asked anxiously. "It's fine." Yi Zhengkai quickly waved his hand. "It's not your fault, you." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Kai suddenly paused and listened attentively. Soon after, his face lit up with joy as he looked at Lin Yuhao. He found that the other party was also looking at him with a happy face. The two understood each other's intentions and gently nodded. "You stay here, Brother Yi and I will be back soon," Lin Yuhao ordered. Lin Yuhao ordered. He took a step forward and shot towards a certain direction. Yi Kai followed closely behind. After a few dozen breaths, the two arrived at the main peak where Yang Kai was at. After seeing the unfathomable figure, both of them looked solemn and cupped their fists together. "Many thanks, Senior, for your guidance. We hope Senior can forgive us for offending you before." Although they didn't know how old Yang Kai was, since he was stronger than them, he might be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Calling him Senior wasn't an insult to them. "Senior." Yang Kai touched his nose and chuckled. "You don't have to call me that. I'm not that old. Moreover, it's not like I gave you pointers. You broke through because you wanted to. It has nothing to do with me." If Lin Yuhao and Yi Kai hadn't shown that they were ready to come out and contribute to the mainland, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered with them. His original intention was to drive the two away. This was Nine Heavens' holy land, his territory. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array here, so how could he allow outsiders to occupy it? However, after noticing that the two had good temperaments, Yang Kai came up with another idea. Lin Yuhao and Yi Kai looked at each other, and the former asked, "Then may I ask how to address this friend?" "Yang Kai." "Yang Kai?" Yi Kai frowned. "This name, where have I heard it before? It sounds very familiar." "Your Excellency, could it be?" Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Could it be that you are?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Is it really you?" Lin Yuhao was shocked. "Brother Lin." Yi Kai looked at Lin Yuhao for help. He still couldn't figure out where he had heard the name Yang Kai. Brother Yi is really a person of high status with short memory. Lin Yuhao smiled bitterly. "We were just discussing how to imitate the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land. Now that the real master has appeared in front of you and me, Brother Yi doesn't recognize him?" Yi Kai exclaimed, "Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land. So you are the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land?" The Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land was a legendary figure in the entire Tongxian realm, just like the great demon god. Many people only knew of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' holy land, but they didn't know his name, just like Great Demon God. After so many years, everyone only knew of Great Demon God's existence, but as for what his name was, few knew. Yi Kai couldn't connect the dots for a while, so when Lin Yuhao reminded him, he was shocked. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He cupped his fists and said, "So it was Yang Shengzhu. Brother Lin and I had eyes but failed to see. We hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us." Lin Yuhao also said in horror, "Since Yang Shengzhu has returned, Brother Yi and I will leave Nine Heavens' holy land immediately. I hope Yang Shengzhu won't blame us for disturbing your precious land." Chapter 1828. Invading someone else's headquarters without permission was a very serious matter. Although Nine Heavens' holy land had been empty for many years, it didn't mean that it could be occupied at will. If Yang Kai pursued this matter, Lin Yuhao and Yi Kai would die no matter how many lives they had. So, after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Lin Yuhao immediately wanted to retreat. "Why are you leaving?" "Don't go," Yang Kai chuckled. Lin Yuhao's face changed as he said in panic, "Yang Shengzhu, Brother Yi and I really didn't know you were still in Tongxian realm. We thought you had already, no need to explain. I don't mean to trouble you." Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him, saying lightly, "If you like it here, I will give you Nine Heavens' holy land." "For us?" This time, the two of them were really dumbfounded. They had no idea what kind of medicine Yang Kai was selling in his gourd. "Yes, I will give it to you," Yang Kai nodded, "but you have to do something for me." Lin Yuhao was silent for a while before he asked carefully, "What is it?" "Please explain in detail, Yang Shengzhu." "It's nothing, don't be so nervous." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "I just want you to watch over this place and not let outsiders come in at will. I will arrange a spirit array here. You just have to guard it well in the future." "It's that simple?" Yi Kai was surprised. "It's that simple." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I will find someone else to guard this place." Lin Yuhao and Yi Kai looked at each other. It was quite difficult for them to make up their minds. Although Yang Kai said it casually, they knew that the spirit array was very important. However, they also knew that this spirit array was absolutely important. If they couldn't protect it properly, wouldn't they be offending Yang Kai for no reason? With the strength Yang Kai had shown before, it wasn't a responsibility they could bear. The two exchanged glances and communicated with their divine senses for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Aya, the two of you don't seem too willing. Since that's the case, then forget it. I'll just go outside and find some random people. It doesn't matter if they're weak. Just casually give away some secret treasures and spirit pills. Imparting some cultivation methods should be enough to protect this place. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to leave. Wait! Lin Yuhao shouted with a solemn expression. Yang Shengzhu, please wait. My brother and I have already thought it through. Is that so? Yang Kai looked back at them. That's right. Yizhen Kai nodded. In the past, Yang Shengzhu commanded the experts of the three races. Fighting against the Bone race and defending the mainland was a great achievement. His name will be passed down for generations. Although my brother and I are weak, with Yang Shengzhu's guidance, we are no longer willing to drag out an ignoble existence. We want to contribute to the peace of the mainland. Although I don't know what kind of spirit array Holy Master Yang wants the two of us to guard, since it was arranged by Holy Master Yang, it must be related to the safety of Tongxian realm. Us two brothers are duty-bound to guard this matter, so I ask Holy Master Yang to hand it over to us. Lin Yuhao's voice was sonorous and powerful. Don't force yourself. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. I don't like to force others. Guarding the spirit array here is boring. Perhaps we'll have to keep guarding it for generations to come. What's so difficult about that? Yizhen Kai said proudly. Brother Lin and I don't like bustling places. We're both quiet and reserved. The Holy Land is a beautiful place with abundant world energy. It is a place the two of us have been painstakingly searching for. It is an honor to be able to stay here for a long time. So how could it be boring? Brother Yi is right. Lin Yuhao nodded seriously. Lin Yuhao nodded solemnly. This matter is of great importance. If Holy Master Yang has no suitable candidates, please consider us two brothers. But the two of you are a bit weak. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking picky. The two of us are not that old, and we have already broken through to the Saint Realm. As long as we cultivate hard in our lifetime, we will gradually become stronger. Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai pondered for a while before sighing. Fine, since you insist, this holy master will entrust this important task to you. I hope you don't take it lightly and must guard this place well. Yang Shengzhu, rest assured, as long as we brothers are here, no outsider will be allowed to set foot in the Holy Land. If there is anyone who dares to break in, we will stop them even if it costs us 5 steps. Lin Yuhao shouted in a deep voice. Good, good, good. It's good that you have such determination. Then, the Holy Land will be entrusted to you in the future. I hope you will pay more attention to it. Yizhen Kai and Lin Yuhao were overjoyed when they heard this. The former suddenly put on a smile and chuckled. Yang Shengzhu, you just said that you will bestow us with secret techniques and spirit pills. This, and secret techniques, cough, cough. Lin Yuhao coughed in embarrassment. Let me find something suitable for you, Yang Kai said and rummaged through his space ring. He had a lot of things in his space ring, all of which were spoils of war he had looted after killing people. Naturally, there was no shortage of things suitable for Lin Yuhao and Yizhen Kai. After a while, Yang Kai found a few Saint King-grade artifacts and many spirit pills. He also taught them 2 secret arts and several secret techniques and martial skills suitable for them. The two of them had never seen Saint King-grade artifacts and spirit pills, let alone secret techniques and secret techniques that seemed tailor-made for them. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Although they pursued a free and unfettered life, they were also cultivators. Every cultivator yearned for a stronger and higher martial Tao, and Yang Kai seemed to have opened a new door in front of them. After rejoicing, Yizhen Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and said solemnly, By the way, Yang Shengzhu, a lot of things have happened in Tongxian realm in the past year. A group of foreign cultivators is causing chaos everywhere. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu is going to eliminate them? You don't have to worry about that. The leader has been killed, and my companions will clean up the rest of the fish. In a few days, peace will return to the continent, Yang Kai said lightly. Hearing him say it so casually, Lin Yuhao and Yizhen Kai were horrified. Although they didn't know how powerful those foreign cultivators were, they could tell from the extermination and enslavement of the forces that the cultivators of Tong Xian realm couldn't resist. But now, in front of Yang Kai, they couldn't resist at all and would be wiped out in a few days. The two of them experienced Yang Kai's tyrannical strength in disguise. And you two have just broken through. If there is anything you don't understand about your current state, you can tell me, and I will explain it to you. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. Since he wanted Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai to guard this place, the stronger they were, the better. Therefore, he intended to give them some pointers. Lin Yu Hao was shocked and immediately asked, I hope Yang Shengzhu can enlighten us. What realm are we in now? Although we feel that we have surpassed the Saint Realm, we are still a little confused. The world energy in Tong Xian Realm is thin, and the Saint Realm is the highest realm. It is natural that you don't understand it. The current realm you two are in is called the Saint King Realm, which is above the Saint Realm. Above the Saint Realm. Both of them were shocked. For the next half-day, Yang Kai systematically gave Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai the general knowledge of the division of realms in the martial Tao, and also explained to them the things they should pay attention to during their cultivation. The two nodded repeatedly as they learned a lot. Half a day later, Yang Kai asked them to retreat and consolidate their current realm while he began to look for a suitable place to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. 10 days later, the cross-cultivation star space array in the Holy Land had taken shape. Yang Kai made the final adjustments and poured his Saint Qi into it. The array immediately started operating, glowing with white light and releasing rich space force. It can really connect to Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai was also very surprised. It seems that the space spirit crystals obtained from the severed world are really extraordinary. Originally, he wasn't confident that he could connect the cross-cultivation star space array here with the one in the palace on Azure Tree Star. But after he finished arranging it, he found that it was really successful. The two cross-cultivation star space arrays echoed each other and established a mysterious connection in the void. All of this was thanks to the pure space spirit crystals. If they hadn't been brought back from the severed world and had been found outside, it would have been impossible to achieve this. Is this a space array? Guizhou suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, staring at the array in front of him and clicking his tongue in wonder. It is a space array, Yang Kai nodded. In fact, Guizhou had arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land a few days ago, but seeing how busy Yang Kai was, he didn't want to disturb him and only appeared now. After circling the space array a few times, Guizhou shook his head and said, "It really is amazing. This old master is afraid he won't be able to figure out its mysteries, even if he spends his entire life studying it. Serves this old master right for being trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Where can this array transport him?" Azure Tree Star. What? Guizhou was shocked, you mean? Azure Tree Star? Sword Union's Azure Tree Star? This place is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Azure Tree Star, but with this space array alone. Of course not. There is another space array there that is connected to it, Yang Kai explained briefly, but Guizhou still couldn't believe it. Even with his cultivation base, it would take him almost a year to fly over a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers. But now, the two space arrays had reduced the distance to 0. What was the result of Elder's operation? Yang Kai looked at Guizhou and asked. They were all killed. Guizhou grinned meaningfully. We also seized an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This spirit-devouring sect is pretty good. Is that so? What about the spirit-devouring crystals? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Guizhou immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? Those are this elder's spoils of war. Even if you are the sect master, you can't ask for them like this. Don't make it sound so serious, Elder. The energy in those spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to this land, so they should be returned. Be good and give me the spirit-devouring crystals. They are not of much use to you. Although absorbing them can improve your strength, I'm afraid you don't want to see your foundation become unstable. Chapter 1829. After arguing with Guizhou for a long time, Yang Kai finally allowed him to return all the spirit-devouring crystals. The price was to ask his little senior sister to refine a few more Origin King grade spirit pills for him after returning to High Heaven Sect. How could Guizhou know that his little senior sister had Origin King grade herbs for alchemy? She didn't need to work as hard as an ordinary alchemist. If he knew, he would probably shout at Yang Kai for being so cunning and insidious. Guizhou brought back about 40 to 50 spirit-devouring crystals, but all of them were scattered by Yang Kai and turned into energy that returned to the world. Tongxian realm was now connected to the entire star territory and could constantly absorb the power of the stars. With a star master like Xiaoning Chong, it would definitely prosper again in time. Afterward, Yang Kai called out Lin Yuhao and Yizheng Kai, who were in retreat, and gave them a transmission token he had refined. He told them to take good care of Nine Heaven's holy land in the future, and if there were any outsiders who wanted to harm Tongxian realm, they were to take the transmission token and enter the space array to report to Azure Tree Star. The two of them had just broken through to the Saint King realm, so their strength wasn't high. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left behind a blood beast, a 10th order steel flame ghost spider. Although the steel flame ghost spider's strength had decreased slightly after being refined into a blood beast, it was still an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. It could even contend with an Origin King. With the steel flame ghost spider guarding Nine Heaven's holy land, Yang Kai could finally leave with peace of mind. On this trip to Shadowed Star, he arranged several cross-cultivation star space arrays along the way, thoroughly connecting Shadowed Star with his homeland. In the future, he could travel back and forth or to other cultivation stars. These were all extremely convenient things. This was just the beginning. Yang Kai's idea was to spread cross-cultivation star space arrays throughout the entire star territory, connecting every prosperous cultivation star. However, this kind of thing required a lot of time and effort, especially a lot of space spirit crystals. It couldn't be rushed. After arranging things on Tongxian realm, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array with Guizhou and poured his Saint Qi into it to activate it. Lin Yuhao and Yizheng Kai respectfully sent them off. Azure Tree Star. Twin Shark Island. In the palace of Yang Kai. In the deepest part of the palace, the sisters Hizeo and Himiao were sitting cross-legged facing each other. It was unknown what kind of profound cultivation technique the sisters were cultivating, but their palms were touching each other. Saint Qi converged. They circulated endlessly in each other's bodies. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept pouring into their acupoints. There was no wind in the main hall, but the two sisters' hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, all of a sudden, a strange sound came from the super-long space array in the hall, and the array, which was still like an ancient well, glowed with white light. Hizeo and Himiao were instantly alarmed. They opened their beautiful eyes and stood up to look at the formation. Someone came from Shadowed Star again, Hizeo said thoughtfully. Since Yang Kai left with Luo Lan, there had been a steady stream of High Heaven sect cultivators arriving from Shadowed Star. Every one of them was a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and there was even an Origin King realm master. The two sisters gradually realized the strength and heritage of High Heaven sect and were proud to join such a sect. At this moment, seeing the spirit array being activated again, Hizeo immediately thought that someone from High Heaven sect was coming. As soon as her voice fell, two vague figures appeared in the center of the array. As the array operated, the two figures gradually became clear. After the white light dissipated, Yang Kai and Guizhou appeared at the same time. "Ah, it's big brother Yang Kai," Himiao called out with joy. Hizeo knocked on her head and said reproachfully, "It's sect master." Himiao stuck out her tongue with an embarrassed expression on her face. The two sisters soon arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed happily. "Greetings, sect master. Are you the ones on duty here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before asking with a smile. "Yes," Hizeo replied sweetly. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded gently to her. It was not until this moment that Guizhou recovered from the long-distance teleportation and shook his head, a look of discomfort on his face as he said, "This feeling is really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being swallowed by the void." Even someone as powerful as him would feel discomfort during this ultra-long distance teleportation. Those with lower cultivation than him would need to recover for a while before they could stabilize their aura after each teleportation. If not for the teleportation token specially refined by Yang Kai, anyone who stepped into the space array would be banished into the endless void, unable to find their way out for eternity. This is... Hizeo frowned as she looked at Guizhou. Guizhou's aura was evil and gloomy, giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. At first glance, she could tell he wasn't a good person, so she couldn't understand why Yang Kai was with such a person. Haha, are these two little girls your sex disciples? Guizhu didn't wait for Yang Kai to explain, and took the initiative to ask. En Hizeo, He Miao, and their master, Yushi, have been accepted into High Heaven sect by me. Yang Kai nodded, beckoning to Hizeo and He Miao as he said, "Come and greet our sect's Supreme Elder." Supreme Elder? Hizeo and He Miao were shocked, never having expected that this old man who exuded an evil aura from beginning to end would actually be their sect's Supreme Elder. However, since it was Yang Kai who said so, there was no way he would be wrong. Immediately restraining their thoughts, they bowed to Guizhu respectfully and called out in unison, "Disciples greet Supreme Elder." Ha ha ha. Guizhu let out a burst of deranged laughter, looking very smug as he tried to squeeze out a kind smile and raised his hand. "No need for formalities, these two little girls are very good. And, since this is the first time we are meeting, this old master will give you a greeting gift." Hizeo and He Miao did not expect that just greeting them would actually give them benefits, so after a moment of surprise, they both turned to look at Yang Kai, asking for his opinion. Yang Kai looked at Guizhu with a strange expression, guessing that Guizhu had been alone for too long, and now suddenly becoming Supreme Elder of High Heaven sect, and having disciples treat him with such respect had caused this old man to become somewhat complacent. Otherwise, how could he casually give out benefits upon meeting a sect disciple? Which sect's Supreme Elder was so generous? As for the Grand Elders, they were all symbolic existences, objects of reverence and worship for the disciples. Only those disciples who had made great contributions or had outstanding aptitude were qualified to meet with them. They would be able to receive some pointers and rewards, and would be deeply grateful to them. With Guizhu acting like this, although he had the amiability of a Supreme Elder, he had lost his majesty. However, it didn't matter. He was a novelty, so how could Yang Kai stop him? Smiling, Yang Kai said, "Since this is a reward from Supreme Elder, you may accept it." Hizeo and He Miao were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Many thanks, Supreme Elder." Guizhu smiled lightly, as if he had been prepared for this, taking out two bronze lock-like objects from his space ring and waving his hand gently, sending them over to Hizeo and He Miao respectively as he said, "This is a United Heart Lock artifact. It is not used for fighting, but rather to assist in cultivation. You too can refine it separately, and in the future, with the help of this United Heart Lock, your mind and soul can become one, doubling your cultivation efficiency." Supreme Elder's methods are truly extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up. Although the grade of this artifact wasn't high, only giving off an origin-grade mid-rank aura, this kind of cultivation auxiliary artifact was extremely rare and was especially suitable for sisters or brothers like Hizeo and He Miao. Guizhu had obviously seen through their blood relationship and had specially bestowed these United Heart Locks upon them. Guizhu smiled and said nothing, putting on the appearance of a powerful master. The two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, also held these United Heart Locks and played with them happily. "Tell your master to come see me. I have something to ask her." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he led Guizhu out of the hall and towards the palace. A moment later, Yushi arrived. She should have heard of Guizhu's existence from Hizeo and He Miao, so after seeing him, she wasn't too surprised and simply bowed graciously. How was Sect Master's harvest from this trip? Inside the palace, Yang Kai and Guizhu sat opposite each other, while Yushi stood behind him and asked softly, "Not bad. While I was away, did anything unusual happen in the palace? Is there anyone who doesn't have eyes looking for trouble?" Kai Young took a sip of his tea and asked. "No such thing happened. Now, everyone on Azure Tree Star knows that Twin Shark Island is under the direct protection of Senior Luo Lan, so naturally, no one dares to seek death. The cultivator on the island also lives a peaceful life and receives Saint Crystals as a tribute every month." "That's good. Did anyone from High Heaven Sect come?" "I was just about to report this matter to Sect Master," Yushi smiled lightly. "Since Sect Master left, many people from High Heaven Sect have come. Disciple has recorded a list of those who came and went and asked Sect Master to take a look." Saying so, she stepped forward and handed over an animal skin parchment. Yang Kai glanced over and found the names of Qian Tong, Yang Xiuzhu, Linyu Rao, Chuhan Yi, Mou, and others. Besides Qian Tong, who was an origin king, Everyone else was at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Their purpose for coming here was self-evident. Naturally, they wanted to use Azure Tree Star's world principles to break through to the Origin King realm. Oh, Great Elder also came? Yang Kai saw that Yi Shiyun's name was also on the list, which made him a little puzzled. Yi Shiyun had once said that she wanted to protect Yang Yun, and that as long as the Great Emperors did not wake up, she would not leave High Heaven Sect. But now she had come to Azure Tree Star. Could it be, considering all this? Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he quickly asked, "When did Great Elder come?" "Great Elder Yi came 3 months ago." "Do you know where they are now?" Yushi saw Yang Kai's anxious look, as if he had something important to tell her, and immediately said awkwardly, "Disciple only knows that Temple Master Qian is now in Azure Tree Palace, discussing the mysteries of the Origin King realm with Senior Luo. As for the others, Sect Master, please forgive Disciple, but Disciple does not know where they went. Every elder who came here told Disciple to find a hidden place to enter retreat. So, this is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself," Yang Kai comforted. The purpose of Yi Shiyun and the others coming here was to break through to the Origin King realm. So naturally, they needed to find a suitable place to enter retreat. Azure Tree Star was so big, so how could Yushi possibly know where they were? Chapter 1830. Yi Shiyun actually leaving Shadowed Star and coming to Azure Tree Star was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Frowning, Yang Kai's expression changed. Seeing him like this, Gui Zhu and Yushi didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai got up and said anxiously, "Elder, come with me to the sect." "I couldn't ask for more." Gui Zhu grinned meaningfully. Although he had just joined High Heaven Sect and was given the status and identity of Supreme Elder by Yang Kai, he had never been to High Heaven Sect before, so naturally, he wanted to experience it and establish his own high image and majesty. He also wanted to experience the feeling of being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Sect Master, after Senior Luo Lan returned, she came to the palace once and told Disciple that if Sect Master returns, you must go to Azure Tree Palace or wait here for her. Yushi saw that Yang Kai was about to leave and quickly reported, "I can't wait. Luo Lan shouldn't be looking for me for anything important." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Tell her that if there is a chance, I'll go see her again." She probably just wanted to thank him. After all, in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World, he had helped her a lot. If not for the space brand he gave her, she would not have been able to move around freely in the Medicine Valley. Although Yang Kai did not know how much she had gained, it was certainly not a small amount. "Yes. Respectfully send off Sect Master. Respectfully send off Grand Elder." Yushi stopped and shouted, "You've worked hard, take this little thing and play with it." Gui Zhu threw out a random object. Gui Zhu said as he threw out an object. Yang Kai didn't see what it was, but it should be an artifact. Behind him, Yushi's voice called out, "Many thanks for Supreme Elder's reward." A moment later, the two arrived at the palace where the ultra-long-distance space array had been set up, and under the reluctant gazes of Hizeo and Miao, they activated the array and teleported back to Shadowed Star. "This old master really has a hard life. Wandering with you, I haven't even had a chance to rest, yet I have to experience this unpleasant journey again," Gui Zhu grumbled. Although not everyone could experience teleporting across hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant, it was still quite a feat experiencing it many times in a short period of time. It wasn't something fun. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully and ignored him. The next moment, the two figures disappeared. From Azure Tree Star, Yang Kai had arrived on an Or star with rich mineral deposits, so if he wanted to return to High Heaven Sect, he would have to go through another transmission. After arriving at the Or star, Yang Kai didn't disturb the disciples who were mining. And Yang Kai and Miao ants and immediately activated the space array. After repeating this process over and over again, by the time they returned to the huge square of High Heaven Sect, Gui Zhu's face had turned pale and his entire body was shaking. He did not cultivate the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so in this kind of continuous long-distance teleportation, he was unable to do anything. He was truly tormented. It was also thanks to his profound cultivation, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. On the square, a disciple who was on duty saw Yang Kai. Immediately overjoyed, Yang Kai called out, "Sect Master is back! Sect Master is back!" These disciples were the first cultivators to follow Yang Kai and originally belonged to the Haika family. Over the years, each of them had made great progress. Rising stars like Wu Yi and Yufeng had almost touched upon the mysteries of the origin-returning realm, while the rest had mostly reached the Saint King realm. One had to know that in the Sea clan, the most powerful cultivator was only a Saint King realm cultivator. If they had stayed with the family for a long time, they might not have been able to break through to their current realm. But after following Yang Kai, they had achieved so much in just 20 to 30 years. The disciple on duty shouted loudly as he ran to the side of a large bell and forcefully struck it with the pestle. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of the bell echoed throughout High Heaven Sect's 81 peaks, spreading to every corner of the sect. In the next moment, the entire sect was in an uproar. From the towering peaks, figures constantly flew out and rushed towards the square. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the disciple on duty quickly reported, "The two madams of the sect master have issued an order that if sect master returns to the sect, we are to ring this bell to inform them." So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning towards Ice Resplendent Peak, his eyes softening as a smile appeared on his face. He could feel that Su Yen was quickly rushing over from the top of Exquisite Ice Peak. On another Pill Treasure Peak, the figure of his little senior sister also appeared, riding the wind. The other peaks were also filled with people. There are so many disciples in the sect. Guizhu was overjoyed as he tried to restrain his evil aura, wanting to leave a good impression on everyone. A moment later, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Dressed in snow-white robes with jade-like skin, her clear eyes stared towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to tell him how much she had missed him. Who else could it be but Su Yen? The next moment, little senior sister Xia Ningchang also landed and stood beside Su Yen, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. Guizhu's eyes lit up as he chuckled. Little brat's luck is not bad. As he spoke, Guizhu was also secretly shocked. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see some clues. Not only were these two women stunning in their own right, but each of them also had a kind of power that made him feel uneasy. Moreover, these two girls were both third-order origin returning realm cultivator, especially the one in white robes. The aura from her body was so powerful that it seemed to be far above that of an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator. The cold aura from her body even affected Guizhu's Saint Qi. Although the girl in green robes did not give off any oppressive aura, the hidden power in her body was still not to be underestimated. This sect seemed to be even more powerful than he had imagined, causing Guizhu to feel a sense of approval. After all, he was a second-order origin king, and although he had been tempted to join High Heaven Sect by Yang Kai's offer of an origin king-grade alchemist, if High Heaven Sect consisted of a group of cultivators who couldn't even be considered decent, he would not feel comfortable staying there. At this moment, he was filled with hope for the future of the sect. "Smelly brat, you've been gone for so long, and now you finally know to come back." A low voice was heard. There was only one person who dared to speak to Yang Kai like this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction. He chuckled and said, "Father." Fourth Master Yang's face was ashen. Although he was reprimanding, his eyes revealed an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away for 1 or 2 years. He was naturally worried about whether Yang Kai had encountered any setbacks and difficulties outside. At this moment, he saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, but he was missing an arm and a leg. A big stone was lifted from his heart. "Enough, enough, our son is all grown up. Why do you care so much?" Dong Suju glared at Fourth Master Yang. "If you don't have the ability, why do you care so much? What kind of father are you?" Fourth Master Yang smiled awkwardly. "Back then, an old fortune teller in the central capital told me that I was a late bloomer, but the time has not come yet. When the time comes, I will definitely soar into the sky and amaze the world." Dong Suju squinted at him with a look of disbelief. Fourth Master Yang was annoyed. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with resentment. The square was lively, as if every time Yang Kai returned, he would be warmly welcomed by everyone. Ahem, the sect is so cohesive. There's no need to worry about the future. This old master is quite relieved. Guizhu, who had been ignored for a long time, coughed lightly to attract attention. He had thought that as a second-order origin king, he would definitely be worshipped by all the disciples here. But how could he have known that no one would take him seriously? All the attention and limelight had been stolen by Yang Kai, causing him to feel a little uncomfortable. "Yang Kai, this is..." Ling Tai-su looked at Guizhou suspiciously and asked solemnly. Ling Tai-su was now a third-order Saint King, and the masters from Tongxian realm, such as Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya, had all reached this level through various means, but with their cultivations, they were naturally unable to see through Guizhou's depths, causing them to feel puzzled, wondering where Yang Kai had brought back such an unfathomable master. Right, I forgot to introduce Senior Guizhou to everyone. From now on, he will be my High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder. Yang Kai straightened his face and pointed to Guizhou as he announced. Supreme Elder? Everyone was in an uproar as they stared at Guizhou in surprise. After all, even a powerful cultivator like Yi Shiyun was only a great elder in the sect. High Heaven Sect had only been established recently and did not have a supreme elder position yet, but now there was one, causing everyone to feel a sense of novelty. After the novelty passed, everyone began to speculate about Guizhou's cultivation. Since he was a supreme elder, his status was second only to the sect master and above tens of thousands of people, so he must have strength that could convince everyone. Naturally, he should be stronger than the Great Elder. The Great Elder was at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. So could this old man be an origin king? Everyone's heart jumped. Supreme Elder is a second-order origin king. Even in the entire star territory, he is one of the strongest masters. It is a blessing for the sect to have him join us. As soon as Yang Kai's words came out, the square suddenly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Guizhou in shock, many disciples even showing looks of fanaticism and worship. He really was an origin king, and a second-order origin king at that. Shadowed Star was no longer a closed cultivation star, and the news brought back by Qian Tong and the others from the outside world had spread throughout the stars, so all the disciples naturally knew what a second-order origin king represented. It represented the peak strength of the entire star territory, and with the exception of a few old farts who were in retreat, a second-order origin king was the highest realm in star territory. Could the sect actually attract such a powerful character to join them? For a moment, all the disciples felt like they were dreaming, unable to believe their ears. Haha, sect master is too polite. It is this old master's honor to join High Heaven Sect, Guizhou chuckled. He was very satisfied with the reaction of the disciples in front of him. He did not act arrogantly, though, instead slowly releasing his second-order origin king aura to let the disciples feel his strength as he smiled and said, "Since this old master has become the sect's supreme elder, he vows to advance and retreat together with the sect. As long as this old master lives, the sect will exist for one day. If anyone wants to attack the sect, they will have to ask this old master's permission first. However, this old master's energy is limited and cannot support the sect alone. In the future, the prosperity of the sect will depend on everyone's efforts." Chapter 1831. Guizhou's words were extremely appropriate, but what made him feel awkward was that after he finished speaking, no one responded to him. The nearly 10,000 disciples in the square all seemed to be dumbfounded, staring straight ahead as if they had been paralyzed by some kind of spell, unable to move. He quietly turned his head to look at Kai Yang, and was surprised to find that this little brat was actually standing together with Su Yan and Xia Ning Chong. He didn't know what they were whispering to each other, but it seemed like they were whispering something to each other. Bastard! Too unreliable. Guizhou cursed in his heart. But in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Following the Supreme Elder's instructions, we will definitely not disappoint the Supreme Elder and the sect leader. We are willing to advance or retreat together with Supreme Elder and live or die together with the sect. Supreme Elder and sect master may rest assured. We will work hard in our cultivation so that the sect can catch up with the three great forces in star territory as soon as possible. Supreme Elder is mighty. We are willing to listen to Supreme Elder's orders. The addition of Guizhou seemed to inject a dose of fresh blood into High Heaven Sect, making everyone excited. Guizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, he felt like an ugly daughter-in-law who had finally obtained approval from her in-laws. Wasn't he just a second-order origin king? Didn't he come here to accept worship and enjoy life? How did he end up like this? Guizhou couldn't understand at all. Trying to put on the demeanor of a powerful master, Guizhou smiled slightly and said, "Today is the first time this old master has met all of you. And this old master has not prepared any gifts, so how about this? This old master will speak here for 3 days about his own understanding of the martial Tao. If any of you have any cultivation problems, feel free to ask, and this old master will help you solve them. As soon as this statement came out, the nearly 10,000 disciples became even more excited. Although they were excited, everyone tried to restrain their emotions and sat down cross-legged in tacit agreement, looking up in the direction of Guizhou. There were not many opportunities to listen to a second-order origin king speak about the Tao. Every cultivator. In the process of cultivation, one would more or less encounter some difficulties. These problems may appear in cultivation methods, martial skills, secret treasures, or even one's own perception of the martial Tao. If there was no one to guide and communicate with, then, if he had to rely on himself to figure it out, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Now, there was a second-order origin king here to explain the Tao. This was something that could not be asked for in several lifetimes. How could the disciples not be excited? Seeing the disciples give him so much face, Guizhou was greatly relieved. After clearing his throat, the sound of the Tao began to reverberate in the square. Not long after, the disciples all revealed intoxicated expressions, completely immersed in his explanation of the martial Tao heavenly Tao. Senior sisters, it's been a long time since we last met. I've missed you. Come, let's find a secluded place to talk. Yang Kai saw that Guizhou was handling the situation with ease and no longer had any intention of staying, grabbing Su Yan in one hand and Xia Ningchong in the other, and shamelessly walking out. Junior brother. Su Yan's pretty face blushed as she glared at him and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future. Today, Supreme Elder is explaining the Tao to me. This is a rare opportunity, so I want to stay. I also want to stay." Xia Ningchong looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "There will be plenty of opportunities. If you want, I'll ask him to explain it to you alone some other day." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Hearing this, Guizhou, who was in high spirits, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, he thought to himself, "What kind of character is this old master? Being used by this little brat to please a woman is truly a disgrace. That's not good. Supreme Elder is Supreme Elder after all." Xia Ningchong was a little worried. "There's nothing wrong with that." Yang Kai ignored Guizhou's gaze and chuckled. "He also wants you to perform alchemy. When you perform alchemy for him, he can teach you." "Supreme Elder wants me to perform alchemy?" Xia Ningchong glanced over at Guizhou. Guizhou's heart shook as he wondered if this woman was the origin king grade alchemist Yang Kai had mentioned. Yes, at that time, he had said that his senior sister was an origin king grade alchemist, and this woman indeed had a strong pill fragrance on her, obviously dealing with alchemy all year round. Sure enough, it is this woman. Realizing this, Guizhou quickly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Xia Ningchong, not daring to show the slightest carelessness as he continued to explain. "Look, Supreme Elder has agreed." Yang Kai took advantage of the situation and pulled Su Yan and Xia Ningchong away, not giving the two women any chance to hesitate. The two women's faces flushed red as they lowered their heads, no longer uttering a word. Halfway through, Xia Ningchong suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, junior brother, Sister Yang Yan she." "I know." Yang Kai interrupted her. When he returned to High Heaven Sect just now, Yang Kai had noticed Yang Yan's divine sense sweep across his body, so he was almost certain that Yang Yan had awakened. The legendary Great Emperors of Star Field had returned. However, he didn't have time to deal with Yang Yan right now. It was more important for him to talk to Su Yan and Xia Ningchong first. 5 days later, 100 Flowers Peak. Yang Kai walked in leisurely, and as soon as he entered, a young girl suddenly tumbled through the air and swept her slender leg towards him. This leg didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it only contained the power of her physical body. Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn as he let out a low shout and lowered his body, blocking with his right arm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk it was as if two mountains had collided at an extremely fast speed, causing a violent explosion in the air. The ground under Yang Kai's feet suddenly turned to dust while the young girl who had suddenly attacked Yang Kai let out a cry of alarm and was sent flying backwards. In mid-air, she nimbly somersaulted a few times before landing gracefully, bending over and rubbing her leg while glaring at Yang Kai angrily. "Uncle Sect Master, is your body made of steel? It hurts so much." As she spoke, she almost squeezed out a few drops of tears. "Little girl," Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, Every time I see you, you want to compete with me. What's wrong? Are you very confident in your physical strength? Humph, the little girl snorted lightly, her nostrils pointing to the sky. Great Elder said that I have the tyrant strength body, and Martial Uncle Yang Yen also said that my talent is amazing. Both of them are lying to me. I can't even deal with Uncle Sect Master, even after eating so many Shadowed Heaven pills. Haha, they're not lying to you, you're just too young. When you reach my age, when I'm old enough to deal with you. The little girl replied excitedly. I can't. You're growing, so I won't stop, it's just that you'll become stronger and stronger, but why are you so keen on dealing with me? Yang Kai stared at the little girl in amazement. The little girl was Lin Yun-er, the orphan adopted by Huang Wan. After not seeing her for a while, Lin Yun-er's physical strength had become even more terrifying. The power hidden in her petite body was almost no less than that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. If she used her Saint Chi, she could compete with an ordinary origin returning realm master. Just how old was this little girl? At most, she was 16 or 17 years old, yet she already had such achievements. Yang Kai could almost imagine that she would become a famous master in the Star Territory in the future. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Lin Yun-er replied, Martial Uncle Yang Yen said that if Yun-er could deal with Uncle Sect Master, he would take me to a good place where I could become stronger. Huh. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Yen, who was leisurely sipping tea in the 100-flower pavilion. The Yang Yen after waking up and the Yang Yen who was asleep gave off a very different feeling. Yang Kai looked at her and felt that she was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to frown slightly. I thought you were going to stay in First Heavenly Palace and not come out. Yang Yen put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, asking meaningfully, Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days? Not bad. Even though Yang Kai's face was not thin, he couldn't help blushing at this moment. Looking around the topic, he turned to Gui Zhu, who had been standing beside Yang Yen, and said in surprise, Oh, Elder is also here. What a coincidence. Huh. It was Gui Zhu's turn to twitch his mouth. In fact, Yang Kai had noticed him as soon as he arrived, but looking at Gui Zhu's appearance, it seemed that he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Yen. At this moment, he was standing behind Yang Yen like a respectful servant, even concealing the evil aura around him, not daring to show itself. Is this your new Supreme Elder? Yang Yen pointed to Gui Zhu and asked Yang Kai. Senior Gui Zhu is a second-order origin king and is qualified to serve as my sect's Supreme Elder, Yang Kai said as he walked up to the 100-flower pavilion and sat opposite Yang Yen. Lin Yun-er followed obediently and poured a glass of water for Yang Kai with a smile. She seemed to be very relaxed in front of Yang Yen, not feeling the slightest pressure. In contrast, Gui Zhu was like a mouse meeting a cat. His cultivation is mediocre, but he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Yang Yen snorted lightly. Yang Kai saw this clearly, and when Gui Zhu heard her say this, he couldn't help shivering. Sure enough, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Yen. What did Gui Zhu do? Yang Kai also became curious and could not help looking at him. Gui Zhu smiled and said, Master, this is this one's first time serving as a Supreme Elder, so he was a bit arrogant and had eyes but failed to see. I hope that Master will be magnanimous and not lower himself to this one's level. Did this queen lower herself to your level? Yang Yen looked at him with a smile. What you said yesterday was very good, solving many of this queen's doubts on the path of cultivation. This queen cannot thank you enough, and would like to ask you some advice today. I wonder if Supreme Elder has time? Master is too serious. Gui Zhu was about to cry. This one really didn't know who you were, and only thought you were an ordinary disciple, so he walked in. Elder, you didn't take the initiative to teach her, did you? Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg. Gui Zhu wore a look of grief and indignation as he nodded gently. Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his laughter. Chapter 1832. Gui Zhu felt that he was truly miserable. 3 days of explaining the Tao and resolving his doubts had made his image in the minds of the nearly 10,000 disciples of High Heaven Sect suddenly become high and mighty. He was also quite proud of his success, and was very happy that he could quickly gain the recognition of the disciples and integrate into High Heaven Sect. Yesterday, he had leisurely strolled around High Heaven Sect. After all, this place would be his sect in the future, so he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment first. High Heaven Sect had 81 peaks, rich in world energy and majestic terrain, which made him extremely satisfied. The 3 blazing flame rings guarding High Heaven Sect also shocked him greatly. He couldn't help wondering what kind of master had arranged them, but even a master like him didn't dare to enter them. When he passed by 100 Flowers Peak, he decided to enter on a whim. At that time, Yang Yen was sleeping with her eyes closed. Gui Zhu stood aside and watched for a while, mistakenly thinking that she was cultivating some kind of secret art. After Yang Yen opened her eyes, he put on a dignified demeanor and gave her a few pointers, thinking that she would definitely be grateful and worship him. But how could he have imagined that Yang Yen would simply laugh at him? It was this chuckle that made him completely stupefied. His entire body instantly froze on the spot, and this chuckle continuously reverberated in his mind. It was as if it would never end, and it was only today that he gradually woke up. How could Gui Zhu not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Immediately, Yang Yen was shocked and no longer dared to act presumptuously in front of her. He still did not know what kind of cultivation Yang Yen had. With just a meaningless laugh, Gui Zhu felt like he was in a nightmare, unable to return to his senses. Even a third-order origin king couldn't do such a thing, right? If he had not experienced it personally, Gui Zhu would never have believed such nonsense. The only thing he was certain of was that Yang Yan's cultivation was definitely higher than his, because no matter how Gui Zhu observed, he could not see through the depths of Yang Yan's cultivation. She was also definitely not wearing any artifacts that could block divine sense detection. What kind of background does this woman have? How terrifying. Yang Boy is too insincere. Why didn't he inform this old master in advance that there was such a powerful character in his sect? Because of this, Gui Zhu had made a fool of himself in front of her. Recalling the few pointers he had given yesterday, Gui Zhu couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. He felt like a toddler learning how to walk. It was like a master who said he would teach him how to fight. What kind of sect was this? Not only did it have an abnormal rising star like Yang Boy, who had already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age, but it also had that woman in white, an Origin King grade alchemist, and now such a terrifying woman. This old man couldn't have stepped into a pit, right? Gui Zhu and Master's heart was uneasy. Sect Master, you know this old master's character. Say a few good words for this old master. Gui Zhu saw that Yang Yen was still unhappy and could only turn to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai lightly coughed. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Yen said, Yang Yen, Senior Gui Zhu has good intentions. Let's just forget about this matter. Master. Yang Yen snorted softly. However, his expression eased a lot. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Since you fell asleep, you and I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You don't need to throw a tantrum at me as soon as we meet, right? Who's throwing a tantrum at you? Yang Yen glanced at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. You seem to be quite angry now, completely different from before. Gui Zhu shouted angrily from the side. Boy, it must be because you're too fond of romance and have neglected this master. As soon as he said this, Gui Zhu realized that something was wrong. His original intention was to curry favor with Yang Yen. How could he have known that his words were full of ambiguity? Sure enough, Yang Yen glanced over at him leisurely and immediately chuckled. Here we go again. Gui Zhu's complexion changed drastically, and in the next moment, his whole body stiffened in place as his eyes went blank. Why bother, ha? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Gui Zhu had been frightened by Yang Yan's soul and was about to experience some nightmarish torture. It's just a small punishment. What are you so worried about? Yang Yen said lightly, moreover, this is not a bad thing for him. This isn't a bad thing for him. Do you think that just anyone can be suppressed by my divine sense? Since it's good for him, it's fine. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Yang Yen and said, I always felt that after you woke up, you were different from before. Before, this was this queen's embodiment, but now, this is this queen's main body. How could it be the same? Yang Yan's expression was indifferent, giving off a kind of indifference that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. So he suddenly lost interest in talking and simply sipped his tea silently. After a moment of silence, Yang Yen suddenly said, Your cultivation progress is quite good. I didn't expect you to break through to the Origin King realm in such a short time. Perhaps with your ability, you can really protect this star territory. Me? Yang Kai pointed to himself and laughed. I only want to protect my family and friends. This star territory is too big and has nothing to do with me. If you really think so, then you're wrong. Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai seriously. Do you know why I came to this star territory? Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing that Yang Yen was about to reveal some secrets, but he still shook his head and said, You haven't told me, so how could I know? However, I guess it should be related to the Insect Emperor. In this star territory for countless years, only the Insect Emperor could compare to Yang Yen. In the battle between the two, one's body was destroyed while the other fell into a deep slumber. Outside Shadowed Star, many stars were shattered, and even now, a rich emperor pressure still lingered in this star territory, showing just how fierce the battle was. When Yang Yen asked this question, Yang Kai immediately thought of the Insect Emperor. Me coming here is indeed related to the Insect Emperor. But do you know why the Insect Emperor came here? Yang Yen continued to ask. Yang Kai shook his head again. Yang Yen continued. He came here to devour the earth principles of the heaven-devouring great emperor to achieve the supreme emperor Tao. If he succeeds, all the cultivation stars in this star territory will turn into dead stars. So I chased after him and fought him to the death. Why does he want to devour the heaven-devouring great emperor's earth principles? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yen in shock. The emperor's path is to master world principles. Only by mastering world principles can one become great emperors. Yang Yen explained, but how can world principles be so easy to master? As an emperor, 9 out of 10 great emperors do not have deep control over world principles. If one wants to comprehend world principles, there is a shortcut in addition to cultivating on their own. Yang Kai faintly seemed to think of something and asked in amazement, refining the star sources of stars? He had refined the star sources of stars and could vaguely feel the world principles of Shadowed Star, so he could connect the dots. Yang Yen nodded, but what the Insect Emperor wants to do is not to refine the star sources of a cultivation star. He wants to devour it. Devouring the star sources, integrating the world principles of a cultivation star into his own body, and then refining them is a shortcut he wants to take. Yang Kai instantly broke out in cold sweat. If the Insect Emperor really succeeded, then countless cultivation stars in this star territory would be destroyed, and it would not be impossible for all of them to be wiped out. You need to know that this world is not limited to your star territory. There are many other star territories. Between these star territories, there are territory boundaries. Even for an emperor, it is not easy to open these star territories, which is why you do not know about the existence of star territories in the outside world. Yang Yen ignored Yang Kai's shock and continued unhurriedly. Many, many years ago, the masters of our place discovered such a shortcut to becoming an emperor and comprehending world principles. They all used the great divine technique to break through the territory boundaries and travel to different star territories to refine and devour the world principles of those star territories. The result of this was that in just 100 years, a total of 19 star territories became lifeless and completely collapsed. Each of these 19 star territories was more prosperous than yours. Yang Kai broke out in even more cold sweat. Any star territory is the foundation of a cultivator, so the destruction of a star territory is a matter of great importance. At that time, the 10 great masters realized the seriousness of the problem, so they joined forces and called on the other masters to prevent those who were plotting against them from breaking into the star territories. If they were found, they would be killed without mercy. Although it was quite effective, it was impossible to completely eradicate them. Some people always like to take risks, and the Insect Emperor was one of them. I chased after him, which led to what happened later. This is a bit too much information. I can't accept it all. Can you tell me when you are in a better mood? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he turned around to leave. He had a bad feeling about this. But in the next moment, he found that he was imprisoned by an invisible force and could only sit in place, unable to move. Yang Yen glanced at him and continued. Every star territory has its own protector, which is the best way to prevent those with bad intentions from invading. Once a cultivator with power beyond the star territory is discovered to enter, those protectors will be able to receive news immediately and go to stop them. However, the protector of your star territory has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead, which is why I came here. Right, that sealed world bead of yours is his. Yang Yen Yen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his face full of malice. I also have my own protector star territory, and I have been away from it for long enough. Now that I have awakened, I can't stay. In the future, the safety of this star territory can only depend on you. Since you have obtained that person's sealed world bead, you should inherit his mantle and become the protector of this star territory. On top of that, your family and friends are here, so you can't stay out of this, right? If you don't have the ability, one day you will call someone over to refine Shadowed Star and have no one to blame but yourself. If you want your family and friends to live in peace, work hard to cultivate, and when you reach my level of cultivation one day, you will be able to protect this star territory. After Yang Yen Yen finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The force that imprisoned Yang Kai had disappeared, but Yang Kai did not leave. Instead, he sat in place and frowned, seemingly digesting what Yang Yen had just said. Chapter 1833. Emperor's Road, the territory of many star territories, World Force Protector. Many new and interesting things impacted Yang Kai's mind, leaving him speechless for a long time. Yang inflammation seemed to have opened a new door in front of him, one that was dazzling. Although it stung Yang Kai's eyes, it also made his blood boil. According to what you said, the protector of our star territory has been missing for tens of thousands of years. Isn't that a big cake for everyone to covet? Why is it that after so many years, only the insect emperor has invaded? After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head and asked Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation chuckled lightly. Do you think it's so simple to break through the world force of our territory? The world force of our territory is a supreme principle, one that even the 10 great masters did not dare to touch at will. If one wants to break through the world force of our territory and descend here, they must pay a great price. When she said this, her brow furrowed, as if she had thought of something. After a pause, she continued. In short, this price is not something everyone can bear. If one can comprehend the world force on their own, why would they take the risk of coming to our star territory to refine the source of a cultivation star? Only those whose cultivation has stagnated would choose to do so. You should know that once you come to a star territory that does not belong to you, your cultivation will fall greatly. No master is willing to let such a thing happen to them. Even if their cultivation falls, they still want to refine the source of stars and comprehend the world force? Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. As a cultivator, he naturally knew how painful it was for one's cultivation to fall after obtaining great strength. He was currently an Origin King. If he fell to the Origin Returning Realm or Saint King Realm, it would be a huge blow. It was very likely that he would never be able to recover from this setback. Of course. Yang Inflammation raised her white neck slightly. You haven't reached this realm yet, so you don't understand the temptation of world force to those people. If one's cultivation falls, they can cultivate again, but if they want to grasp world force, it is not so simple. Now that you are the master of Shadowed Star, you can vaguely feel some world force. This is your advantage. Every Star Lord had such an advantage, as long as they were strong enough to break through the void and go to that place. All of them will become the targets of all the major powers. That place is called Astral World? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yang Inflammation. Yang Yen was stunned. How did you know? I don't remember telling you this. While speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Who did you meet? Yang Kai forced a smile and said, I did meet a guy. He was also the one who told me the name Astral Realm. Yang Kai recounted his encounter with the spirit-devouring sect on Tongxian Realm in detail. After listening, Yang Yen coldly snorted. Sure enough, someone came down again. He's really courting death. Even in the star boundary, such an evil thing like the spirit-devouring array was forbidden. It has long been completely sealed, but I didn't expect that someone would still be in possession of it and bring it to this territory. Although the spirit-devouring array is good, and the spirit-devouring crystal refined by extracting world energy is quite useful, it's actually not that useful, right? Yang Kai pondered. Absorbing the spirit-devouring crystal to improve one's strength is better than cultivating by oneself. When I fought with the spirit-devouring sect master, I found out that although he was a first-order Origin King, his real combat power was lower than any Origin King. Do you think that person passed on this secret technique to the spirit-devouring sect to improve their strength? Yang Inflammation coldly snorted. That person was just testing to see how the guardian of this star territory would react. Before he got the exact information, he didn't dare to act rashly. The spirit-devouring sect was just a chess piece he pushed to the front. Yang Kai was stunned. I heard that the spirit-devouring sect suddenly rose 100 years ago. Doesn't that mean that person came to this star territory 100 years ago? Has he been enduring until now? Compared with his own life, what is 100 years? That's right. You have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai thought about it and didn't find it strange. Compared with the time Yang Inflammation had been sleeping, 100 years of planning was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Release your divine sense defense. I will go in and see what that guy left in your knowledge sea. If possible, this queen will find him personally. It will be the last thing this queen will do for you before leaving this star territory. Okay. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In the next moment, he immersed his mind and released the defense of his knowledge sea. He wasn't worried about Yang Inflammation. Although the feeling he had when he saw her this time was different from before, Yang Kai still found many familiar places. His knowledge sea became slightly cold as a beautiful figure strangely appeared beside Yang Kai. It was Yang Inflammation's soul avatar. She looked around for a while and showed a look of approval. Your spiritual energy is really different from ordinary people. I'm afraid it is at the level of a third-order origin king. And it's a mutated fire attribute soul. Soul-warming lotus? 7-colored soul-warming lotus? She suddenly exclaimed and covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as if she had seen something incredible. You actually have the 7-colored soul-warming lotus? This was the first time she had entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. After seeing the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, she was stunned. It was really the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. When the 7-colored light bloomed, she felt her soul being purified and her whole person was comfortable. Is this thing very valuable? Why do all of you have such expressions when you see it? Yang Kai rubbed his nose. A few days ago, when that unknown master saw the soul-warming lotus, his expression was almost exactly the same as Yang Inflammation's. Very valuable? Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai. The value of this kind of supreme treasure is simply immeasurable. As its owner, you can naturally experience the benefits it brings you. I'm afraid I don't need to say more, right? Yang Kai nodded. Yes, I was wondering why your spiritual energy was so much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. It turns out it's because of the soul-warming lotus. And this is actually a 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Your luck is really extraordinary. Yang Inflammation showed a look of envy and solemnly warned Yang Kai. Even in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus is a legendary thing. Very few people have ever seen it. If you can go to the star boundary in the future, you must not let others know about this secret. I understand. Only a few people close to me know about the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai nodded. Hearing him say this, a strange look flashed across Yang Yan's eyes for a moment before she gradually restored her previous calmness and said faintly, Fine, I'll teach you a set of soul secret techniques later. After you cultivate them, you'll be able to lock down your knowledge sea and use them as a supplement. Unless there is a master whose cultivation has reached my level, they won't be able to invade your knowledge sea. This barrier won't do you any harm and will slowly be lifted as your strength improves. Many thanks, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Yang Inflammation glanced at him before continuing to look around. When she looked up at the sky, she saw a sky full of stars. She couldn't help being stunned and muttered, Star? Oh, this is something I obtained by chance when I first came to the territory of the star boundary, Yang Kai casually explained as he carefully observed Yang Inflammation's expression. Yang Inflammation's expression was very strange. When she saw Star, her whole person became a little lonely, as if she had lost something very precious, her pretty face full of sadness. Yang Kai was confused. When that person saw Star before, he was clearly very excited, even more excited than when he saw the soul-warming lotus. So why was Yang Inflammation? Star actually appeared here. Yang Inflammation closed her beautiful eyes and stood there motionless. Yang Kai didn't dare disturb her and could only wait quietly. After a long time, Yang Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and sighed. Yang Kai, I'm afraid you'll be the protector of the territory of the star boundary. Yang Kai frowned. Don't joke around. What can I protect with my strength? Although I don't know what kind of powerhouses there are in the star boundary, I know that they are definitely not people I can contend against. You can't escape because Star is with you. This is something that belongs to the protector. Yang Inflammation turned to look at him. What do you mean? Yang Inflammation said softly, a cultivation star has its own source. When a cultivator refines it, they can become the star master and protect that cultivation star. In other words, the star master is the protector of the corresponding star. In the same way, the star boundary territory also has its own source, and that is Star. As she spoke, she pointed to the sky. Only by refining the source of Star can one be qualified to be the protector of the star boundary territory. Now that Star is with you, do you think you can escape? Yang Kai was stunned. This thing is the source of the entire star boundary territory? Don't joke around. I've always used it to find directions. Apart from that, I haven't found any other use for it. Yang Inflammation just looked at him with a serious expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. How can I be in the mood to joke around with such a big matter? It seems that this is the will of the heavens. Yang Inflammation sighed. You have Star, you have that person's sealed world bead, and you also cultivate the Tao of space. Haha, it seems that you are really going to inherit that person's mantle. The reason why you haven't discovered the use of Star is because you are not strong enough. When you reach my level, you will know how precious a star is. It is something that countless people want but can't obtain. You mean that person was the previous protector of this star territory? Yes. Then where is he now? He is, but he is. The star is with you now. Where do you think he is? Yang Inflammation stared at Yang Kai. Dead. Yang Kai was shocked. Who knows? Yang Yen sneered, a hint of disappointment in her tone. He likes to wander through the various void cracks. So perhaps he has already been swallowed up by the void. Serves him right for bringing this disaster upon himself. Chapter 1834. Yang Inflammation's expression was filled with grief, but it was not fake. The energy fluctuations emanating from her soul avatar were also extremely unstable, showing just how emotional she was. Yang Kai suddenly became a little curious, wondering what kind of relationship she had with the master of the sealed world bead. All right, let's not talk about him. Anyway, he has been missing for so long that I've long since assumed he was dead. Let me find what that person left in your knowledge see first. Yang Inflammation said as she sat down cross-legged, her expression solemn, her hands forming a series of seals as her beautiful eyes stared at the seawater below. From her fingertips, a trace of divine sense visible to the naked eye gushed out, transforming into a spirit serpent and diving into the seawater. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched silently. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was very calm at first, but after a while the crimson, flame-like seawater began to become restless, and at a certain location, a huge bubble began to appear. Yang Kai focused her attention on that spot, and was surprised to find that there was a triangular mark there, one that was very vague and ethereal. That spirit snake-like thing swam around the triangular mark endlessly. As it swam, the mark became clearer and clearer. After the mark was completely visible, Yang Inflammation changed her hand seals and the spirit serpent returned to her body. Opening her eyes slightly, Yang Inflammation said, "This is the simplest soul-chasing mark, but with your strength, you can't expel it or even discover it." You can't expel it? Yang Kai was stunned. I can't expel it. Yang Inflammation slowly got up. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. You're casting a long line to catch a big fish? Yes. Yang Inflammation smiled coldly. Tens of thousands of years of silence. It seems that some people in the star boundary have become restless again. So I'll take this opportunity to kill him. After this queen returns to the star boundary, I'll hang his head high above the star door. Let's see if anyone dares to come down here and covet the world principles of this territory. Yang Kai quietly wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. He felt sorry for the poor guy and said, "What do you want me to do? I'll cooperate with you. There's nothing special to do. He'll come to find you. You can do whatever you want during this period of time. I will watch over you in secret." Yang Yenyun said. Suddenly, he stretched out his finger and a dot of light shot into Yang Kai's soul avatar. This is the secret technique that seals your knowledge sea. Study and cultivate it carefully. Yang Kai nodded seriously. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. He had the rainbow soul-warming lotus and star in his sea of consciousness. If he were to go to the star boundary in the future, It was inevitable that he would be discovered by some powerhouses, so it was necessary to cultivate this secret technique to seal off his knowledge sea. Seeing him like this, Yang Inflammation didn't say anything more. He placed a few more restrictions in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness before leaving. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a faint look of exhaustion on his face. The secret technique that Yang Yen had passed down to him was extremely profound, and it consumed a lot of Yang Kai's divine sense to comprehend it. But although he was tired, the harvest was huge, so he was in high spirits. Inside the 100-flower pavilion, Yang Yen and Lin Yun had disappeared. Yang Kai released his divine sense but was unable to detect their existence, so no one knew where they had gone. Only Gui Zhu sat opposite Yang Kai with a dignified expression, seemingly contemplating something. "Elder!" Yang Kai greeted him. Gui Zhu recovered from his daze, looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Sect Master, that master, what is her background? Why is this old master like a child in front of her?" Gui Zhu was truly shocked. After reaching the second-order Origin King realm, Gui Zhu thought that the world was big and that he could go anywhere he wanted. But as soon as he arrived at High Heaven Sect, he was tormented by Yang Yen and almost lost all of his self-confidence. Although he had obtained some benefits from this experience, Gui Zhu really couldn't accept that he was so weak. "If I told you that she was one of the great emperors of Star Field, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Gui Zhu with a smile. Gui Zhu's jaw dropped to the size of a watermelon as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, his eyes trembling violently. "Ha! Elder wants to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, right? You can go to Pill Treasure Peak to find my little senior sister. She will help you refine it." Yang Kai laughed before leaving leisurely, leaving Gui Zhu alone, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped the table and cursed, "Smelly brat, how dare you fool this old master? The great emperors are nothing more than legendary figures. How could they appear in front of the world, let alone a woman? This old master is such a shrewd character. How could he be fooled by you? Forget it, alchemy is more important." No matter what the origins of this woman named Yang Yen were, Gui Zhu knew that she was not someone he could provoke, but after suffering 2 losses at her hands, Gui Zhu no longer dared to act arrogantly. The martial Dao was a long road, one had to explore it from top to bottom. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His divine sense had spread out and integrated into all of Shadowed Star. As long as he wanted to, he could even feel the wind blowing and the grass blowing anywhere on Shadowed Star. It was as if he had become one with this cultivation star and could no longer be distinguished from each other. The principal strength he had felt before had become much clearer at this moment, and his grasp of Shadowed Star was much stronger than before. "Is it because I broke through to the Origin King realm?" Yang Kai pondered. It should be. The Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm are 2 completely different realms, so the improvement of one's strength will naturally lead to some changes. Oh, this principal strength also seems to have changed. Suddenly noticing something unusual, Yang Kai carefully examined it, and after a long time was slightly surprised. The principal strength has become much more complete? Is this also the result of my breakthrough? In other words, the reason why Shadowed Star had never been able to produce an Origin King was because its world principles were imperfect. The root cause of this was probably the battle between Yang Yen and the Insect Emperor, but Yang Kai's breakthrough had changed this. Now that the world principles had been perfected, did that mean Shadowed Star no longer rejected Origin Kings? Having said that, I didn't notice any rejection from Shadowed Star when I returned this time, but I am the Star Master. It doesn't count. Forget it, we'll know once we test the Grand Elder. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly found Gui Zhu's current location. Right now on Shadowed Star, only he and Gui Zhu were Origin Kings. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was unable to experiment, so he could only start with Gui Zhu. At this moment, atop Pill Treasure Peak inside the palace, a pill fragrance filled the air. Gui Zhu sat cross-legged on the ground. He was explaining the martial Dao word for word, imparting his own experience to Yang Kai. Opposite him, Su Yan sat atop the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, her entire body exuding an icy chill. Her hands were stretched out. Her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was listening attentively. Next to her, the little senior sister was also listening attentively, but her hands never stopped moving, constantly taking out Origin King grade herbs and fusing them into pill treasure to condense medicinal liquid. With the sacred spirit medicine body, the little senior sister was able to perform alchemy as easily as eating, a completely instinctive action. So it was not difficult for her to listen to Gui Zhu impart his cultivation experience while simultaneously performing alchemy. From time to time, a spirit pill would come out of the furnace and be placed into a prepared jade bottle by Xia Chong. Gui Zhu was overjoyed and filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Gui Zhu frowned and turned his head to look around, a look of suspicion filling his face. At that moment, he felt like he was being watched. Immediately startled, Gui Zhu mistakenly thought that Yang Yuntian was spying on him. After all, only Yang Yuntian had the ability to go unnoticed by him. Not daring to neglect, Gui Zhu began explaining the many problems he had encountered in his cultivation more and more attentively, a trace of sweat slowly oozing from his forehead. Fortunately, this feeling of being watched disappeared after a while, allowing Gui Zhu to breathe a sigh of relief. It really doesn't repel him. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai showed a joyful look. He had just tried to mobilize the world principles to impose on Gui Zhu and found that he was unable to repel Gui Zhu's existence at all, causing him to be overjoyed. The perfection of world principles was a historic breakthrough for Shadowed Star. This meant that the world principles would no longer suppress a cultivator on Shadowed Star and would no longer restrict a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm. What's more, Qian Tong would no longer be rejected by the world principles and be struck by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. In the future, Shadowed Star would not only be able to give birth to Origin Kings, but it would also allow these masters to stay for a long time. As a result, a peak origin returning realm cultivator would no longer have to travel to other stars to break through. It seemed that Yang Kai would need to send a message to Azure Tree Star to let Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and the others know about this good news. Shadowed Star's world principles had been perfected because of his breakthrough, but the sealed world beads world principles were still incomplete. This made Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Since the world principles were incomplete, it meant that he could not break through inside. However, this was something left behind by the previous guardian of the star territory, so Yang Kai was unable to see the whole picture now. Over the next 6 months, Yang Kai stayed on Shadowed Star and did not leave. He had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago, and although his embodiment had inadvertently refined the entire floating continent, causing his cultivation to rise to the peak of the First Order, he still needed to carefully consolidate it. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai had also been cultivating the secret technique that sealed off his knowledge sea. After half a year, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage, and his entire knowledge sea was now shrouded in a layer of invisible force that resonated with the barrier set up by Yang Yen. With his current cultivation, it was likely that even the entire star territory would not be able to invade his knowledge sea. As a result, the secrets hidden in his knowledge sea were no longer a problem. On this day, Yang Kai was accompanying his parents on the mountain peak where they lived to show filial piety. The family was very happy. Su Yan and Xia Chong were also here. Some time ago, the two women had been in retreat and had made some progress. Their auras were fluctuating, clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. As such, Yang Kai had pulled them out to relax. Breaking through was not something that could be rushed, and it was best to let nature take its course. Their son was a dragon among men, and their 2 daughters-in-law were also heavenly beauties, each with their own merits. Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju felt that their lives had been worth it, and Dong Suju constantly urged Yang Kai to get married as soon as possible, causing the 2 senior sisters to both look forward to it and feel shy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and he released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. In the next moment, his face changed slightly as he said, "Father, Mother, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Saying so, he winked at Su Yan and Xia Chong, and the 2 senior sisters understood and nodded. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. You're tuning in to the Blimay's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.